No, he's not. He's picking up his brother.
Oh, what did he just say though?
She asked. Are you picking up Elizabeth Johnson? He said, I ain't picking up that bitch.
Okay, I thought he told her that she said that.
Now you're the taxi driver.
Huh?
You sound like a taxi driver.
Are we live on Fox?
Oh, yeah, maybe. Good job.
Ask her where her baby is that she killed.
When I saw that door open and my heart was...
She almost ate it.
Hmm?
She almost ate it.
Oh no. Where am I?
Phoenix. This is Megan's story that I listened to today. So she's going out of town.
Okay.
I'm just preoccupied with the shit I have to do. East Valley stuff. Well, this technically falls on East Valley. It's temporary, but Megan's covering it for How many of these have you been to? They sent me the juice. I was assigned at 10. And then I asked my parents for that 8 and juice. And so they were like, we're not ready. So I had two cameras in my car. So I recorded it with my phone. And then I had my tripod and I had my other camera. I was just shooting, yeah, and trying to write notes. It's just like, I like to play with it.
Yeah, you have to be.
that's like autoplay.
Seems like the push.
And same thing as last time.
I think it may put that
And
one.
then it's horrible pitch.
Over here.
Quality. But it's I did that when I was running. Cast me out. And we had on this place this camera has some advantages to that.
Hey, excuse me, do you have any idea when she's going to be coming out?
Probably within a half hour or so.
Within a half hour?
Now, I've got a phone number in there for our public information officer. We're going to call him before we send her out, so you guys will have heads up.
Oh, appreciate it. Okay,
Yeah,
thank you.
So you don't have to keep.
Thank you so much.
You'll know.
Okay, great.
Because I know
Thank
you
you.
guys have been out here a long time. And so.
Thank you. Right, we're about to go live. You said 30 minutes.
No, less than half an hour. So just.
Hey, good morning, everyone. So an officer just came up and told us that Elizabeth Johnson will be walking out of this door in about a half an hour. We will get some prior notice so we can be here to see all of this and ask her some questions and see if she has any sort of response. She was serving time here, 20 days behind bars after violating her probation. We're at the Lower Buckeye Jail. She was officially sentenced a week ago, but has been in jail since the 1st of the month. She got credit for time served. So the 29-year-old admitted to a judge that she traveled back here to Arizona from her home in New Mexico about a year ago to visit a friend who she had met in prison, and that is against her probation terms that were set back in 2014. You'll of course remember this case. It made national attention, made national news. Johnson was accused in the disappearance of her 8-month-old baby boy, Gabriel, who was last seen with her in Texas in December of 2009. Although she admitted in a text message to baby Gabriel's father that she killed their son, she later said that she gave him to a couple in a park in San Antonio. Gabriel has not been seen ever since, and Johnson served 4.5 years behind bars here in Arizona for unlawful imprisonment, custodial interference, and conspiracy to commit custodial interference. When she was released about 2 years ago, a judge gave her permission to move to New Mexico, but ordered that she serve 4 years probation, the terms of which, as we've mentioned, she ended up violating, which is why she is here. And again, she will be released sometime today. Actually, we just heard in about 30 minutes. So Johnson will have to wear a GPS monitoring device and serve another 4-year probation term. We will be seeing her here coming out of this door here shortly, and we're going to see if she has anything to say to the media. Back to you. Well, they told us they're going to give us a heads up, so I'll give you a heads up.
Stay in that box.
All right, for those of you just joining us on Elizabeth Johnson Watch, we have gotten word from the Sheriff's Department that Elizabeth Johnson will be released at 8:30, so in about 13 minutes she will be released. Elizabeth Johnson is the Tempe mother who allegedly gave her son away to a couple in Texas and is behind bars. Now that baby and that story became infamous. The child became known as baby Gabriel, and despite exhaustive searches in Texas, he has never been found. Now the case stretches back to 2009 when prosecutors say Johnson took Gabriel to Texas. When the boy was just 8 months old, she first told Gabriel's father that she had killed the little boy, then later claimed she gave him to a San Antonio couple. Elizabeth Johnson refused to give out any information about that couple, and Gabriel has never been found. She served 5 years in prison and was ordered to serve 4 years probation. She violated her probation and, as a result, has been in jail. She will be released at 8:30 this morning. And for those of you just tuning in, Elizabeth Johnson expected to walk out any minute now. According to officials, she was scheduled to leave jail at 8:30. It is now 8:31. So again, her release could be any minute now.
Did you leave him with an adoption agency, the couple? Did you kill baby Gabriel? Did you kill baby Gabriel?
Yeah, I gotta go.
Where is that child?
It's been years. Say something, Elizabeth.
You're not going to say anything about your own son?
Well, there you can see
You
the
won't
taxi
say
tried
anything.
to take off here. Elizabeth Johnson having absolutely
So
nothing.
Elizabeth Johnson.
Not saying anything, covering her face, everyone. Sorry, I'm on Facebook Live right now. Covering her face, wouldn't say anything to us. We don't know where she's going. She can go back to New Mexico where she's living now if she wants to, but she's going to be monitored with a GPS, an ankle bracelet, so that people and authorities can track wherever she is. So here she is in this taxi driving away. We're not sure where she's going, but she's going to have to behave herself or she'll have to serve time in prison next time. Back to you.
Once again, she is the woman who was just
violation of federal parole, being traveling stage
traveled without her time of parole.
notified probation officer, and she also was
What did she just say? Oh gosh. What did she tell us? What did she say? We're doing a hit at the 9, right?
9, if you want them to re-rack, call it EMG. So call EMG, tell them to re-rack when she first came out, and then we were chasing her to the parking lot. I'll see how I look.
Yeah.
All right, there goes our food. We're going to take you live now to Saudi Arabia where President Obama is leaving. Oh, looks like we've gotten our feedback, so we'll hold on this.
Switched over to my second car, too.
Although it looks like we won't be getting it. I mean, Elizabeth Johnson's already left. Actually, in case you missed it, here is Elizabeth Johnson being sworn.
Mother, as a mother,
Any comment for people, Elizabeth?
why don't
Is he coming to meet you?
Why can't you say who you dropped your son off with? Aren't you ready to talk?
Did you just drop her off down?
All right, there goes our replay of the feed. Let's go back now to Saudi Arabia, where President Obama is departing. All right, guys, now you're looking at a campaign event for Hillary Clinton from Hartford, Connecticut. This was just sent to us. Obviously, we cut out of the other feed. No longer bringing you Obama and Saudi. This is Hillary Clinton in Hartford, Connecticut.
It's because of the people on this stage, so we don't have to continue to add seats. And that is why I'm here today. So it is my absolute honor to introduce to you the next president of the United States, Hillary Clinton.
Thank you. Thank you all so much. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Wow. Well, I am really honored to be here back in Hartford. I am so grateful to each of these panelists and so many in the audience who, like me, are determined that we will do whatever we can to save lives in America. On average, 90 people a day die from gun violence. That is 33,000 people a year. A year. If anything else were killing 33,000 Americans a year, you can bet we would be fully mobilized, doing everything we possibly could to save lives. I'm really proud that your leaders here in Connecticut have shown the way, and I want to thank Governor Dan Malloy, who is here, Lieutenant Governor Nancy Wyman, who is here, your young mayor, who is a friend of my daughter's, which of course makes that even better for me, with his daughter who is here. Thank you, Mayor Bronin, and thank you to everyone. I want to also call out Reverend Henry Brown for his leadership as well. Yes. I know how hard it was to do what Connecticut's governor and legislature did after Sandy Hook. So I am not here to make promises I can't keep. I am here to tell you I will use every single minute of every day, if I'm so fortunate enough to be your president, looking for ways that we can save lives, that we can change the gun culture. It is just too easy for people to reach for a gun to solve their problems. It makes no sense. And we can do this consistent with the Second Amendment. We can do this with the support of responsible gun owners. And that is exactly what we will do. And I want you to know that I know I don't have all the answers. You will hear from the panelists today, both about their personal experiences and about what they are doing to organize in their communities and across the nation to come up with common sense gun safety reforms. I'm advocating for comprehensive background checks, closing every one of the loopholes, the gun show loophole, the online loophole, what's called the Charleston loophole. You know, under the gun laws, you are entitled to get the gun you want to buy after 3 days, whether or not the background check is completed. And the reason it's called the Charleston loophole is that the young killer in Charleston went to get that gun, came back 3 days later, the background check wasn't completed, but under the law, the seller had no choice but to sell the gun. 24 hours later, they learned he never should have been able to buy the gun because of his record. But he took that gun, and he went to that venerable church in Charleston during a Bible study, and he was invited in and ended up murdering 9 people. I was in Philadelphia yesterday. There were 12 shootings in Philadelphia just over the weekend, 4 deaths, a police officer shot and injured, and a 4-year-old girl killed when her father was playing with his loaded gun. Because in that 33,000 deaths every year, there are homicides, to be sure, and there are suicides. And there are tragic avoidable accidents
Too many of them, including children, who find that loaded gun. So it is with incredible gratitude to the people you're about to hear from that I ask you to please join us in this effort. I'm raising it everywhere I go because we need a national movement. The gun lobby is the most powerful lobby in Washington. You can talk about Wall Street, drug companies, insurance companies, big oil. They're all powerful, don't get me wrong. Nobody is more powerful than the gun lobby because they have figured out how to intimidate elected officials at all levels who basically just stop thinking about this problem because they're too scared to stand up to the NRA. That's why what happened here in Connecticut really needs to be a model, to stand up and then fight for what you have done politically and convince a majority of people to stay with you. That's what we have to do in Washington and nationally. We have to turn this into a voting issue. So we're now going to hear from the panelists, and I've asked each of them to talk about their personal story, but also to share their ideas about what could be done. We have a really good, diverse panel. And then if we have time when we finish, I would love to hear from people in the audience too. Erica?
My name is Erica Smigelski, and my mom, Dawn Lafferty Hochsprung, was the principal that was murdered in the Sandy Hook school shooting in December of 2012. That's not how my story should start. That's not how anyone's story should start. Prior to that day, I was one of those people that didn't have gun violence on my radar. I would see about a shooting in the news and think, wow, I'm really glad that doesn't happen here. And then I woke up one day, and not only did it happen in my state, and not only did it happen in a school, it was my family. I have been advocating for common sense gun laws since very shortly after that. And I encourage and I ask and I plead with every one of you to join me in this fight. Kim asked me about an hour ago, what keeps you going, Erica? What keeps you motivated? And I didn't have an answer. It's just such a multifaceted issue. It's not only about my mom anymore. It was that for a very long time for me. Something horrible happened to my mom, and I need to do this for her. But the reality is my mom was murdered, and she is not coming back no matter how hard I fight and how much I put into, activating, local networks and how much I organize. There's nothing I can do to bring her back. What I can do is stand up and use my voice and use my story to motivate other people to get up and use their voice and share their stories and come together around this issue. Gun violence knows no bounds. I learned that the hard way. I'm asking each of you to get involved before you have to learn the hard way. It can happen anywhere at any time. It's not just about Sandy Hook anymore. The reality is that I'm the minority here. Mass shootings are the minority. What we need to focus on is the everyday gun violence that plagues our cities and plagues our streets and plagues our towns. We need to find a way to stop that, and I'm promising you this now. I will be here with you fighting this fight, doing absolutely everything I can, not only to elect our next president, but to stop the gun violence that has such a serious impact on everyone's lives. Thank you so much for joining us today. I really, really appreciate it.
Good morning, and thank you everyone for being here. Thank you, Secretary, for the invite and for having the energy and commitment and desire to take on this challenge. I'm here to speak on behalf of the young men and women here in Hartford, Connecticut. I was born and raised here in Hartford. I am currently the director of Compass Peace Builders, which is a youth outreach program in the city of Hartford. My story is like many stories that you will learn about as you go throughout your mission, your days, and whatever your purpose is. You will learn about men like me who overcame some of these obstacles. My first true interaction with a gun was at the hands of a police officer when I was probably 9 years old. Unfortunately, my mom had become a drug dependent and a drug dealer. When the officers came to do their job, they came into the house, put a gun to my mom. That was my first time ever remembering a gun. My life throughout my journey took on different things, so I became a statistic. I became an inmate, a federal inmate, became homeless here in the city of Hartford, and I found a home in prison. Upon going through all of these things, I decided that the best way for me to survive was to become part of my society, become what my community was at that time. So I joined local gangs, and eventually I spent almost 17 years of my life wasting away with a family on the streets that all we were looking for was to belong to something. At one point I got opportunity. I got opportunity to change my life. I got opportunity to actually be exposed to other options, for people to provide the resources that I needed to get my life together. And once I did that, I vowed that I would go back and bring as many brothers and sisters from the same struggle with me, because I know that once we have the opportunities, we will and want to change. See, I'm going along and I'm going through this process, and at some point, my brother, who had gone through the same fight, he had become my father to me. My father wasn't in the picture. He was my older brother. He had become my mentor, my savior. And as he was going through his struggles, he decided to change his life. And here I am, a peace builder, building peace in the community with many of the other folks I know in this room that do the same work. And out of the blue, January 13th, I get a phone call that my brother's been murdered by the same gang that I dedicated my life to. My mind skipped for a second, and I wanted to revert back to what I knew I could do on the streets. I thought a minute and I said to myself, if I do that, I'm not only tarnishing my brother, I'm also setting my life back to where I was. So I continued forward, and I've met hundreds of dedicated men and women in this city that are giving everything they have to get through to these young people. But when you are in the situations that we're in and you're living the life that you're living, eventually you make these decisions, and then you infuse guns and the access of guns to these young people who may act out of impulse and pain and sadness. The mix is what you see. 400 people is what I heard recently while we were having a discussion in the inner cities that have lost their lives throughout the state of Connecticut. 400 young people that didn't make it through to be where I am sitting today. So I'm here for those voices, because I believe that if we start providing the necessary resources and interrupt these young people before they make these decisions, it's not just simply about talking about it in an office. We have to support these programs and systems that are out there day and night, overnight, all of the time, in the lives of these young people. So when I was invited to do this, thank you so much, I couldn't do anything else but come up here and not speak about me. This is not about me. I understand where I am, and I understand my soul is at peace. But there are kids out there whose souls are trapped and they need us, and they need these laws, and they need this control so we can get their attention and save them from themselves. Thank you.
Before I turn to Kim, I just want to amplify and underscore what Iran said. As I believe, Iran, you ended up in foster care, right? Along with your brothers and sisters. And you said something that is so important for people to hear. You know, joining a gang is like having a family. It's feeling like you're part of something bigger than yourself. So we're either going to have gangs that murder and rob and do the things that are so destructive to the gang members and to the community, or we're going to have positive gangs. We're going to have positive alternatives for young people. We spend a whole lot of money dealing with the consequences of young folks not having a place to be that feels like it's going to protect them, support them, guide them, instead of trying to reverse the incentives to support more young people to be able, at an earlier stage in their lives, to make the decision that Iran made. And so I hope that as part of this discussion, we really look hard at the arc here of what happens to young people who, for whatever combination of reasons, find themselves without a supportive environment, a family structure, a community that's able to have the resources to support them. That is a big part of what we have to do if we're going to be serious about addressing gun violence, because as Erica said, the terrible mass shootings that we know sadly all too well, whether it's Sandy Hook or Charleston or the movie theater in Aurora or the community college in Oregon, and there's a very long list, they still represent a minority of the gun violence deaths. Most of those affect young African American and Latino men. In fact, the leading cause of death for young African American men, more than the next 9 causes combined, is gun violence. So we've got to look at this from several different perspectives simultaneously, and changing the situations that so many young people find themselves in that lead them to feel that having that gun, having that sense of protection, being in that gang is about as good as it can get for them, is a big part of how we address this. And we need more young men and women like Iran who are willing to step up and say they are ready to try to help. And I really thank you for that. Kim.
I would like to introduce myself. My name is Kimberly Washington. I am representing New Haven, Connecticut, Mothers Demand Action. I have some members and mothers that are in the audience that I brought with me today. And I had to change my schedule today because I thought it was an honor to be here sitting next to Hillary Clinton, who I'm voting for, just so everybody knows. And it was an honor to get the call from Richard and Rachel. I'm not going to talk long because I could sit up here and talk all day, and I think everybody knows that time is valuable. The reason why I'm here today, I do not have children, but I work with high school students every single day for over 20 years. I have an example that's right next door to my home. 2 young brothers who were assumed to be in a gang, but these two young men were not in a gang. One of the brothers was shot and killed. The other brother lived and has a bullet still lodged in his brain. This is something that I have to see every single morning, every single day. I pull in my driveway, I pull out my driveway. I see his parents, I see his siblings. The young man who has the bullet still lodged in his head, he's not the same. He was a student at the high school where I work. His life has changed. His friends have changed. I wanted to start something in the city of New Haven, Greater Hampden area, because I said, I can't sit down and watch our young children killing one another every single day. I think we all have to make a stand one day in your life when you say, I have had enough, and you need to stand up and say, I'm going to do something. I have some parents, I have some mothers who will not be able to talk. But as long as I'm here and I'm able to talk, I'm going to stand up for them. And like Erica said, New Haven, we got Sandy Hook every day. Sandy Hook was a tragedy with young adults. I can get emotional at times, but I'm not going to do that today because of time. But what I would like to say in closing, for all the people that came out today, you need to think about it could be someone in your family that this could happen to. And also, I need to share this information. I lost my mother 5 years ago to breast cancer. Unfortunately, there were so many killings going on in the city of New Haven. I was dealing with my mom gone. I can't talk to her anymore. But I was also dealing with mothers who were hurting because they were losing children. So I may not have had a child, but I know how it feels to lose someone who you really, truly love. And I know one thing, like I said before, I'm going to do something about what's going on in our community. I'm going to take a stand. And I'm not going to sit down. As long as I got breath to breathe, I'm going to be standing for some mothers in the city of New Haven, the state of Connecticut, and around the world. Thank you very much.
Deborah Davis, and I am too so honored to be here sitting next to our next president of these United States of America. First, I want to take a moment because I'm not by myself. I'm here with so many individuals that have lifted up the cause. Reverend Brown, Pastor Saylor, Mrs. Beckman, Alicia, her mom, all are foot soldiers. And I say foot soldiers. They're at the front doors when we lose young ones, no matter what the age, no matter what the cause. Yes, we are on the front line for gun violence, but more importantly, we're on the front line to help save some lives. And this is the area where I know that everyone can take a stand. I want to thank Governor Malloy, who I helped sign the legislation for some of our tougher laws in the state of Connecticut. And I want to thank all of the individuals that have called someone, said something nice to someone along the way, because this pain never goes away. Philip was 20 years old when I lost him, and he was my shining star. He was my future doctor, lawyer, engineer. He had a purpose in life. Philip was the best toddler in the world. He taught me how to run. He kept me on my feet. Philip had an energy that whenever anyone was around him, they would soak some of his goodness. And he was a reader. And he had a great love for books and people and what they would do. At every one of Philip's jobs, he worked at Home Depot, he worked at Geisler's, all of the jobs, everyone told me he was such a good young man. He listened, he was obedient, he didn't mind taking orders. And all of his friends knew that Philip had something to offer, because they soaked it out of him. Philip is reading this book this day. He's reading that book this day. And when I looked in his apartment and saw what he was reading last, he had the book of all the countries in Africa. So he wanted to know about his culture. He wanted to know where he was from. He wanted to know all of these things. And he wanted to know how many languages people spoke. And this was not just Africa, this was the world. And I started to go through his entire array of books. And I thought to myself, that's what I'm going to start doing as well. Making certain that young people had access to books. And I think that one of the most important things in losing a child is not standing still. We cannot carry our pain. Our pain is a day-to-day. Every day I tell people, and they look at me and they say, oh, you look great. I said, but you can't see my inside. You can't feel my pain. You don't see my tears. You don't see when I sit at my table or I go to look for him. You don't see that. You don't understand that. That's a separate pain. That's a pain that a mother, a father, a sister, a brother. One that when I talk about, my emotions start to take away. One that when I talk about, I know that if I stood still, I would not be doing the job that I know that God would want me to do. It is not easy to sit here. Yes, we're in great company, and I want to see some more laws change across this country because the guns are too readily available. I want to see everyone in this state, everyone across the country, start to take hold of their legislators and start to talk about how can we prevent these guns from coming into the inner city. And yes, this is an epidemic. It is an epidemic. The inner city, it is an epidemic. And it's a day-to-day fight that we have to do. And so in that fight, we have to find people that are willing to come together and to take hold. Because Philip left his sister here who was looking for him and wanting him every day. He left his older sister. They may not say much, but I feel their pain. And as a mother, I have to help carry their pain. But today we have an opportunity, a real opportunity, to elect someone who will help to bring everything to fruition that the mothers cry for. Take the guns off the street. Make them less accessible to our children. Let our children come home. And not let, because he has a better, maybe, looking girlfriend. He has better sneakers. These are things that we deal with in an inner city. Oh, he talks a little different. So he may not be one of us. So let me try to fit in. We have so many other ailments that we deal with that I think and I know that that needs to be brought to the forefront. This is a fight that we all can fight. Mothers across the country, everywhere. We've lost children walking to school, innocent bystanders. We've lost children standing on front porches, innocent bystanders. We've lost children being at a party, just looking at a person wrong. We have to start to work with these young people, as my friend mentioned, that they carry so much inside of them. We have to start to help on the forefront. And we're going to have to do more than just speak about it. We're going to have to act and take charge. Because we have more work to do. We have more work to do because we want the next generation to live and live and live. We want to see them become individuals that they are. We bring great children into this world, and we want to see that fulfilled. So let's continue to stay on the front line and that battlefield, which is really what it is, and keep fighting, not just for our communities, but for our families and for our children, because we all have to come together. Thank you.
You know, there's 6 chairs on this panel, but the reality is that we could fill it with 1,000 chairs, and it still wouldn't be enough to represent the number of people who are impacted by gun violence only in Connecticut. And while it seems like so many people started paying attention after Sandy Hook, I'm from here. I went to school down the street at Quirk Middle School, so I know that this was an issue before, and I deeply recognize the number of lives we've lost even after. I'm representing my husband as well, who couldn't be here due to work, but I thought it would be best to represent my feelings and what I wanted to say in a letter to my son, who is now 11, and his name is Isaiah. Dear Isaiah, do you remember the day we told you what happened? We told you that you would need to be very, very brave. We prayed together that night as a family like we had every other night of your life. You sobbed, you shook, we all did. But we told you, and though we walk through the valley of the shadow of death, we would not fear. Thy rod and thy staff would always comfort us. And while it is true that we've been comforted, we recognize that we also have a responsibility to do whatever we can to speak out and end gun violence. 3.5 years later, through our nonprofit, we've raised money for an endowed scholarship at Western so that students can go and have access to college. Through our nonprofit, the Honor Grace Project, did I say it was over $100,000? That's a big deal. That is a big deal. Tomorrow, we are sending 75 students from a New Britain public school on a college tour to Central Connecticut State University. And I'm going to start with a very simple exercise. I want the students, when they come and they're greeted by me, to have a piece of paper and write down the names of 2 adults in their lives that they know they can count on in times of joy and in times of crisis. And my hope is by the end of the day, they'll be able to write 1 more name on that list, that they would know that there are adults in their lives who care about them. Isaiah, it's very important that your mom speak up today. Your mom is from here. Your mom knows the sound a mother makes when she hears her child is dead from gun violence. It is the same sound in New Haven or New Britain Darien or Danbury, Sandy Hook or Hartford. But the support received afterwards may not be the same. And we have to address that. We have to address that rights do not come without responsibility. I'm concerned about gun violence. I'm concerned about our mental health programs and the devastating cuts that are happening right now as we speak. Gun violence isn't only about the gun. Gun violence is about community. And like the other panelist says, where can our kids go after school? Governor Malloy, I know that your job must not be easy and you have to make really hard choices. But I encourage and want to reach out, and if there's any way I can work with you, I put myself on the line. I'm concerned about the deep cuts to social services. I really am. And I know you are too, because that was the first thing you said to me when you met me at Newtown High School. You talked about mental health. So I know it's also on your heart. I can't imagine what you have to deal with over there at the governor's office. There's hard choices, but I just had to say that to you. I'm sorry. You know, I can't tell my son to be brave in a letter if I'm not brave. So I came today knowing I would be the subject of ridicule and ire, online harassment and abuse, and knowing that people would make mean comments like, oh, there goes Hillary using those Sandy Hook families. And you know, I have to tell you something. I've been with my husband. My husband and I were high school sweethearts. I went to Hartford High and he went to Bloomfield High. We've been together for a long time. And you can ask my husband if anybody can move me or him, and he will tell you no. So I'm here because it's important. Be bold, be courageous, for the Lord your God is with you wherever you may go. Madam Secretary, on behalf of our family, I saw your schedule. I looked up your schedule before I came here, and I don't know how you're doing this. I don't know. Actually, I do know. I know that God is with you. I heard your daughter speak, and I have to tell you, I was so impressed with Chelsea. She seems like such an amazing young woman. And I don't know why you've chosen to take on this issue of gun violence. You've been the subject of such vicious attacks, and I have to tell you, one of the things my daughter said to me before she died was, don't let them suck your fun circuits dry, Mom. On this journey, Madam Secretary, to the White House, because that's where you're going, I encourage you, we are praying for you, and don't let them suck your fun circuits dry.
I think that sounds like a pretty good campaign slogan. You know, Nelba asked, you know, why I'm so passionate about this. And I think it's just the accumulation over now about 25 years of being in too many rooms with too many people who have lost someone they loved to gun violence. And how it just doesn't make sense to me. I find it absolutely indefensible, the arguments that are made by people who will not accept responsibility for what is going on in our country. And so I feel so privileged to be here with the panelists and to know that there are others in this audience today who have gone through similar experiences and maybe even transformations about how one thinks and how dedicated you've become to trying to save lives, because that's really what it comes down to. The last time I saw Nelba, she gave me the book that she and her daughter, Anna Grace, had been reading the night before Anna Grace went to school at Sandy Hook, and asked me to read that book to my granddaughter. And I cannot tell you how extraordinarily generous that was, Nelba. And I want all of you to understand that certainly I know from Erica and Nelba and many others, when you take a stand against gun violence and against the gun lobby, you are subjected to some of the most vile harassment on the internet that you can imagine. It is beyond decency. Erica found that out when she began to stand up and speak out. There is an organized effort, again, to intimidate, to silence. Just go back and, quit worrying about it. These things happen. And I give both Erica, Nelba, and everyone else who withstands that kind of viciousness, great credit for their tenacity and resilience. So make no mistake about it, this is not some kind of, free opportunity for any of the panelists. They've put themselves in the public, some for the first time, on a national level. And it's important that those of us who want to support them stand up for them. I also just want to really summarize for me the various aspects of this epidemic we are facing. Some, as Iran and Kim said, have deep roots that need to be tended so that young people have other options. Some are rooted in the mental health system, which still just doesn't do the job that needs to be done in removing the stigma associated with seeking mental health treatment, educating family members, educators, and others in communities to identify those who may need help and not feeling as though you shouldn't interfere. If you saw someone suffering a heart attack, you would interfere. You see someone suffering from untreated mental health, people back off. We know that there has been a concerted effort to try to undermine the real life experiences of people who speak out. Blame the victim, blame the victim's mother, blame the victim's family, blame the victim's neighborhood. Find somebody to blame instead of saying, you know what, we just have too many guns in this country in the wrong hands. And we have to address it. Now, the last time that the gun lobby was taken on, some of you remember, was when my husband was president, and we did get the Brady bill after enormous political effort. And, it's always hard to prove a negative, but more than 2 million purchases have been denied because people were not eligible to buy a gun and therefore were prohibited from doing so. We also know that because of pressure from the gun lobby, we can't even prohibit additional people. Once we got the Brady bill, it's been hard to get anything else. So despite the best efforts, we cannot prohibit people who are on the terrorist watch list from buying guns in America. If you are too dangerous to fly, you are too dangerous to buy a gun, and the Congress should stand up and act to prevent that. And then, of course, we have one of the worst problems of all, which is the Congress passing the special protection from immunity law that shields gun manufacturers and sellers from the same standard of care not to behave negligently and recklessly. And we had a vote on that. I was in the Senate. I voted against it. My opponent, Senator Sanders, voted for it. And what that has done is to basically prevent anyone, like families from Sandy Hook, like families from the Aurora movie theater murders, from trying to inject some common sense requirements that people who make and sell guns be held to. So I'm not underestimating the road we have ahead of us, but we gotta be absolutely committed to starting down that road together. And we need to have a very big tent, because all the people you see before you represent so many others, tens of thousands of others across our country. And I am absolutely determined that we will make this into an issue that cannot be ignored. And we have to stand together in order to get the kind of action that we are seeking. Let me just quickly ask if the governor, the mayor, Reverend Brown, if you would want to add anything, and then if anyone else would like to, if we have a microphone that we can take to, here comes one, that we can use so that people have the chance to say something. You want to stand up too, Governor? Yeah, it'll work.
There we go. Is that on? Thank you, Secretary, for being here, and to the panelists, thank you very much for sharing the tragic stories that you've all related to. This is a tough issue, and it's comprehensive in nature. I think the reality is that Connecticut stands as a strong example of a state that responded, and there are another handful of states that have responded in a similar way, but unfortunately too many states have not. And unfortunately, the protections that you just referenced that have been given to the gun industry is a protection that defeats safe gun technology. If this industry was treated like every other industry in America, we wouldn't have the problem we have today. And Connecticut has a long history in armaments. There's no doubt about it. We were the provision state for the American Revolution, in fact. But our legal system has been used in America to make us safer every single day. In our state, we also are a pharmaceutical state. That's an industry that spends hundreds of billions of dollars to create products that make people safe, or better, or heal. And yet they're subject to a testing system and a legal system that makes them stronger and better, and yet people that served in the House that you served in voted to give this industry protection that it doesn't deserve. So I just want to say we're with you. We want to see you as our president, and we're all in this room doing everything we can to make sure that happens. God bless you.
Madam Secretary, I just
want
to thank you so much for coming to Hartford, and to coming to the north end of Hartford, to Albany Avenue. it means a lot. And the conversation has focused on an issue that is profoundly important to our city and our community. As Erin said, it's one part of a bigger set of challenges we face. And I just wanted to say that one of the reasons that I think it's so important that we elect you to the White House is not just your stance on gun control and common sense reform, but also that you understand we have to invest in communities. We have to invest in our cities again. We have to invest in jobs. As Erin said, one of the things that drives people to gangs or to crime is that they don't have anything to belong to and they don't feel hope, and there are far too many people in our city of Hartford who don't feel hope. And so we are, I think all in this room, deeply hopeful that your heart and your commitment in the White House will help return a focus, or at least continue President Obama's focus on communities like Hartford's, on the importance of investing in job growth, the importance of supporting cities like Hartford that have a promise zone and making that promise real. So thank you very, very much to Madam Secretary for being here.
Reverend Brown.
Thank you, Madam Clinton. And yeah, I do believe that you will be our next president, and I really do. I speak truth. Since Sandy Hook, we have had 66 deaths in Hartford. And the thing that bothered me out of this journey that I've been on, that God has put me on, is the lack of equality of the resources that it's shared with people in this fight. Sandy Hook deserved everything they got. But how about the people in Hartford when they love their loved one? We can say and we can talk all we want to talk. But we have had mothers and families that have to stand up on the corners and beg people for dollars. But yet and still we can see that our economy poured millions of dollars into Newtown. And mothers are asking me, why? Why do their children matter and my children don't matter? Until we equal this playing field, we can talk about changing gun violence all we want. This is not a white race battle. This is not a black race battle. This is a people battle. And as long as we are separated, we are never going to win. So my question to you, our next president of the United States of America, is how are we going to equal the playing field so that everybody is treated equally? That's my question.
Good one. That is absolutely one of the most important questions that have to be asked and hopefully answered. We do have increasing inequality in America, economic inequality to be sure, but also educational inequality, healthcare inequality, inequality in the criminal justice system, inequality in the correction system, inequality that has really taken root in a lot of places in our country in ways that are particularly damaging to young people. And I believe, my first job out of law school, I went to Yale Law School in New Haven. My first job was to go to work for the Children's Defense Fund. And my mentor and friend, Marion Wright Edelman, who started the Children's Defense Fund, who worked with Dr. King and worked with Bobby Kennedy and really understood that the civil rights movement had to focus on children and figure out how we were going to level the playing field and increase the odds for kids. That is still at the heart of what I believe we have to do, and it will be my mission as president, because I think every child deserves a chance to live up to his or her God-given potential. And until we believe that, we're not going to be the country we should be. I have said for many years, not just in this campaign, that disparities in housing, in education, in resources, in communities stunts the potential of so many children. We will never know what might have been, because those children are not given the same chance as my granddaughter is and will have. And so part of what I want us to really think about is what we're going to do to put resources where they are needed most. You know, I want to be the president for the struggling and the striving. I want to be the president who figures out how we do finally provide more resources, starting with early childhood education and universal pre-kindergarten, all the way through elementary and secondary school. And I want to be a good partner, Kim, with our teachers and our educators who are on the front lines and deserve our support, not being scapegoated, because so many of the problems they deal with are problems that we refuse to address in our society and our political system. And I want to say a very special word about the foster care system. When children are removed from a home and put into the foster care system, I believe they become all of our children. Because in effect, the state is acting for us. They're saying, as in Iran's case, your mother can't take care of you, or there's been some other problem. When I was at Yale Law School, that was one of the first cases I ever worked on, was how to provide more fairness and support for kids in the foster care system. And when I was First Lady, I worked with one of the most partisan Republicans in the House, a man named Tom DeLay from Texas. He and I had nothing in common other than we wanted to improve the foster care and adoption system, so we worked together. And I want to be sure that these children don't get lost, that they don't have a worse situation after they're taken from their homes than they did inside their homes, because that is often what they feel like, and in many cases, what the reality is. And then let's go back and emphasize mental health again. We have got to have more mental health, and particularly for children and teenagers who very often get lost in the system, often ending up in jail or prison, not because they are hardcore criminals, but because they have untreated mental health problems that have caused them to act out, have caused them to run afoul of the law. And I have a sort of vision in my head about how we can do more. And Mayor, the Promise Zone idea is so promising as long as it delivers resources that produces results for our kids. And I wanted Iran to maybe add some of his thoughts about all of this.
Oh, thank you. What I realized, and again, what most of us who are working in this community realize, is that as you mentioned earlier, Madam Secretary, about the lack of resources and supports to these communities, what we're seeing is that our young people are in crisis mode all the time. This issue of when a child eventually pulls a gun on someone, that's a culmination of all of these different traumas and all of these different things that they haven't had, whether it's mental health supports or a father or food to eat or any of these things. And these things are happening all day, all night, into the wee hours of the morning, etc. So as a solution, the services need to be available 24 hours, 7 days a week until we find the balance, right? To find the balance, and we get these young people to understand exactly what their potential is. Because in the meantime, if they're hungry at 3 o'clock in the morning and you're expecting them to go to school the next morning and function, you got another thing coming. If you expect them to not pull the trigger because they didn't eat last night, you're sadly mistaken. They're going to release their pain and their suffering in one way or the other. So this is a movement that is not only about gun violence, it's not only about being able to reduce the amounts of guns that come into the city, it's also about having kids know that their options are available all of the time. That at any time they're struggling, someone, anyone that cares for them is going to step forward and say, don't worry about it. I've got your back. That's what I'm thinking about.
Great, thank you. Yes, sir. Yes, right, right. Here comes, well, they'll bring a microphone, I think. We have a microphone somewhere. Here it comes. It's coming up behind you, sir.
Welcome to Hartford, Connecticut. More specifically, welcome to the 06120, the poorest zip code in the state of Connecticut, where I steal a phrase from Reverend Brown, where we live on a proverbial deathbed. And I know what that means. Being a pastor, I go to the bedside of folk who are at the end stages of life and look into their eyes and talk to them about their issues, and some of them are ready. Some of them are hopeless about their current situation and don't see any way out. And week in and week and out, we hear about the deaths of our children. It was a sunny day like today, October 20th, 2012. We're having our annual cake fest at my church. It was a good day to be a pastor. Members are around the church, community are around eating our chili dogs and just laughing about the community. I left them there and went home feeling good about being a pastor, doing the right things, being there for my children. I didn't get a call from my...
All right, everyone, we're going to break into this Hillary Clinton. We have some breaking news just announced in the newsroom. TMZ reporting it just about 5 minutes ago, this article coming out. Prince, the singer Prince, dead at the age of 57. I'm going to go ahead and pull up this TMZ article for you so you guys can have all the details that I am getting in right now. Again, this is very preliminary information. This was initially reported from TMZ. So let me go ahead and pull this up for you, and we will give you all the information you need to know. All right, guys, this is the
poorest zip
article
code
from
in the state of
Prince dead at
Connecticut,
57.
where
According to TMZ,
I steal a
Prince's
phrase
body
from
was
Reverend
discovered
Brown,
at his
where
Paisley Park compound in
we live
Minnesota
on the
early this
proverbial
morning.
deathbed.
Multiple sources connected to the singer
I know what that
confirmed
means.
he has
Being a
passed away.
pastor, I
The
go
singer,
to
whose full
the
name is Prince
bedside
Roger
of folk who
Nelson,
are
had a
at the
medical
end stages
emergency
of
on
life
April
and
15th that forced
look
his
into their
private jet to
eyes
make
and
an
talk to them
emergency
about their
landing in
issues, and
Illinois.
some of them are
But he
ready.
appeared at a concert the next
Some
day
of them
to
are
assure his
hopeless
fans
about
he
their
was
current
okay.
situation
His
and
people told
don't see
TMZ
any
that
way
he was
out.
recently battling the flu.
And
Here's
week
an
in
image
and
of
week
him.
and
I'll go
out,
ahead and move my
we hear
picture
about
so
the
you can
deaths
see
of our children.
this image of
It was a
Prince
sunny day
on
like today,
stage
October 20th,
just
2012.
5 days ago.
We're having our annual
Prior to
cake
his most
fest at my
recent appearance,
church.
however, Prince had
It
canceled
was a
two
good
shows
day
due
to be a
health
pastor.
concerns. Prince
Members
began
are around the
becoming an
church,
international
community
superstar
are
in
around eating our
1982,
chili dogs and just
24
laughing about
years
the
ago.
community. I left them there and went home feeling good about being a pastor, doing the right things, being there for my children.
All right, guys, I apologize for that. It looks like we were getting some conflicting audio coming in at the same time. So in case you did not hear what I just said, again, TMZ reporting Prince dead at the age of 57. They just posted this 5 minutes ago. I want to go ahead and read this article to you again once more. The artist known as Prince has died, TMZ has learned. He was 57 years old. He was found at his home in Minnesota early this morning. Multiple sources connected to Prince have indeed confirmed that he has passed away. Now, Prince, whose full name is Prince Roger Nelson, had a medical emergency on April 15th that forced his private jet to make an emergency landing in Illinois. He then appeared at a concert the very next day to assure his fans he was okay. Here's an image from that concert. His people had reported that Prince was battling the flu. Again, prior to his most recent appearance, he had canceled 2 shows due to health concerns. He did become an international superstar in 1982 after his breakthrough album, 1999. Again, guys, just want to break in with breaking news. As you see on the screen from TMZ reporting that the singer Prince is dead at the age of 57. Really unfortunate news for all those Prince fans out there. His body was found in his compound in Minnesota. We're getting preliminary information right now from TMZ. His body was found early this morning, dead at the age of 57. Just last week, he had dealt with some health issues, forcing his plane to land, do an emergency landing in Illinois, but the very next day he went back on stage to ensure his fans that he was okay. Again, this is breaking news. We have very limited information right now. I'm showing you the headlines that are coming in from TMZ. 32 minutes ago, TMZ reported that there was a fatality at his estate, and then just a few minutes ago, they did confirm that it was Prince himself who passed away.
Yeah. I mean, Prince is a unique guy. I mean, it's hard to know what we might call normal, but from reports and people I've talked to, they said he was himself, which is often sort of mysterious. He was doing something, I don't have the exact way it happened, but revealing some type of microphone or musical instrument that night that was covered up. He's always he teases his fans a little bit. That's part of the fun. That's part of the aura around Prince. But they said he seemed exactly like how he always is for these types of overnight parties or overnight concerts, whatever you might want to call them. And yeah, on Twitter, the first tweet after he made this emergency landing, it had a little tongue-in-cheek remark and a little smiley face emoticon, telling people not only am I fine, but haha, let's laugh this off. So I think a lot of people were deeply concerned when they heard the reports about this emergency landing. But I think his behavior, his social media posts, kind of just persuaded people everything was going to be fine. One person who knows Prince quite well and talked to him quite recently, I think as recently as in the last couple days, utterly shocked by what she is hearing today, what TMZ is reporting. Yeah, sort of a contrast to Bob Dylan, say, who sort of just covered up all of his Minnesota roots in many ways, and made some and didn't speak very fondly about Minnesota. Prince is a guy who could live anywhere in the world, and he is choosing Minnesota. Not only choosing Minnesota, choosing this suburb of Chanhassen and having this compound here, where he not only stays here, but he invites the community into his home. I mean, think about that. Prince, this international figure, he's inviting strangers, he doesn't know who these people are, into his home with very little supervision. I can tell you when I was there, it would have been really easy for me to just wander around and check things out. So he took a risk, and he takes risks with his followers, with his fans, and I think that's one reason why people here in Minnesota are so loyal to him, not just because he stayed here, but because he trusts his fans, he embraces his fans, and his artistry above all. He's constantly keeping us guessing, constantly evolving, and he's as we all know, he's sort of this mythical person, but a real human being in Minnesota that we can read about. We can see him perform at the Super Bowl, and then we can show up over the weekend and party with him. It's just I don't know of any other artist like this anywhere else in the world, at least with Prince's stature.
Yes, I do. Yes, I can hear you now. I'm not hearing anything. Okay.
Yeah, it's funny you guys mention what people are tweeting. I'm looking behind the camera here. There's a little grassy hill that overlooks Paisley Park, and the top of the hill, a dozen people right now, and some are looking at Paisley Park, but most right now they're on their phones. They're reading tweets. They're trying to find out what's going on until we hear anything from law enforcement. And we've been on the air for some time now, and still no law enforcement officials coming over here to confirm anything or tell us what's happening next. No. Hard to tell because a lot of the cars that are turning off of 5 onto Audubon, they're turning onto Audubon, so they're turning to come by Paisley Park. But I can also see cars coming from the other direction, not coming from the highway, and there's a significant number of cars coming that direction, driving, below the speed limit as they check out the scene here. I would imagine at some point there's going to be some type of traffic control, maybe some type of road closures or limitations here as this news spreads. I might have a fan here. I might have a fan who wants to talk. One second.
Hello everyone, Ron Hoon, Samia Khan joining you guys for this breaking news. This is just shocking. I came in this morning and everyone was talking about the wrestler China dying.
Yes.
And next thing you know, here we are with Prince's death. And I can't help but think back to June 25th, 2009. That day I was working for an entertainment outlet in Los Angeles, and I was covering Farrah Fawcett's death.
Oh, yeah.
And as I'm in the edit bay working on Farrah Fawcett's piece, I'm on my phone and I see Harvey Levin tweet about Michael Jackson. And then next thing you know, everyone had shifted gears, and that was the talk of the day. And it's just shocking how quickly these two things happened.
It's interesting because we had this reporter. He's out there. I guess Prince has a sort of a compound that's a studio and his home.
Right. Do you want
to
go ahead and pull that up?
Might as well show people what we're talking about because this is breaking literally in the last about 25 minutes. I just heard it in the newsroom, and I just thought I misheard when they said Prince is dead. I
was like, which Prince?
The Prince?
I know.
A Prince? Not Prince the musician.
Right, exactly. I felt the same way. I didn't expect it. And it looks like someone's crying. Oh, I see. One of the fans of Prince.
Yeah.
Now stopping by. Let's go ahead and listen in on this live interview.
Yeah, he's going to wait for them to toss it to him here.
I know, but she already looks so emotional. Obviously, this is hard news to learn about.
Yeah.
Yeah, guys, I'm with one of Prince's big fans here. Heidi, last name Vader. And Heidi, I'm so sorry as we all process this together, but why did you want to be out here?
Because this is where we come to see Prince. This is where Prince lives. This is where we've found so much joy over the years. And I didn't believe anything was true, and I still don't know if it's true.
And I think for people who maybe aren't from Minnesota, they don't understand. This is a guy, he could be living anywhere in the world, and not only does he live in Minnesota, he invites us into his parties. He celebrates us. Was that part of the reason why people like you just look up to him so much?
Well, yes, but I mean, his music has been there for me since 1979, and he's been such an incredible entertainer, and he's one of the best live entertainers ever. And he's given us so much music, and to be able to come here and dance and like we just did Saturday and see him, and it's like nothing else in the world.
The Associated Press, I'm hearing, is confirming that he passed away. I mean, you saw him just on Saturday, you said. How was he doing? What did he look like? What did he say?
He was very humble and gracious and thankful, and he kept thanking Kirk for taking care of him the other day, and he said to save our prayers for when it mattered, or when he really needed them, and he showed us his new piano and his new guitar that he hasn't even played yet, and that's all. I don't know.
Did he seem healthy? Did he seem himself, or how was he?
He seemed himself.
What do you think, now that we are hearing, at least Associated Press reporting that he has passed away, what are people going to be doing? Are people going to be showing up here and celebrating him? How do you see people, at least in today and the next few days, celebrating Prince and all of his art?
Well, today I don't know if celebrate's the right word, but I think a lot of us will be here. A lot of us are already here, and people are going to come and be together and console each other, and I don't know what's going to happen after that. I mean, I still listen to his music almost every single day, and that's not going to stop.
I know there's other fans you'd like to be with right now. Anything else you want people to think about at this moment?
No.
Well, Heidi, thank you for talking to us. I know how hard this was. I appreciate it. And, guys, that is what we're talking about. Those are the kinds of fans that Prince has, this just incredible loyalty to him, this love for him, for who he is here, for staying here, but as you said, more than anything else, they love him for the art, and they're having a hard time processing this, I can tell you that. Yeah. We're gonna go back on in a second.
I gotta get electric then because everything's gonna die here.
You're a big fan? Come out here just when you're in this movie. What? Did you come out here just when you heard? Yeah. I'm actually in school right now. You in Northwestern? No. I'm at Princehas High School. Do you want to go to Northwestern? It's on my list, right? Purple. Would you be willing to, we're on the air right now, just hear a few thoughts about Prince? Yeah. Just kind of what's going through your mind?
All right, guys. Ron Hoon joining me once again. Ron.
Yeah. Hey, Lori.
And, as soon as you get back on screen, it looks like they have another viewer or fan ready to talk. Let's go ahead and listen once again.
This is right out front of Prince's compound.
Yeah.
In Minnesota.
In Chanhassen.
Luke, I'm Ted. What high school do you go to, you say? Chanhassen. Chanhassen. Okay. All right, just give me 1 second.
You okay?
Yeah. Lori?
Right there, the corner of Highway 5 and Audubon, a place that has been
Sorry.
a destination for Prince fans for many, many years. He was known for his promptly
It's a little chaotic. We're on the air with
dance parties here. That he just invited people to come. They would, in some cases, stand in line for hours and hours.
Lori? Yeah, and make sure, are you guys rolling on all this? What's your last name, Luke?
Wing.
Wing? W-I-N-G?
Yeah.
What year? Are you a senior or?
Junior.
Junior, okay. And you grew up in Chanhassen?
Yeah.
Okay.
Let's start a new single.
Okay.
Coming here to pay homage to Prince in his heyday, and he continued this even as he got into his 50s. He would do these parties, all-night parties.
That's exactly it. I think right now fans need to be around other fans, and that's why they're here. I'm with one person right now, Luke Wing, who goes to Chanhassen High School. So you grew up just not far from here, right?
Yep.
And I saw you earlier. You had your hands behind your head. Just, I imagine, total shock right now.
Yeah, I mean, I was in Human Geo, and they were reporting the death, and it's just shocking to lose someone of that great importance. I mean, he completely revitalized the music scene in Minneapolis. I mean, he's single-handedly one of the most influential artists ever, and it's just really shocking.
And you talk about how influential he is as an artist, but he stayed in Minnesota. He kept this compound here. Have you ever had a chance to be inside there?
So that's one of the things I'm so bummed about. I've been in there once, and he didn't actually end up performing, and I wasn't able to go this past Saturday. And so it's kind of like you're missing a legend. You didn't have the chance to see him, and it's going to be a real bummer.
What about artists die and people get upset, but there's something here that I'm just seeing that you don't see with every artist. Why does his art connect with people like you so deeply?
Well, I mean, my musical preference really changed over the past couple of years, so I delved very deeply into older music, and especially Prince. And, you know, the thing about Prince is he was just ingrained in this community. Right across from my neighborhood, he used to own a house, and the property is now, he tore it down, but the property is still open, and so my friends and I will go down there every once in a while, and we just kind of sit there, and it's like there's this presence that Prince has in this area, and you know, everybody knows him throughout the state, but especially when you live within the city where Paisley Park is, it's just something completely different. And he was he was a musical genius.
What do you see people doing today in the next couple of days to honor his legacy? And do you see, you talk about his presence, do you see that staying, and if so, in what form?
Oh, I mean, this is going to be one of the stories that people remember. I mean, it's one of those things that's going to be burned into the memories of people that we lost him. You know, without a doubt, there are plenty of people here to mourn at this time. Obviously, he had such a lasting impact that celebration is without a doubt going to be a part of it, but, you know, that's only a part of the mourning process.
I know you want to be with other fans, but before you go, is there anything else you want people right now at home who are reflecting on Prince and his legacy to think about?
I mean, just that we should be so thankful for the impact that he had on music and on different people's lives, and especially the longevity of his work. I mean, if it's affecting across generations, you know he had something special going. So,
well, thanks for talking to us, Luke, and all the best to you. Okay.
Thanks.
And you know, another example of a Prince fan there, guys. And Luke just walks away and puts his hands behind his head again, in total shock. Something about Prince's art speaking so deeply to people. And as we were talking to him, more and more people showing up on this grassy hill I'm describing to you, overlooking Paisley Park, as people hug each other. They look. A lot of people are taking pictures and video of the scene to remember what is going to be a very sad, momentous day in music history. Back to you. We have to change camera battery, so we're going to be off for a little bit. Okay. Okay, 3 to 5 minutes.
All right, guys, they are covering, or they are switching camera batteries, so we're going to cut out of that shot of Prince's compound in Minnesota and take you guys back to the TMZ article that first broke the news. I mean, TMZ, always on top of this. I know other news outlets waiting to get personal confirmation from publicists before reporting the news. I do want to comment on this because, you know what, TMZ has been fairly consistent when it comes to breaking news like this. Yeah. I still remember Harvey Levin's tweet back June 25th, 2009.
7 years ago now.
June 25th, 2009, seeing that he had first tweeted about Michael Jackson possibly being dead, and then we find out
Yeah.
They indeed had the inside scoop, and now
That's-
we're hearing this really devastating news once again.
That seems hard to believe that it's been 7 years since Michael Jackson died.
It has been, and I was just telling you off camera, watching those fans react
Yeah.
to Prince's death, seeing how emotional they were, especially knowing that Prince was still performing.
Right.
It wasn't like he was sick and we were kind of expecting this. He was performing up until this minute, and I can't help but keep looking back. I have to keep looking back at Michael Jackson, because that summer he was supposed to do his tour at the O2 Arena in London.
Yep.
That
Yep.
summer that he died, I remember speaking to a lot of the fans, the devastated Michael Jackson fans, who were emotional, crying their eyes out at the Hollywood Walk of Fame because they had tickets to that, and he was their everything. And you think about Prince's legacy going back to the 80s, and he has been a part of some people's lives their entire life.
And how many artists, we talk about how cool it is that Taylor Swift, who's probably about the biggest name in music worldwide today,
Right.
that she does these album parties and invites a handful of people to come hang out with her at her house and listen to album
And
parties,
gives them milk
which
and
is so cool.
cookies.
Yes. But here's Prince, who apparently, from what I'm learning, listening to these people talk, opened up his house every Saturday night for people to just come and hang out.
The one in
and
Minnesota.
would frequently,
Let's pull that house up again.
yeah, and would frequently perform as
I mean,
people
that's-
showed up. That guy was just saying, I was in the house once before, but he didn't perform that week. I wish
It's
I'd gone last
crazy.
Saturday. I mean, talk about a community that has to love an icon, and he really was a music icon. Yes, you could, say that it was more, his hits were coming in the 80s and in the 90s.
Right.
But still instantly recognizable, I think, to people anywhere. And at 57, still full of music.
And
It's just
he's
shocking.
Still a huge name, whether he was making new music or not.
Mm-hmm.
If you saw Prince on the street, you would probably freak out. Whether you were a
Sure.
fan of his
Oh,
music or not,
sure.
whether you were around during his generation or not. Because
Right.
I can say factually that most of Prince's hits happened at a time where, I was too young to remember.
Okay.
Let's put it that way.
Yeah.
And still,
Yeah.
he's such an icon. I remember when he made his appearance after the Super Bowl on Fox on New Girl.
Okay.
And how big of a deal it was
Uh-huh.
that Prince had a role in this show, and
Sure.
how hyped it was and how excited everyone was.
Right.
Because he just is that big of an icon. And we're looking at this, we will be looking at this picture momentarily.
I just
and
have,
it's just,
yeah, I know. I have this feeling that if you did that, if you met him walking down the street or however you were describing it, I have this feeling that he would sort of have the persona that we remember from the movie Purple Rain. I think that was one of those movies where he played himself.
Mm-hmm.
And he probably, I think in large part, probably was just sort of had this aura
Right.
and style about him,
Mm-hmm.
that was just always there. So, yeah, you would sort of be like, oh, gosh, do I go up and talk to him?
Right. I do want to let you viewers know, I know more than 1,000 of you guys are already tuning in. If you guys want to go ahead and tweet me, Samia Fox 10, I see some of you already doing so. I have a page up on my screen where I can see all the tweets coming in. We'll start reading your thoughts. I want you guys to share your favorite
Memories.
Prince memory. We'll
Yeah.
read them live on air. We want to hear your thoughts. I see Mike Edwards tweeting us saying that he's just completely shocked, but let us know what your favorite Prince memory is. Obviously, for some of you fans out there, the really diehard Prince fans, this is probably just a very emotional time for you.
Yeah. Well, it's shocking, and I go back to what people have got to be feeling there in the Twin Cities, which I'd never been there, never spent any time there until just a few months ago, and it is such a cool area. And yet, they feel far removed from the media's power, the media centers of the world of New York and L.A. And here's one guy who got very big time and never left him. He stayed true to his
Loyal.
Minnesota roots and had his home there in Chanhassen, which I just had to go look up, is maybe a few miles from the Mall of America. Out there looks like kind of really a pretty area, kind of a woodsy area with some lakes there in Minnesota. And the first word we got about it was about a half hour, by now it'd be about 45 minutes ago, that there were emergency responders going to his estate there, that somebody had died. And within I think a matter of about 8 or 9 minutes, confirmed that the person who had died was Prince himself.
All right, let's go back to that shot of the compound so we can have that in the background as well. We're just switching between these two shots. Oops, they're covering the compound. Since I'm asking the viewers out there what their favorite Prince memory is, or their most memorable Prince memory is, I'd like to ask that same question to you, Ron.
Okay, so I never saw him in person. I would have loved to have done that. But I do have, this is kind of a funny memory, but I remember when his tune When Doves Cry came out. And as you know, my original home is up in Washington State. And I was driving up to see my family up there, my folks. And there's this beautiful spot where you come down out of the hills and you can see the whole Columbia River right in front of you. And it was right about sunset. And that song came on the radio of When Doves Cry. And I just thought, what a great tune, what a performer, what a song, what a view. And it was just one of those moments. I don't know if you're like this. I think it might be because I'm a former DJ.
Right, I figured you'd have a personal connection
Yes,
to Prince.
but I have these musical images in my memory of when I'm listening to a song and driving somewhere, and it's just like there's some, like I remember as a little kid where I was when I first heard Strawberry Fields Forever by the Beatles, driving along the ocean in Oregon. And so I have one of those memories for Prince. I bet a lot of people do.
I bet they do. We're going to read some of your memories in just a second. Make sure to tweet me. In the meantime, we're going to go back to this live feed from Minnesota where it looks like the reporter on hand is speaking to some fans that are just walking by Prince's home. Let's go ahead and listen.
Yeah.
I want to ask that.
Yeah. Do it. Yes. We'd rather be here.
What year are you guys at?
Seniors.
Seniors. Emma, Ellie, Sydney, seniors at Chanhassen.
Yeah, I will. Yeah, you will.
Sydney, are you skipping class?
I might just not go back to school. I'm pretty emotionally distraught right now.
It looks like the reporter is still waiting for him to do his live hit with the show out there in Minnesota, the Fox programming out there. But we did just get the official statement from the publicist. Ron, do you want to go ahead and read that?
Yeah, this is Yvette Noel Schur, who sent this out a few minutes ago, saying it is with profound sadness that I am confirming that the legendary, iconic performer Prince Rogers Nelson has died at his Paisley Park residence this morning at the age of 57. So less than an hour after the story first broke from TMZ, we get the official word of the death of Prince.
Right.
And we're monitoring. It looks like we've got that guy ready to talk.
Let's go ahead and listen in on what the fans are
share
saying.
memories.
We were planning on going to Jimmy John's for the $1 subs, but then we heard about this and we decided to come see what was happening over here and see if it was real.
I think one of you said you were so emotional you don't think you can go back to school. Why do people have such strong feelings for Prince?
I don't know. I grew up in Chanhassen, and so I've always been connected to Prince. And I've been listening to Prince since I was like in my mother's womb. So, and I don't know. This is just so heartbreaking, and I don't know. I just grew up on Prince, so this is really, really crazy and sad.
I mean, Prince is this international artist, this star who performs in the Super Bowl, yet he lives right here in your town. What does that say?
I don't know. It says a lot about him, I guess. I mean, he could live anywhere he wants, and he still lives near where he grew up.
For those who've never been inside Paisley Park, I'm wondering if one of you can just describe what it looks like, what the atmosphere is.
It's just kind of different. There's a lot of purple. Yeah. It's not what you would expect. It's very Prince.
And you know, you guys just got here. We're seeing more fans arrive here. There's this big grassy hill across the street for those who can't see. What do you think this area is going to look like tonight, tomorrow, a few days from now?
So many purple flowers, so much purple, and just so many people who actually cared about his music. And I don't know, he's just leaving a lot of fans behind, so it's really sad. It's going to be crazy. I think it's going to be packed for days to come. Yeah. One time there was a rumor that Prince was in Chanhassen and coming to the restaurant that I work at. And when I was working, there was a ton of fans there. Like, we had to kick some people out, so I can only imagine what this will be like.
And we can't forget his music. I mean, what's the song you want to play right now?
I just want to dance to Erotic City and just
Yes.
Prince. Yeah. Or Seven. I don't know.
With Prince, there's a lot of options, right?
Yes. Yeah. It's too many.
Any other suggestions for people?
Pretty much those two.
Well, thank you all for talking to us. Our condolences, best wishes. We know how we're with everyone we're talking today. We just see how deeply you guys feel for Prince and his music. So thank you for sharing some time with us. We keep hearing the same theme over and over again, guys. It's just Prince was no ordinary star. He was an artist, and an artist never forgot where he came from. Back to you.
Again, guys, you are looking at a live feed of Prince's compound in Minnesota. We can confirm that Prince, the singer, the icon, has passed away this morning. We have the official press release from his publicist. It is with profound sadness that I'm confirming that the legendary, iconic performer Prince Rogers Nelson has died at his Paisley Park residence this morning at the age of 57. There are no further details as to the cause of death at this time. Looks like the reporter on scene has found another fan to talk with. Let's go ahead and listen in.
We just talk like we normally talk about things.
Ted, don't turn your back so much to me.
If Doug's around, I don't know.
Is it confirmed?
Yeah, I'll tell you, Iris Perez has been here for some time, and we've been sharing quite a few hugs, haven't we, Iris?
Yeah, we have.
Iris is a good friend of Prince, knows him quite well. Iris, what's going through your head today?
This is absolutely unbelievable. As you know, Prince is not only one of the most prolific artists of our time, he was a great person who loved Minnesota, who loved the people of Minnesota. This was his home. He had no intention on going anywhere. I mean, I had just been in communication with him on Sunday, and as far as I knew, he was on the up and up, and he didn't want to talk about how he was feeling. He wanted to focus on his music. He wanted to focus on his performance here that night because he wanted to make sure the people here had an experience, and that was what he was all about. He was all about making sure that he left you with an experience that you would never forget, with an experience that left you with, you know, a resonance and a feeling of more than just, you know, a connection that you would have with a musician. And that was what his music was all about. His music will live forever, you know, and I think that people who are people who are heartbroken right now, because trust me, hearts are breaking all over the world right now with this news, they can know that his music, he lives through his music, and there's a variety, a plethora of messages that he left in his music, and one of the most profound messages that he left with all of us was a message of love and a message of something beyond what we experience here. So I think what Prince would want us to feel right now, yes, he would want us to mourn because he knows that he left a lasting impression with us, but he would also want, after that mourning, for us to celebrate his life and celebrate the fact that, you know, he's transitioned and perhaps to something greater, you know. So while my heart is absolutely broken, I am blessed and I feel fortunate to have had some very wonderful memories with Prince Rogers Nelson, and my condolences to his family and those who had the opportunity to be close to him.
You say his full name, Prince Rogers Nelson. We all know Prince, the musician, the artist. What was he like just to be around and have a quiet conversation with?
He was amazing. He left such a lasting impression. I mean, he was funny. I mean, he was so real. You know, I mean, he's so versatile. He's a multifaceted man, but he was a joy to be around. I mean, we did things. We watched movies together, you know, and we watched John Oliver. We watched different things on television. We talked about the news. We talked about celebrities and life and spirituality. He was just an amazing, well-rounded human being, unlike anyone I've ever met.
Why did he choose to stay in Minnesota, and not only stay, but, you know, pick Chanhassen as his home?
You know, that's a really good question. I never got that deep into it. I was just proud, you know. I was proud. I never questioned it because it was something that I was really proud to see. Someone embrace their hometown, embrace this wonderful, beautiful state. And, you know, just like he had said, my hometown, Detroit, was his second hometown. I was happy to make Minneapolis my second hometown. So it was nothing that I ever questioned. But I know he loves Minnesota. He loves the people of Minnesota. And I think he found a lot of peace here. You know, a lot of the riffraff that you would find in a place like New York and LA, he wouldn't have to worry about here. He had a sense of privacy here at Paisley Park in Chanhassen and in Minnesota that he probably wouldn't have found in places like New York and LA.
I got one opportunity to go inside Paisley Park and see him. And what struck me was you walk in and there's no security guards breathing over you. You can kind of do what you want, and how much trust he had for people.
Yeah, because he knew if you acted up, that was on you, and whatever the consequences that followed would be on you. But yeah, he wanted people to not feel restricted, because I think he knew that when people feel restricted, that's when they behave in unusual ways or in ways that violate, you know, his privacy or his space. He definitely had boundaries with people. He definitely, you know, throughout the course of us establishing a friendship, you know, he was guarded just like I was. But again, it goes back to he was human just like the rest of us, and he took time to get to know people and his fans and journalists like myself. And I mean, he's just an outstanding. He will live on through his music, and he was an outstanding person. And again, Teddy, I'm just so blessed to have known him.
And I've asked everyone this. I mean, what song or what album do you want to be playing right now?
Oh, wow. You know, I sat down with him last May when he was making a song called Free Yourself. And I watched him make it. And he was like, I made these songs on instruments that, you know, you grew up listening to in my music. You know, the classic Prince, the Purple Rain Prince that so many people know and love. And I just feel so blessed to have sat in that studio with him up until 4 o'clock in the morning. And then at noon, after I got home, received that song, received those lyrics. Again, Teddy, I'm just so blessed to have been his friend, to have been someone to document a small portion, albeit a small portion, but a portion of Prince's life. And yeah, I'm just, I have a very, I mean, I can tell you these things because you're my friend and you're my coworker and you're asking me these questions, but still unbelievable. But again, I have to look at the silver lining in the fact that it was amazing knowing Prince.
And as you talk about the silver lining and you talk about celebrating his life, not only did he have loyal friends, he has creative fans. I mean, how do you see this area transforming over the next few days? One person told me, expect a lot of purple flowers.
Oh, sure. Yeah. I mean, there's going to be an outpouring of love, not only across the country. People, they flew in for his parties from all over the world. They would come in, not just from Canada, but other parts of the world. So you can expect to see people flying in. People are probably booking flights right now. I mean, Prince, again, meant so much to so many people, not just in the United States, all around the world. And I think it's unfortunate that a lot of people are going to see who he really was after his death, not while he was living. So again, that's why I say I'm just so fortunate to have known him while he was here.
I know this wasn't easy, Iris. Anything else you want people to think about or reflect on at this moment?
Just to remember his message through his music. And like I said, I feel like that underlying message in all of his songs was about the importance of understanding your internal truth, understanding that there is something that binds all of us, regardless of our differences, and that at the end of the day, no matter how you look at it, is love. And I think that that's what he would want us to move forward and keep in our hearts as we remember him and what he meant to each and every one of us.
Love.
Love.
Thank you, Iris, so
You're
much.
You're welcome, Teddy. My pleasure.
Yeah. Our colleague and good friend, Iris Perez, sharing her thoughts. This has not hit her well. She's been very upset. She did not want to believe it when we heard the rumors. So we appreciate her articulating what everyone is trying to say today about how much Prince it means to them, and also again how he would invite people into his home and make friends with journalists like Iris Perez. I know that from talking to others, Prince was a curious guy. He liked to have people over, and he liked to ask them questions about their jobs and their opinions on things and their opinions on the music industry and technology and how everything's changing. Despite being this superstar, he had a humility to him where he wasn't afraid to open up to people and ask them questions. And I think that's a little bit what you heard there from Iris, guys.
I have also learned from another source that he was supposed to be at a homeless community health appointment this morning at around 8 or 8:30, and obviously did not show up. And so there was some concern about that. I need 3-4 minutes. I want to show you out here at the scene at Paisley Park. Thank you, dear. Anyone help? I'm supposed to help you.
They just want some fans, so if you can find fans, we'll do an interview.
All right, guys, that was the report from Minnesota. We have live continuous coverage. You are looking at an exterior shot of the compound, Prince's compound in Minnesota. He was found dead this morning at the age of 57. Okay, guys, you're looking at the TMZ post that initially announced Prince's death. Obviously, it is very emotional. Twitter exploding with heartbreak over Prince's death. Prince has been trending. It's the #1 trend in the country, probably worldwide, Prince's death. Many people tweeting their emotional reaction to the icon's sudden passing. Again, very unexpected. A very unexpected incident indeed. Just 5 days ago, Prince was performing live on April 16th, and then here we are, April 21st, learning of this sudden death. Joining me now is Andrew Hasman. Andrew, we just learned about Prince's death about 45 minutes ago. It was just confirmed by his publicist in the last half hour. TMZ first reported it. I keep bringing it up. I can't help but feel like today feels like the day when I found out Michael Jackson died.
Yeah, I think it's actually fairly similar.
It came out of nowhere.
Came out of nowhere. Although, I've been reading a little bit more about what led up to this. Right. And last week, there were reports that his airplane had to land because he was ill with what they said was the flu. So, don't know what happened between then and now.
Right, that was April 15th, but then the very next day, April 16th, he still performed.
Yeah.
TMZ has an image of him on stage. I'm going to go ahead and pull that up right now. This is him on stage on the 16th.
A guy who just got over the flu.
I mean, he's determined to kind of show that, look, guys, I'm fine. Imagine being in this crowd right here, watching Prince perform for the last time. It's such a sad way to think, but that's the reality of the situation, and I don't think any of them were expecting this. We weren't expecting this. And it's just a really sad situation. Those of you just tuning in, Prince found dead in his home in Minnesota at the age of 57, confirmed by his publicist. No further details as far as the cause of death at the time, although like Andrew just mentioned, we were hearing reports that he was suffering from the flu.
And that's pretty much it. We haven't gotten any other information about what led up to this, how he was found.
Right.
We know it was at his recording studio, but that's about it.
His compound. I guess it was a combination of his recording studio, where he lived, where he hung out. We were hearing from different friends, fans coming by the compound. There is a Fox reporter out there outside of his home, his compound, and he's just been speaking with tons of people who have been walking by throughout the morning. In fact, we have another one if we want to just go ahead and listen in on this one right now.
Hey, Lori. Lori, have you guys done the Klobuchar statement yet? I can read it. You have already done it? Or you want? Okay.
We're good.
Okay, we're ready. Sorry.
That's okay.
Come step in my office.
Sure.
Right there's Ted. It's really good. You're doing a great job.
Can you show the flowers? Zoom in on those.
Not me. Well, it's gonna be. It's not easy for me.
Can you just give it a shot?
Huh?
Can you give it a shot?
You want to start in there?
Yeah, we'll start. No, start on me and then go to the flowers.
Start on you, then go to the flowers?
Yeah. And then we'll just talk, and then when you come back to us whenever you can. Yeah, more fans arriving, more fans bringing flowers, and we're seeing some purple. I think we're trying to zoom in on some that are on the fence right now surrounding Paisley Park. Cars going by it, but you can see some flowers with definitely some purple wrapping there. Someone said, Ted, you won't believe the number of purple flowers we're going to be seeing here the next few days, and we're already starting to. And I'm here with one of Prince's big fans here, Becky. What's your last name, Becky?
Mercer.
And Becky, why did you want to be here today?
Well, I just felt as if I'm never around anything that's historical, and to me, this is going to be like that moment of where were you when you found out Prince died? I live here, and I was driving right by, and I just told my husband, I'm like, let's stop. Let's just, get out and pay our respects if it's really Prince that was in there. And then we found out it was really him once we started talking to other people.
You don't see this kind of reaction for every artist passing away. People are crying, people are in shock. What is it about Prince people feel so deeply?
I think his music really brought people together. He was from a diverse background, and his music was for everybody, no matter if you were black, white, Puerto Rican, Mexican, Chinese. His music just brought people together, and it got you excited. I loved all of his stuff.
One thing I keep hearing from people is not only did they love his art, his music, they also love the fact he stayed in Minnesota, and not only stayed here, he invited us into his home here.
I love that too, and I've only lived in Minnesota for a very brief time, so for me, I didn't even know this was Paisley Park for the longest time until somebody finally said, oh yeah, Prince's recording studio's right there, and I was like, what? Down the road from where I lived, and I didn't know it? So then I started to pay more attention, and actually was going to try to get to one of his concerts in here, but sadly now that won't happen.
Yeah, I've heard that from a few people. They thought, boy, next time he's doing something, I'm going.
Exactly. I joined his little Paisley Park Facebook page to keep up with when he's coming, what's going on. So, it's like you always think you have tomorrow to do something, but you don't necessarily.
I keep asking people, if you could hit play on a song or an album right now.
All right, guys, we're going to cut out of this fan interview because we have a couple of things going on right now. We're going to be doing a live interview with John Jay and Rich in just a minute. I know we also have audio of the dispatch call. TMZ just released the audio of this dispatch call. Andrew's able to pull it up on his phone, so we're going to go ahead and play that for you right now.
All right, I'm going to play it right here off the phone if you guys want to listen.
Failed on treating. Excuse me, Saturday now. And that's needed paramedical at Paisley Park, 7801 Audubon Road. Person down, not breathing, 10 years, 6945. Great. Keep one. CPR started. Definitely CPR started, 949.
All right, so if you guys could hear that clearly, basically the call was for a person down and not breathing.
Right.
Which obviously, as we know now, turned out to be Prince.
Right.
So John Jay and Rich are joining us now. Can you guys hear us?
Let me just pull them up. Let's see. John Jay and Rich, can you guys hear us? If they speak into the microphone, we can see you guys live on air right now. So if you guys just go ahead and say something, we'll be able to confirm that you guys can hear us. Right.
Sounds like they put us on hold.
Be able to hear us. All right, we're going to work on that. In the meantime, let's go ahead and show you guys the image of Prince once again, icon, legend, dead at the age of 57, found in his Minnesota compound this morning. Again, absolutely shocking news. Andrew, you grew up at a time where Prince was just huge.
Oh, absolutely.
Do you have a personal favorite Prince memory off the top of your head?
I would say I have a personal favorite Prince song, that's for sure. That'd be Little Red Corvette, which obviously was a classic and just a huge hit. It's hard to really pinpoint, an absolute
favorite moment
because he's been so prevalent for so many years.
Right.
And still relevant to this day.
Absolutely.
I mean, when you think of artists who were popular during a certain time and have managed to carry it through the generations,
there are
very few. I mean, obviously Michael Jackson was one of them. You have artists like Madonna, and I think Prince is in that category as well.
Absolutely. I had asked the viewers to tweet their favorite Prince memories as well. If you want to send them in, we'll read them live on air. I'm going to read a couple. Edward Benson saying, saw Prince live in San Jose in June 2004. Purple Rain, lone guitar in a dark arena is my top memory. We have MAD tweeting, he was the last good Super Bowl halftime show. Rachel saying, no matter where you are, what you listen to, Prince has always had an influence. Party like it's 1999. China, now Prince. It's so sad. Rachel referencing the death of wrestling icon China. That news breaking last night. That was all over Twitter this morning. Stephen Gold saying, my favorite Prince moment was ringing in the new year for Y2K, listening to a song 1999. Great time. I will say that was the song.
Yeah, it was.
Of New Year's 1999. Jeff Martinez saying, very sad to hear the only Prince I cared to read about is gone. It is obviously really sad. In a moment, we'll be able to see if we can connect once again with John Jay and Rich and chat with them about this devastating news. All right, guys, we have John, Jay, and Rich on the preview screen. John, Jay, and Rich, if you guys can wave to the camera and acknowledge that you can indeed hear us, we'll start that interview now. All right, while we wait for that John Jay and Rich interview to start, I want to go ahead and read to you some of the celebrity reactions. Obviously, the internet is just filled with outpouring of love and shock. Facebook, Twitter, whether you're famous or not, people are sharing their thoughts on Prince's passing. We have Ellen DeGeneres tweeting, Prince was brilliant and larger than life. What a sad day today. I'm going to go ahead and actually just pull up this TMZ article that has it all. Zendaya saying, Prince, there's no way. Samuel L. Jackson, I'm crushed. UK News reporting Prince is dead. For real, massive loss for all of us. What a genius. Speechless. Winnie McLennan, Covey, Prince, I can't deal. I mean, you're just looking at a number of these tweets come in. We have Piers Morgan. Prince was the greatest live performer I ever saw. A musical genius, ablaze with astounding sexually charged energy. Loved him. Rest in peace. Katy Perry also tweeting, and just like that, the world lost a lot of his magic. Rest in peace, Prince. Thanks for giving us so much. Wow. Well, I mean, it's just nonstop. So many people responding as soon as they hear the news. And a lot of people in the beginning wanted to believe that wasn't true.
It looks like John Jay and Rich may be able to hear us now. Guys, if you can hear us, can you wave at us?
I think they
There
can.
we go. Okay, we got it.
All right.
All right. So John Jay and Rich are here, obviously from 104.7 KISS FM in the mornings. Great guys, great show. You guys have been following Prince for years. I mean, if you could just kind of give us your initial reaction when you heard the news.
You know, there's a thing about Prince that he's so iconic. He's such a part of our childhood. He's there's not a song that comes on the radio that is a Prince song that you just don't have to sing along to. As far as songwriters goes, there's really nobody that is in pop music right now that is not touched by his iconic style of songwriting. And man, this is such a bummer. And such a young guy. And I was just saying on the air the other day, I said, you know what? His new album, nobody knows about it because it's untitled, but it's really good. And I was just thinking he could have songs if he was 25 that would be on the radio, but because he was almost 60, he's not treated like a pop artist anymore. But so iconic, such a bummer, such a loss, and yeah, we're in total denial.
And we did a show with him in Las Vegas 2 years ago with iHeartMedia. It was our iHeartRadio Music Festival, and not only did he change. I mean, think about what this guy did back in the day. He was using symbols to name songs and albums, and now we use those symbols in text and everyday language. I mean, my shirt that I'm wearing is this Prince-inspired Love Up shirt. #LoveUp. All Prince-inspired. This guy changed the world.
So you guys were with him, as you mentioned, in Las Vegas. So what was he like? Because what I've heard about Prince is that he was this intensely private person, incredible on
very
stage,
quiet,
but quiet behind
very
the scenes.
quiet, very short. I mean, he was this guy. I mean, I'm 6'4".
Even with the boots.
Yeah, he was very short, very quiet, but he was nice. We didn't sit and talk to him very long, but he was very nice.
There's something about him. Growing up playing in bands and stuff like that, even to this day, I always get excited when I get to play a Prince song. There's something about Prince music that kind of crosses the genres. When you're in a room and a Prince song comes on, everybody knows it. Everybody pretty much loves a Prince song. You might not like all his stuff, but everybody loves at least a Prince song. In fact, growing up, I think I was more into Prince than Michael Jackson at the time, and Michael Jackson was the biggest pop star in the world. But Prince somehow had some more guts to the songwriting, some intimacy, some authenticity. So yeah, he's definitely going to be missed, and we're already talking about how much Prince we're going to get to play on the show tomorrow, which we're kind of excited about the tribute for that.
So you were running around singing Little Red Corvette when you were a kid? Is that my understanding?
I didn't know what that meant.
A little too young for the message there, that song.
Yeah,
I find it interesting, too, though, with Prince, is that, here he was on stage, this incredible performer, and then yet so reserved behind the scenes. Short with interviews as well, like, kind of one-word answer, kind of an interview. I'm sure you guys have had celebrities like that, but then on stage, he's just this incredible performer and just lights up.
Well, you hear he's an artist, and more than just an artist, also an incredibly smart, brilliant mind, and really in touch with the mood of the day. And I remember being in a room with him. I've been in radio since I've been 14. I remember being in a room and he was talking about his new album, and he was telling people, he's like, what sells is sex and religion. He's like, I've just happened to combine them into some really cool music. He knew exactly what would push buttons to get him where he wanted to go as an artist. He was calculated as he was talented. It's a rare combination, and mostly played every instrument himself on every album and produced it.
I do feel like his influence certainly spanned generations. John Jay, do you agree with that? I mean, do you think that people who are, say, in their 20s today are looking back and thinking about how great Prince was?
Absolutely. I actually think even musicians today, if you look at Beyonce, for example, when she's on stage, she's Sasha Fierce. Sasha Fierce is Prince on stage. So he has influenced everybody of all generations, all ages, and especially us being radio people. And we talk about Prince all the time. I work out all the time. I do Orange Theory. I can't tell you, I know an Orange Theory class is a really good class when they throw in a Prince song.
And not on Throwback Thursday, on a regular mix. That's what you're referring
on a regular
to.
day. Let's go crazy.
Although it is Thursday.
So
today.
how do you guys feel about, the way people are reacting right now? You see all these celebrities tweeting, Mark Cuban tweeting, I'm in shock. We're looking at a TMZ feed right now. I'll just read you guys a couple of them because I know you don't have them in front of them. Russell Simmons, rest in power, Prince. Blake Shelton, even a country singer, even tweeting, truly hate hearing we lost Prince, sad day. His influence across genres. Do you think it was pretty powerful?
As powerful as it gets. As good of a songwriter, as good of a producer as you can find, a musician, showman, businessman. He turned against the record labels. He was the first guy to say, I don't need a record label. I can put this stuff online and people will find me there. Touring, merchandising. Prince was ahead of the game by decades.
What do you guys have planned for your show?
Well, tomorrow, Fiance Friday at 7:50. Oh, do you mean? Oh, you mean?
I
Like
meant Prince-wise.
Oh, well, yeah, we're gonna play a lot of Prince. We have some Prince surprises in the works that we're working on. We have a couple celebrities calling in that we're very close with Prince. We're gonna play Prince music. We got a lot of stuff. We're all wearing purple tomorrow. You know, Purple Rain. It's a big emotional show tomorrow on John Jay and Rich on Kiss.
Is there a song that you guys think will be kind of the everlasting Prince song?
To me, you just do. John Jay just said it. It's Purple Rain. In fact, that's, as far as I'm concerned, the best album that's ever been. I don't care, pop, rock, whatever. To me, Prince, Purple Rain is the album, and that is the song.
For me, it's the song he wrote about this radio station, Kiss.
Nice choice.
You guys, thank you very much. We appreciate your time.
Thanks for having us.
Absolutely. That was obviously John Jay and Rich from Kiss FM here in Phoenix. They got a very popular show in town here in the mornings, and obviously very big Prince fans too.
Absolutely. I think so many of you viewers out there are huge Prince fans. I really think that anyone who grew up during that era when Prince dominated the radio, you can't help but be a Prince fan.
And not only dominated the era, I mean, think about what it was like back in the 80s and early 90s when MTV played music videos.
Right.
He dominated MTV
Before
too.
Teen Mom.
Yeah, he did. He dominated MTV too. Purple Rain was a movie. And so, you know, he was everywhere for a very long time, and a prolific songwriter too.
Right. Again, guys, if you have personal Prince memories that you want to share with us, we will be reading some of your tweets live here on News Now. Some of the tweets may even make the newscast at noon or at 5 o'clock, so make sure to tweet me at Tommy of Foxtown. We'll be reading them live here on air. You know, Fox 10 just tweeted a second ago, the music icon delivers an incredible performance during the Super Bowl halftime show watch. So you can revisit these memories. Go ahead and follow Fox 10 Phoenix on Twitter, and you can go ahead and watch that moment. I know one of the viewers had tweeted that was their favorite Prince memory. The last time there was a good halftime show at the Super Bowl. John Proton saying, I played basketball at 3 a.m. with Prince and then he made me pancakes. Somehow I believe that.
And I was just looking up here, the movie Purple Rain came out in 1984. So think about all those songs that were associated with Purple Rain. I'll read you a couple of them. Let's Go Crazy, one of his biggest songs. Obviously Purple Rain, the song. Darling Nikki, When Doves Cry, I Would Die For You. These are all from that soundtrack to the film. So obviously an impact that'll span generations.
Right. Let's go ahead and pull up some of those celebrity reactions again. We didn't even get through all of them. We have Blake Shelton, Olivia Munn, Mark Cuban, Kerry Washington, Kris Jenner, Ice-T, Nick Cannon, Charlie Puth, Joan Collins, Katie Couric. I mean, everyone sharing their thoughts. Marlon Wayans, Leanne Rimes, Star Jones. I mean, everyone in shock. Absolute shock. It came out of nowhere. Again, like you said, if you were paying attention to what was going on with Prince in the last week, you may have possibly thought something was up because of that emergency landing that took place on April 15th. But I don't think anyone expected something like this.
No. But we'll, of course, be following the story all day. We're getting some reaction from some people in town who have worked with him on concerts, hoping to talk to some of them a little later. But everyone, you know, people who worked with him all have stories about what he was like on stage and off stage.
Absolutely. Wow. Again, those of you just joining us who want just the basic information, we know Prince died at his home this morning in Minnesota. I'm going to go ahead and pull up the article, see if TMZ has any additional information. Again, we are sourcing TMZ for this news. They were the first ones to break it. I told Andrew earlier, this feels like Michael Jackson all over again.
Yeah, it
TMZ
sure does.
broke that first. It's having the same sort of impact where his music influenced everyone, whether you were a musician or not. The fans that you had were so dedicated, and again, another death that just came as just a complete shock. Again, body discovered at his Paisley Park compound in Minnesota. There's the emergency dispatch call. We can play
Why don't we
this
play
for
that
you
again,
now.
because we played it earlier off of a phone.
Yeah, let's go ahead and play
So
this
let's see
now.
if we can play that.
Deploy car for a medical, Paisley Park, 7801 Audubon Road, 7801 Audubon Road, for a tail down, not breathing. Rescue's been started right now. And that's rescue needed for a medical at Paisley Park, 7801 Audubon Road. Person down, not breathing, time your first stage 945. 48.
Chief 1, CPR started.
10-4 CPR started, 949.
It was a very brief call, but
Yeah, but I think you get the sense there that of how he was discovered.
Right.
Not breathing, and then someone, we don't know who discovered him, called
Right.
911.
again, his plane had to make an emergency landing April 15th, so just 6 days ago in Illinois. But then, like you and I were talking about earlier, the very next day he appears in concert, and his people had told TMZ then that Prince was battling the flu. At the show, Prince apparently told the crowd, "Wait a few days before you waste any prayers."
Oh.
And that is a new fact I'm just learning now. It looks like TMZ
Interesting.
updated their article, and that is just
Makes you wonder just how serious his
crazy.
illness was.
Right. Prior to his most recent appearance on the 16th, Prince had
Oh.
just canceled 2 shows because of health concerns. Again, Prince, in the public spotlight since 1982, so 34 years, yeah.
And then they've got a link to the video for Cream. That's one of the other songs I forgot to mention. Remember that song? Do you remember that song?
I'm a little young.
You're not that much younger than me.
My first true Prince, truthfully, is around 1999 when I remembered that was the song. When it came to,
Yeah.
the switch from 1999 to 2000, that was the anthem. And yeah, it was just one of those really shocking things. He performed at the Super Bowl in 2007. He's won 7 Grammys, sold more than 100 million records, won an Academy Award for Purple Rain in 1985.
It's sad.
Again, viewers, if you have any thoughts, if you want to share your memories, your favorite thing about Prince, just go ahead and tweet me. My Twitter handle is below, and we'll read them here on air. Tasso saying, first Bowie, now Prince, brutal year for pop music so far. That's so true. I feel like, I don't know if it's just 2016 where there feels like there are already more deaths this year than in previous years, or if it's social media and we hear about them more, or I don't know
We
what
certainly
it is.
hear about them faster.
Right.
Well, I'm gonna go break away and work on some more people who know Prince and have dealt with him here in the Valley, and
Perhaps we can chat again this afternoon.
Yeah, perhaps.
All right.
Maybe we can play some of those interviews we're able to get.
Great.
Sad day. Thanks.
Sad day. Thanks, Andrew. All right, guys, I'm going to read more of your tweets. Just make sure to tweet me at Samia Fox 10.
All right, folks, welcome to the Fox 10 News Now stream, part of Fox10Phoenix.com here. We are looking at a live shot in Minnesota. Prince dead at 57 years old. A legend in the music industry has died. All right, folks. Well, once again, welcome to the Fox 10 News Now stream. We're going to be sharing your memories of Prince. You could tweet me right there at Mike Page Fox 10 while we describe some factoids of Prince and his life. He had an incredible career, on tour more than 28 times in his 37-year career as a musician. He sold over 100 million records worldwide, making him one of the best-selling artists of all time. He won 7 Grammy Awards, a Golden Globe, and an Academy Award. He was inducted to the Rock and Roll Hall of Fame in 2004 for the first year of his eligibility. Rolling Stone has ranked Prince at number 27 on its list of the 100 greatest artists of all time. He died at his Paisley Park recording studio and home in Minnesota near Minneapolis on April 21st today after suffering flu-like symptoms for several weeks. So we welcome everybody to the Fox 10 News Now stream. Feel free to tweet me any thoughts that you have or memories that you have of the musician. And we'll try to get some of your thoughts on the air here. Thank you all for watching Fox 10 News Now, part of Fox10Phoenix.com, as we are sharing the memories and career of Prince, dead at 57. His 1979 album Prince went platinum due to the success of his singles Why You Wanna Treat Me So Bad and I Wanna Be Your Lover. His next 3 records, Dirty Mind, Controversy, and 1999, continued his success, showcasing Prince's trademark of sexual lyrics and incorporation of elements of funk, dance, and rock music. So once again, folks, we do welcome you to the Fox 10 News Now stream as we are covering Prince dead at 57 years old. After releasing the albums Around the World in a Day and Parade, the Revolution disbanded and Prince released the critically acclaimed double album signed Oh, the Times as a solo artist. He released 3 more solo albums before debuting the New Power Generation Band in 1991 He changed his stage name in 1993 to an unpronounceable symbol, also known as the Love Symbol. He then began releasing new albums at a faster pace to remove himself from contractual obligations to Warner Brothers. He released 5 records between 1994 and 96. The singer, songwriter, arranger, and instrumentalist was widely acclaimed as one of the most inventive musicians of his era, drawing upon influences ranging from James Brown to the Beatles to Jimi Hendrix. His hits included Little Red Corvette, Let's Go Crazy, and When Doves Cry. The Minneapolis native broke through in the late 1970s when the hits Wanna Be Your Lover and soared over the following decade with such albums as 1999 and Purple Rain. And happening right now, prices are soaring right now on eBay as autographed photos and autographed albums are going up at a fast clip. Let me show you guys that right here. As you can see, people have been putting Prince memorabilia now on the site here on eBay. $850 for that hand-signed 8x10 autograph photo of Prince at $850. There's 67 bids currently on that. And you go down a little. This is Prince singer R.I.P. signed in-person photo for $474. You can see people have been putting now memorabilia on eBay. Prince authentic signed Purple Rain record album for $4,999. You can see these all going up right now as people are trying to cash in now on the death of a legend. And you can see right there that Prince Rogers Nelson signed frame When Doves Cry LP display. They call it rare there for $4,500. The Prince signed Love Sexy album in 1988. It's autographed. They want $3,500 for it. So you can see people are trying to make a quick buck here now on the hands of the legend of Prince. You can see more things here, like Prince hand-signed autographed framed Purple Rain book for $2,000. Then there's other items here, but that's the high points right there. Let's see the newly listed here. These are people that just listed it within the last couple of minutes. And you can see a lot of people are trying to put their memorabilia up now. Folks, if you're just joining us right now, we're just taking a look at the latest eBay entries from fans that are putting memorabilia up of Prince up on the site here. This is just within the last 10 minutes these entries have been made. Prince Rogers Nelson signed 8x10 for $2,500. Folks, if you have anything to say or have any memories, or what do you think about people putting these items up already on eBay, let me know. Tweet me at MikePageFox10. You can see it right there on your screen. I'll try to talk to you guys as those messages do come in. But these are the very latest things that have been posted on eBay right now. Within the last 20 minutes we see here. See this one, somebody wants $3,900 for a Prince signed magazine photo, early signature 1985. I guess the only thing, I mean, it's hard, I guess, to probably verify some of these. But people are trying to cash in right now. Let me know what you think about that. You tweet me right now at MikePageFox10. You can see a Prince signed autograph handheld microphone for $1,000. That was posted about less than an hour ago. But soon as you could see, soon as the word came down that he died, things started to pop up on eBay. Let's refresh here and see if we get some new entries here. Yep, of course we do. Within the last minute, we have these coming down right now. Stephen Ball tweeting me right now. It's sad that people would try and cash out on his death. Keep it with the memories you gain from the soul and life he lived. Thank you so much, Stephen Ball, for that comment there and being part of the Fox 10 News Now stream as we are covering Prince dead at 57. Right now, we're just looking at items that people have been posting on eBay right now, memorabilia that they're trying to cash in. You can see it's just coming. People are posting this within the minutes here. I mean, even people like this Prince signed autograph 8x10 for starting at $9.99 for the auction. You got to be really wary too of some of these times where people are now trying to really just pass anything along.
He's an icon. I think his musicality was all over the place, obviously. He was kind of a master of it all. But I think the thing that he did the most was he was, a pioneer in fighting for artists' rights. He wrote "slave" on his head and changed his name so he didn't have to, be under his label anymore. And that was kind of a changing point for the music industry. But yeah, it's just a shock to see him gone.
What about with your music? Anything that you've stolen from Prince over the years?
Oh, I've stolen from a lot of people over the years, but yeah, Prince is definitely one of them. Just stylistic points and little things that he would do with his guitar licks and stuff like that. I think he influenced a lot of people for sure.
And you were telling me you had a chance to meet Prince, right? What was that like?
Kinda. I was working as an usher at the Kodak Theater, which is now the Dolby, where they hold the Oscars, and it was a Tyler Perry concert. And Tyler Perry had this moment in there where he would break and go to Purple Rain, and I saw it 2 nights before, and then Prince was there with Shaka Khan, and all of a sudden you could kind of tell that Tyler wasn't singing, but somebody was, and it was Prince in the front row with a microphone singing Purple Rain with Shaka Khan. So, and I got to kind of, as he was walking in and everything, I kind of gave the, hey dude. So that was my moment. Yeah.
You know so many music artists. Why do so many big name artists cite Prince, and why does he have this large impact in music?
Well, he's a musicologist. He's a master of all trades. He plays multiple instruments. He has influences from multiple styles, and he was an innovator, with that Minneapolis sound. So I don't know, it's just he's just one of those guys, and he was also a performer. Not everyone can do all of it, and he was one of those people that can do all of it. So that doesn't happen very often. So.
And you were saying and I think we all share this feeling, are in kind of a bit of shock, a little bit of disbelief.
Yeah.
Why did you want to be out here right now?
I just wanted to pay my respects. I was actually working down the street. My folks' house is only about a mile or so from here, so I figured I better come over and just have this feeling inside myself right now. It's just eerie and you feel like you just lost something, So yeah, just wanted to come and see it.
Any album or song you really would want to play right now?
1999 was it. And the Batman soundtrack, obviously. I don't know. I loved a lot of his stuff, and even some of his more obscure stuff is where I found some of the stuff that I loved the most. But I don't know. He came out with so much stuff too. You had to almost sit down and dig through the archive to get into all of it. So yeah.
Have you had a chance to talk to any other fans here yet?
Just a few. I've actually kind of seen some familiar faces from the Minneapolis music scene just walking around, and heads hung low, and obviously people are in mourning. So
a lot of purple already.
Yeah, definitely.
And how do you see? We see some purple flowers across the street. How do you see this ground, which is kind of going to become some of it a holy ground? How do you see this looking the next few days?
There's going to be a lot more flowers than this. They have the road shut off right now, so it's hard to get here, and traffic's just nuts. So I'm sure once it kind of frees up a little bit, you're going to see a lot bigger of a memorial than that's there, and I'm sure people will be out here with guitars and singing songs and stuff. And yeah.
Thanks for taking time to talk to us, Mark. Really appreciate it. It's interesting. Mark talks about the time he met Prince. I never met Prince, but I saw an Alabama Shakes concert behind me here at Paisley Park, and the band was playing, and we saw sort of a small, shadowy figure behind the stage, and then heard this searing guitar solo come out of nowhere, and then all of a sudden, Prince steps out into the light, and he's jamming with Alabama Shakes. It went on, maybe 10 minutes or so. Second he's done playing his guitar solo, he puts his guitar down and he turns around, he walks off the stage, and he goes to the back of the venue where he was watching the concert, not taking the spotlight away from Alabama Shakes, but just having to join with them for that guitar solo. And that's kind of what Prince was, and what you're hearing here. He had this massive presence, this really interesting compound, but he also had these boundaries he set up, and this privacy he maintained. And I just want to talk about the scene here a little bit, and we'll get some help from the photographer here. I just want to show you, we have right here at Highway 5 and Audubon Road now, they've since closed down in about the last half hour or so as the crowds have started to gather here. There were a lot of people, darting across the road here to try to go put flowers in the fence around Paisley Park, which was creating a dangerous situation. So police have closed down the roads here, and I think you're seeing now some of the people gathered on this grassy hill that overlooks Paisley Park. Lots of news trucks, both local and national, and a lot of photographers. And then in the middle of them all, the fans right now in shock, talking to each other, sharing the stories that you're hearing here on Fox 9. Back to you.
All right, folks, and welcome to the Fox 10 News Now coverage here of Prince dead at 57 years old. We are covering this live for you, part of Fox10Phoenix.com. Welcome to the stream, everybody. Lenny Kravitz just put on Facebook, he said, "My musical brother, my friend, the one who showed me the possibilities within myself, changed everything and kept his integrity until the end, is gone. I am heartbroken." Once again, that is from Lenny Kravitz, putting that out on Facebook. And Right now, we are looking at people that are posting on the site eBay as they are trying to sell memorabilia from the musician. You can see people are posting this. There's so many posts going up right now, it's hard to keep track of. I keep refreshing here for you guys, but here is the latest one that just went up. A signed Prince Rogers Nelson Rear RIP auto autograph, $499 there. So people are trying to cash in. Let me know what you think about this. Tweet me at MikePageFox10. Love to hear from you, and then we'll get some of your thoughts on the air as well. We're breaking this all down live for you on the Fox 10 News Now stream. I'm glad you guys could be a part of it. It's wow, what a loss in the musical world for such a legend that has put out so many hits, so many albums. He sold over 100 million records worldwide, making him one of the best-selling artists of all time. He won 7 Grammy Awards, a Golden Globe, and an Academy Award. So that just shows you the true raw talent of a guy who didn't just stay in the musical world. He went from movies as well. So very, very big loss in the musical world and entertainment world, more importantly. Rolling Stone ranked Prince as number 27 on the list of the 100 greatest artists of all time. And right now we are looking at a live feed of eBay right now as people are posting memorabilia, trying to cash in right now on the legend and the deep loss feeling associated throughout the world right now. Prince dead at 57 years old. He was born on June 7th, 1958 in Minnesota, and also has died today in Minnesota. He died at his Paisley Park recording studio near Minneapolis. And right now you're looking at a feed here on eBay of people posting their memorabilia of the legend right now. Look at this, a Prince the Artist autographed CD Black Album numbered 121 to 500. They want $1,000 for that one. Let me just scroll down for that so you can see that right there. Now, some people are posting, you know, they say they have these signed autographs 8x10, but they're starting out at $14.99. You know, I think that's the things you got to be skeptic of sometimes, because these other people are starting at such a high. Then it seems like a lot of lower people are starting with this low. So you don't know. You don't know. You got to be very cautious too when you start buying these things, especially when they start popping up right now. You don't know if people are trying to really make a profit and maybe not have the item that you think you're getting. So just watch that right there as we are following the life of a legend. Prince dead at 57 years old. We do appreciate everybody being part of the Fox 10 News Now stream as we take a look back at the life of a legend, Prince Rogers Nelson. Prince was born in Minneapolis and developed an interest in music at an early age, writing his first song when he was 7 years old. After recording songs with his cousin's band 94 East, 19-year-old Prince recorded several unsuccessful demo tapes before releasing his debut album, For You, in 1978 under the guidance of manager Owen Husney. His 1979 album, Prince, went platinum due to the success of the singles Why You Want to Treat Me So Bad and I Want to Be Your Lover. His next 3 records, Dirty Mind, Controversy, and 1999, continued his success, showcasing Prince's trademark of sexual lyrics and incorporation of elements of funk, dance, and rock music. In 1984, he began referring to his backup band as The Revolution and released Purple Rain, which served as the soundtrack to his film debut of the same name. A prolific songwriter, Prince in the 1980s wrote songs for and produced work by many other acts.
Quiet, eerie scene here as we started to hear these unconfirmed reports that it was Prince who had passed away, and then we later on got the official word. And since then, we have seen the crowd grow. First, mostly media arriving, and then fans following the media, and those fans now all gathered on this green hill, watching the scene, just looking at Paisley Park. There's not much to see, but Paisley Park is kind of their church in a way if you're a huge Prince fan, and they just needed to be here. Some are putting purple flowers on the fence, but they're trying to keep the fans on this side of the street, and I think you're seeing some of those people right now. Now, as people arrive, obviously traffic has picked up. And for a while, it was kind of chaotic behind here, but since then, the Carver County Sheriff's Office has closed off Audubon Road, which is the road that runs by Paisley Park. It comes off of Highway 5, so it was easy for people to get here, and obviously the traffic was picking up. Now, when I look in the other direction, away from Highway 5, down the street, you probably can't see because of the media and the people blocking the view, but it's just a line of cars, as far as I can see, parked on the side of the road. And we're only a few hours after we heard word that Prince had passed away. So I think the scene here in the next few hours, and I can't even imagine right now the next few days, what it's going to look like as people come here. As many fans have told me, people aren't coming here just from Minnesota. People are probably booking flights from other states, maybe other countries, to come here because they need to be with the only people who understand what they're going through right now, and that's other Prince fans. So I think we're going to be seeing just an incredible scene here as people show up and usually show up with mementos. Maybe that's purple flowers. I would imagine purple anything. Purple is going to be the theme. That was Prince's color. But that's what we're seeing here at Paisley Park right now at this point in the afternoon as this news spreads around the world and is basically nonstop coverage right now on some of the cable networks. I can send it back to you in the studio.
All right, folks, so we are looking back at the life and career of Prince Rogers Nelson. We do appreciate everybody being part of the Fox 10 News Now stream. As you can see, people from all over the world are tweeting right now their memories of the legend.
In front of Paisley Park, been out here for the last couple of hours, and I guess the best way to describe the scene is sort of a stunned silence among the fans that have started gathering here. I got out here about 10 o'clock this morning when I heard that there had been a medical call here, and I think initially I thought it was just going to be something, not a big deal. Never in a million years would have imagined that we'd be sitting here talking about the death of Prince, an artist who sold 100 million albums, just incredible. And as you guys were saying, Jason and Amy, he just had an ability to stay relevant in the music industry. I was even a little bit stunned to look at his age today, 57 years old. In my mind, I think he's always about 35, and he took care of himself. He was always interested in what was current in the music industry. He himself stayed current, and his parties were always well attended here at Paisley Park. It's something that people here, locally, of course, and internationally, love to get an invite to or wait in line for and get a chance to see inside. And in fact, Saturday, he was there. He greeted the crowd, didn't perform. He had been sick since Friday, or perhaps longer. We're still trying to figure out what happened to Prince and what caused his death. Yeah, it's a very sad day. I think Ted was talking about this a little bit ago. They've got the crowd under control, and finally traffic here on Audubon.
We've lost a feed to Kelsey. As you can imagine, it's really chaotic out there, and press from all.
Well, folks, we're just dipping into coverage here from our Fox 0-0 in Minnesota. As wow, what a day in the music world. Never would have thought that Prince would leave us so soon. You're watching the Fox 10 News Now stream, part of fox10phoenix.com, as we are looking back at the life and career of Prince. All right, folks, we will later on continue our coverage of Prince. Wow, what a day in the musical world for a legend, as we remember him. We'll be talking about this later in the show on the Fox 10 News Now stream, but right now we do have a live feed coming in from John Kasich out on the campaign trail.
Job was fundamentally designed to stick up for people who often don't have a voice. And I happen to be a Republican, but the Republican Party is my vehicle and not my master. And I've always believed that the strength of our country, however, rests in where we live. Now, I can tell you there's a lot of challenges that we need to get done. One of them is this $19 trillion debt. See this right here? I feel like I'm in a boxing ring. Let me get out of this thing here. Would you assist me, Professor? No, put that right there. So this $19 trillion, you see, when this number goes up, that's the debt. Pardon?
You want me to help with that? Is that what it was?
That's okay. That's just laying on the floor. That'll just stay there for now. So this $19 trillion, when this number goes up, the number of jobs for our graduates goes down. And when that number goes down, the number of job opportunities for our families goes up. And let me tell you why. Are there any small bit? Well, Bob Asher's here, and Bob runs a very successful company. It's been in the family for a very long time. It's multi-generational, right, Bob? And so who else is any small business people here? Oh, right here, sir. When you see those numbers go up, does that make you feel good or badly?
Terrifying.
It is, isn't it? See, that's really, how many people work with you? 12 people. So, you know, this is a guy that's saying, do I have 12, do I have 11, or do I have 13? And when the numbers go up and the debt gets higher, he's more likely to go to 11 than he is to 13 because he doesn't know what's coming. He could get whacked right upside the head because if the debt's going up, somebody's going to have to pay for it at some point. And I heard today that Trump proposed going to raise taxes on all the rich people. I don't know exactly who those are or whatever, but that's probably not going to make you feel any better, and it isn't going to make that debt go down. So I was actually chairman of the Budget Committee, working with Congressman Walker over here, when we actually balanced the budget, had the debt actually going down, and we had significant jobs going up. In case you ever wonder about this, you just need to understand the more debt, the more trouble, the more concern, and the less opportunity that we find ourselves in. My whole purpose in political life has been to stick up for people who basically don't have a voice, and secondly, to be in a position of where we can create job opportunities for people, for everybody, so that everybody has a chance to rise. And throughout my career, basically the only person that tells me what to do is my wife. Nobody else ever has. I've been an independent operator because I think that's my job, and having the grace to be able to do what I do has allowed me to do this. Now, let me tell you something that I've been thinking about, and somehow I can't seem to get through to people, or maybe I do, and I just don't know how much it's catching on. When I was a kid, growing up in Pittsburgh, our biggest hero when I was a kid in Pittsburgh was Roberto Clemente, the baseball player. Okay, he was a great guy, great athlete. He was just graceful, and we admired him. I can remember my mother crying on 2 occasions, and one of them was when Roberto Clemente was killed in a plane crash trying to go help people who lived in an earthquake in Nicaragua. You see, we didn't wait for politicians to come in and help us. In fact, the politicians that worked for us, a number of them went to jail because it was corrupt. And I can remember going to my high school reunion, and I had become a congressman, and I was really feeling really good. I'm going to wear my best suit and my best tie, and I'm a congressman. I go into the reunion, and the guy walks up to me and he says, "So Johnny," he says, "so you're a congressman, huh?" I go, "Oh yeah." He said, "I voted for you to be one of the most likely to succeed. What happened?" Okay, because politicians weren't held in a lot of high esteem. So what worked back then? What did I notice from back then that I sometimes wonder about today? And I just want you to kind of think about this. The great changes that have happened in our society, the great movements, maybe not all of them, but many of them, did not come from the top down. They came from the bottom up. We just found out that Harriet Tubman is going to be placed on the $20 bill. She wasn't some big shot. She became a big shot because of what she did. She started a movement. She drove change from the bottom up. She saw something that she thought did not represent justice. She saw something that she thought was just patently unfair. And this lady just put one foot in front of the other and was joined by many other people and changed the world. The environmental movement, the fact that people are more aware today of what the environment is, that didn't come from the top down. That's come from the bottom up. Many of the big changes that we have seen in our country have come from where we live up. Again, not from a bunch of politicians or big shots at the top down. Now, politicians who are the big shots, who are at the top, or they're running the whatever they're running, it's their job to fix these things. And maybe their job to some degree, maybe a larger degree than some degree, is to inspire. And when we look at some of the people that have inspired us, well, for us it was Roberto Clemente. I mean, you think about Ronald Reagan, you think about Winston Churchill. These are people that got people to live a life bigger than themselves. But we're all focusing on who's going to be president. The way to fix our country and to revive the spirit of our country, which, by the way, ain't that bad, okay? We don't have, right, we're dominating the world in virtually everything. But one of the ways in which we fix the spirit of our country is what rests in us, in our families, in our neighborhoods, and in our communities. And for some reason, I don't know if it's because we've come to rely on government to fix our problems. How's it working, by the way? Or we've come to think that we don't matter that much, that we don't have much power, or somehow we can't change the world. And there's been a falling off of spirit and confidence in ourselves. And I believe that all of us are made special, and all of us have a purpose. And our job here is to use those special gifts we've been given to help fix our world, to bring about a healing, to live a life bigger than ourselves. I've been seeing this ad on television for the Volunteers of America, and the headline in it basically is, we get people to do things bigger than themselves. And then they show a soup kitchen, people coming through and getting something to eat. In other words, if we're going to revive and save our country from any of the concerns we have, we'll call on the politicians to do their job. But we also have to rely on all of us. And maybe part of the reason why we're cynical or discouraged is because we've had politicians promise us all this stuff and then they don't deliver. And part of that comes from the fact that they just want to get elected. I mean, I don't make any promises that I don't think I can keep. But there have been a lot of people over time who have made promises, they don't keep them, and then we look at it and go, oh my, now what are we supposed to? Throw them all out. Well, we'll throw that group out and put a whole nother group out, and it'll just be a matter of time till we want to throw them out if we don't see the leadership in them that they want. And the leadership comes from the notion that you want to get people, give them all a chance. You're in these jobs to try to improve people's lives, not report to the Republican or Democrat Party, go to like the Republican club. Hey, guess what I did today? You know, that's not what it should be about. Politics, whether you're a school board member, a city council member, a mayor, a legislator, the governor, or the president's purpose is to raise people's lives. If you're not doing that, then get out, okay? Plain and simple. So we should demand that, okay? But let me give you two examples, and then I'm going to take some questions from you. You have a drug problem in your town? Well, why don't you fix it? I'm serious. What are you waiting for? You waiting for me to show up? You think I'm going to fix your drug problem if I'm president? That I'm going to be in Washington and somehow I'm going to come riding in here on a Charger and fix it? Come on, folks. You want to fix your drug problem, you fix it right here. Where do you fix it? You fix it in the schools. Everyone in our schools should be telling our young people, if you get on drugs, you're going to destroy your life. Do not do it. There is a 50% chance that if a young person hears not to do drugs, they will not do it. Now, so let's go do it. Let's go in the synagogues, the churches, on the tennis court, in the classroom. Just wipe it out. Because it's destroying us from the inside out, isn't it? Now, the government can make some rules, and we're making lots of them in Ohio. I'd make lots of them as president. But at the end of the day, destroying drugs in Media, Pennsylvania, it's in your hands. Let me give you another one. You happy with your schools? Fix them. Do we have people that are graduating from high school who don't have skills to get a job that exists today or a job that's going to exist tomorrow? Do we have students graduating from our schools who have to take, 30 or 40% of them that have to take remedial courses when they get to college and pay tuition for things they should have learned in the 11th grade? I mean, are we getting kids to a point where they are being prepared for the economy of today and tomorrow? Well, why don't you just do it? Why don't you just fix it? What are we waiting on? There's nothing that can fix things more than a handful of people that go to a schoolhouse and say, we expect this to be fixed. Do we do that anymore? Some places we do, and we need to do it. You worried about poverty? Welfare? Somebody getting a welfare check and not getting a job? That's not a hard one to fix either, really. I mean, it's kind of, you have to battle a bureaucracy a little bit. But if you really want to fix welfare, you get people who have businesses into the welfare office, and when you give somebody a welfare check, you train them for a job that these companies have. Is that hard? Because these things are not that difficult. We just have to take control again. And when we take control again, it will make a big difference. We have a program in Ohio, a mentoring program in Ohio. It's in about half of our counties. We've never had one before. You want to give kids who come from tough environments, you want to get them fixed? I'll tell you, in our state, we have a program in the Cincinnati Public Schools. The Cincinnati Public Schools, the report is they have a 63% graduation rate. But in one of the high schools in that school system, the business people go into that school for 1 hour a week for a year. You know what the graduation rate is? 97%. Why don't we just start fixing things? Why don't we believe in ourselves, okay? So, and then every once in a while we can do something else. As I like to talk about, I made this lady up, but she actually exists. She's 50 years old, was married for 50 years. Her husband dies. Guess who calls her? Nobody. So you call her up and say, we're going out to dinner this weekend. My spouse and I are going to take you out to dinner. What do you think she does on Thursday? What does she think she does on Thursday before the Saturday dinner? What does she do? Come on, ladies. Huh? There you go, right there. She gets her hair done. And when Saturday comes, you look at her, there's not one hair out of place. I don't know how they do that, but they keep it all in place. And when you pick her up, she's wearing a dress.
All right, everybody, it's at the top of the hour here, 12 o'clock in Arizona, and we are continuing our coverage of Prince, the musical legend, dead at 57 years old. Right now, let's continue to look at eBay right now as people are really trying to cash in on the death of this legend, as they are putting up right now hand-signed autographs of the legend. You can see this one right now, $850. I'm going to show you the newly listed. These are people that have just put it in within the last couple of minutes here. So you can see there's been thousands of people putting up items for sale, including this Prince autograph signed lyric sheet. starting at $19.99. But you got to be skeptical, too, of these things, especially when they're just popping up right now. You got to be a little skeptical. So welcome, everybody, to the Fox 10 News Now stream covering Prince, dead at 57 years old. We learned about the news about 2 hours ago. You can see there a Prince hand-signed 8x10 autograph, $475. You're watching the Fox 10 News Now stream, part of fox10phoenix.com, as we take a look back at the life of a legend.
Concert venues, and most interestingly, he invites people, strangers, on sometimes just a few hours' notice to come into this compound and watch a concert, party with him. Sometimes they get in a bus and they drive to a local movie theater. That's the kind of presence he is locally, in addition to being this international artist. And what you're seeing now are people, fans, showing up more and more every few minutes here. There's a big hill behind the camera that overlooks Paisley Park. And then in addition, to my left, you can see people are leaving flowers on the fence that surrounds Paisley Park. And those flowers, for the most part, are purple, which is Prince's favorite color. His color, it is also the color that they light up Paisley Park with at night with purple lights. And you mentioned the fact that he was in this emergency landing on Friday in Illinois, had this brief hospital stay, but then he came back to Minnesota, and then he had a party here at Paisley Park Saturday night. I've talked to people who were at that party. They said, you know, he wasn't being super active, but he seemed himself, which is always a little bit mysterious, adds to his aura. There's a local music writer for the newspaper here who said Prince was at a jazz club as recently as Tuesday night, that he had a cane with him, and when the band was done playing, he held up the cane with excitement. So people here who know Prince, who have been following Prince closely, very shocked by the news today, and hoping we learn some more in the hours ahead, Lisa.
Welcome, everybody, to the Fox 10 News Now stream, looking back at the life of Prince.
You guys just walked across the street to put some flowers in the fence. Tell me a little bit about why you were drawn to Prince and why you've been such big fans over the years.
I'm from Minnesota originally, and my dad is such a musical person, and he just, from a young age, instilled so much music in me. And I mean, Prince is just part of our culture here. He's just, just someone that you just assumed would be around forever, and you didn't think this was actually going to happen. So it's just, I'm still in shock about it. And he's originally from New York, and I just kind of showed him Prince basically when he came here and took of Lake Minnetonka.
She purified me in the waters of Lake Minnetonka.
Actual Lake Minnetonka.
Being from New York and finding out that Prince was from here, if you didn't know that already, and then seeing this, I mean, it's just this nondescript white building on Highway 5. What was that like when you came here to Minnesota and realized that he was here? And as flashy as he might be in other parts of his life, this is not flashy.
No, and it wasn't flashy for him because it seemed like he was just an everyday Minnesotan. He wasn't this major celebrity, just one of us. And
you just bump into him on the streets.
Yeah.
He was just around, and that was just part of something. Everyone knew something about Prince, and someone knew. It was like the 6 degrees of separation or whatever that was called. It's just someone you knew Prince and had a story about Prince, and that was how connected to this community was. And it was just, he's an amazing guy.
Why did you feel like you needed to come here and stand on the street and be among the fans?
It's just part of the community. I mean, people are going to be hurting from this. Part of every day here. I needed to be part of it, and I needed to show my support for someone that just touched so many lives around the world. So,
how many times did you guys see him perform?
We never did. We always wanted to, and we always wanted to go to one of his parties or one of his shows, and we never got to. And you always thought you had the chance. You always had time, and now we don't. So,
I think you said it best when you said, I think we all expected Prince to live forever. I mean, I honestly, seeing his age on a piece of paper today, 57, to me, he'll never seem 57. And not that that's old by any stretch, but he just seems so youthful in the way that he carries himself and in his music and the way that he stays relevant.
That's why he spread through every generation. He was youth. He was everything people wanted him to be, and it's such a sad day, and it's amazing seeing all the support for him here today.
Do you think you'll hang out here for a while?
Yeah. Talk to people, see some stories, and talk to people about their experience with him. So,
and I think that's the thing. Is like, well, what do you get out of just being here? And is it just talking with other people and sort of sharing it with strangers?
Yeah, it's the love. I mean, everyone had a connection with him that's here right now, and I think just coming together with that love is something that everyone needs right now.
I think he would feel pretty good looking down right now, seeing all these people that care about him and love him. And I can't imagine what this crowd is going to look like by tonight. You grew up around here, so what is your first memory of Prince?
Just as Purple Rain, probably. I mean, just seeing that and, just my family talking about Prince and what he's done to communities, and it's just, I don't know, I'm just in shock about it.
For you, being from Minnesota and growing up with his music, what is Prince beyond the music?
He was local. He supported so many local people. He supported local record stores. He was just all about supporting people that needed it, and that's something that I'm going to carry on for as long as I can.
Thank you both so much, and maybe we'll talk to you in a little bit as well. All right, we appreciate it. I think that's what we're hearing from a lot of fans, and I've seen a number of people that I know just from Carver County that have just stopped by, and a lot of people just walking around in a daze right now. It is really, really hard to believe, Jeff and Amy, that gone. As Jessica just said, he's just somebody who is very youthful, you think is going to live forever.
Yeah, I think all of us did. Anybody who watched him perform with all of that energy figured that this man was going to be around for a long, long time. It's interesting.
All right, folks. Back in 2000, he began referring to himself as Prince again. He then released 15 albums since that period, including his latest, Hit and Run Phase 1, which was first released exclusively on the Tidal streaming service on September 7th, 2015, before being released on CD on September 15th of 2015. Prince has sold over 100 million records worldwide, making him one of the best-selling artists of all time. He's won 7 Grammy Awards, a Golden Globe, and an Academy Award. He was inducted into the Rock and Roll Hall of Fame in 2004 as a first-time ballot. Rolling Stone has ranked Prince as number 27 on the list of the top 100 greatest artists of all time. There we go, a live look right now outside his Paisley Park recording studio. As fans are coming to take a look at, pay their final respects to the man that gave so much music, so much entertainment for more than 35 years in the industry.
Hey, it's Ted. Who? Good. I don't know what I'm doing or what's next. Can someone talk? At 2:30. Awesome. Thanks. Bye. Mine? 2:30 on Fox News Channel is next. What's that? 2:30 on Fox News Channel.
In 1994, Prince's attitude towards his artistic output underwent a notable shift. He began to view, and you could see people, fans coming out there consoling each other right now. It says back in 1994, Prince's attitude towards his artistic output underwent a notable shift. He began to view releasing albums in quick succession as a means of ejecting himself from his contractual obligations to Warner Brothers. The label, he believed, was intent on limiting his artistic freedom by insisting that he release albums more sporadically. He also blamed Warner Brothers for the poor commercial performances of the Love Symbol album, claiming that it was insufficiently marketed by Warner. It was one of these developments that the aborted The Black Album was officially released approximately 7 years after its initial recording and near release. The new release, which was already in wide circulation as a bootleg, sold relatively poorly. Following that disappointing venture, Warner Brothers succumbed to Prince's wishes to release an album of new material to be entitled Come. When Come was eventually released, it confirmed all of Warner's fears. It became Prince's poorest selling album to date, struggling to even shift 500,000 copies. Even more frustrating was the fact that Prince insisted on crediting the album to Prince, 1958 to 1993. Prince then pushed to have his next album, The Gold Experience, released simultaneously with Love Symbol era material. Warner Brothers allowed the single The Most Beautiful Girl in the World to be released via a small independent distributor, Bellmark Records, in February of 1994. The release was successful, reaching number 3 on the U.S. Billboard Hot 100 list and number 1 in many other countries, but it would not prove to be a model for more future releases. Warner Brothers still resisted releasing The Gold Experience, fearing poor sales and citing market saturation as a defense. When eventually released in September of 1995, The Gold Experience failed to sell well, although it reached the top 10 of the Billboard 200 initially, and many reviewed it as Prince's best effort since Sign O of the Times. The album is now out of print. All right, folks, and you can see a live look out here as people right outside his compound there in Minnesota. Right there in Paisley Park, right outside the recording studio, where people and fans are gathering together. Well, folks, we do appreciate you guys being part of the Fox 10 News Now stream, as we are looking at a live shot right now outside of his compound in Paisley Park, as fans are gathering together to remember the legend that was Prince. In 1998, Prince released Crystal Ball, a 5-CD collection of unreleased material. The distribution of the album was disorderly, with some fans pre-ordering the album on the website up to a year before it was eventually shipped to them. These pre-orders were eventually delivered months after the record had gone on sale in retail stores. The retail edition has only 4 discs, and it is misleading. In 1999, he had a pay-per-view concert, Rave Unto the New Year 2000, which was broadcast on December 31st, 1999, and consisted of footage from the December 17th and 18th concerts of his 1999 tour. The concert featured appearances by many guest musicians, including Lenny Kravitz, George Clinton, Jimmy Russell, and The Time. It was released to home video the following year.
And there are other fans who went through periods of time where they said, okay, not really for me right now, but you still love them and respect them.
You know, some of the greatest party music of all time.
Yeah, absolutely.
There's no question about that.
And that was a hard part, you know, coming into work today and flipping through the radio stations, and there were all these upbeat, you know, let's go crazy, and all these Prince songs that were on the radio, and you want to be happy and you want to get into it, but boy, it was hard to hear those songs.
Looking at Paisley Park from up above as the crowd continues to grow, and our own Kelsey Carlson is also out there. She's going to join us again with the very latest there and some more reaction. Kelsey?
Hey, Jeff. Yeah, I have Mike Bunting here with me. And Mike, you live in the community. You worked in the music industry for a long time. What was your reaction when you heard the news this morning that Prince had died?
I was shocked. I love Prince. He's one of my heroes. And his drummer from the Revolution days, Bobby Z, is a friend of mine. We used to work on a band project together and some other deals years ago. So it's really sad. Too many heroes are dying this year. Bowie, now this. I don't know. I mean, I love Prince. His music speaks to me and motivates me and inspires me, and losing him is just really sad news.
Working on the inside of the music industry and seeing a lot of artists, what is his impact overall on music? I mean, I think it probably may vary decade to decade because he's produced so much over the years.
Oh, I think Prince is a huge influence on so much music today, from all styles. You know, he kind of has run the gamut of different things, and no matter what style of music you listen to or play, I think everybody can can find, something to be inspired by in Prince's music, in what he does. And so it's a real loss to the musical community, to artists everywhere, to the world, really.
Do you know much about what he was like to work with? He is a reclusive guy. I'm not sure how he managed to stay that way over the years working in the business that he worked in, but any insight?
I've never met him personally. Like I said, I'm friends with a couple of drummers and people who knew him and had worked inside Paisley Park studio here, and it's pretty quiet. He had a lot of confidentiality agreements, so they could never really speak a lot about things. I think my wife might have sold shoes to him once.
Everybody has a story about encountering Prince out here. That is, you also live in Chanhassen. So what is it like, having this international music celebrity in this community? We drive these streets every day, and it just becomes part of our life, but it's Prince. This is his recording studio.
Yeah, I'm either running or driving my car past Paisley Park every day, and you're always kind of looking at it thinking, I wonder what's going on in there, and I was fortunate last summer when the Alabama Shakes were in town, and Prince invited them up here to play a show the night after I saw him in Minneapolis, and then he came on stage and did a guitar solo with them. It blew my mind. It was an amazing moment, and I was very happy to be there. So I've been inside there. It's a really cool place, and and he was starting to throw these parties all the time. And living a mile and a half from here, I was getting excited. Like, great, I don't have to drive to the cities. I can go to Prince's parties on the weekend. And now I don't know.
Yeah, how youthful was he still when you saw him perform over the summer? He's in his late 50s. I don't think of him as being somebody in their late 50s because he's just so young and vibrant and fun.
I agree. No, he's so talented. He can, piano, guitar, whatever instrument he picks up, he can play. And he can play it better than, 90% of the world. He's just so good, and he's full of energy. I would have, when I saw 57 today, I guess I didn't even know how old he was. I would have maybe not guessed, but then when you think back to Purple Rain in 1984 and start doing the math, I guess it makes sense.
You also came in just a little bit ago. I haven't seen the traffic out there in a while. When I came in, there's just a few cars. But how is Highway 5 and getting over here? Across the highway to get over here?
Traffic is slow and backed up. So, yes, if you're traveling west or eastbound on Highway 5, probably avoid the Audubon intersection and find another way. Lake Ann Park's full of cars right now. People are parking the side of the road along 78th Street over there. So it's kind of weird to look around and see how many people have quickly shown up here once the news broke.
Do you have a favorite song?
Well, Purple Rain's one of my favorite albums of all time. So everything on that record, from either Let's Go Crazy to the song Purple Rain. Really, the way Let's Go Crazy kind of, kicks it all off for Prince. Dearly beloved, we are gathered here today to get through this thing called life. That says it all right there.
Are you going to hang out here for a little while? I know a lot of people they kind of don't want to leave. They just want to stay here, hang out with the fans, and just sort of see what evolves over the next few hours.
I'll probably check it out for a little bit, but then I have things to do and go see Mumford & Sons tonight with my family and a friend, so yeah.
You are a music fan, and what does the world lose by losing somebody like Prince? Because he still had more to do.
It crushes you. Losing people like Prince or David Bowie, people that have made so many albums that are impactful on generations of, people and musicians. It hurts, and music is my life. I love it. Outside of running, that's what I do. I listen to records all the time, and so Prince is one of the greats. He's in there. He's right there with the Beatles. It's McCartney, Lennon, Prince, those type of guys are right there, and losing him is really sad.
Thank you, Mike. I appreciate it. Yeah, so you can hear the helicopters above us now. A lot more media gathering as well. We're going to start to get a lot of the networks here, and as Mike was just saying, they've got the traffic under control along Highway 5, but it's going to be Sort of a crazy scene over there at Lake Ann as people try to park wherever they can find a spot and then start to walk over here. And again, Amy and Jeff, just a lot of people just standing on the grassy hill, walking by, dropping off flowers, still very much in disbelief that Prince is gone.
Yeah. We all are. All right, Kelsey, thanks so much. It's kind of odd in a way that Prince, he was reclusive. You can imagine a man that famous needed his space. So he put his studio out on the outskirts of town. Yeah. He lived on the outskirts of town. But that's not going to prevent a crowd from coming together to honor this man. And that is what is happening throughout the day here, and I'm sure it will continue on into the evening. The crowd will continue to get bigger there, and as I mentioned, at First Avenue in Minneapolis.
And one of the reasons we've heard over and over again why he loved Minnesota so much, why he decided to make Minnesota home, when this is a man who could have lived anywhere in the world. People here respected him, they respected his privacy. He felt safe here. So.
And his mom was here.
Yeah.
And he made sure he took care of Mom. He was also a very charitable man.
He was. We did a story back in, I think it was 2000, and he was at that time helping out a small town in North Carolina. He gave something like $37,000 to folks in a small town, Princeville, North Carolina. They had been wiped out by Hurricane Floyd at that time, and he really wanted them to use that money to just rebuild the town. And it's an interesting thing about Prince as well, is he's a celebrity, and there are so many things we know him for, so many things that were publicized about him, but I think there were probably so many more things that we didn't ever know. These relationships that he had, these friendships he had with people here, the impact, as Kelsey was talking earlier, on the community of Chanhassen. I mean, think about what Chanhassen looked like when Paisley Park went up. It's right now it's pretty bustling, but
there was a bunch of barns around that thing when he first put that up. I'll tell you that.
I mean, imagine what he has just done for that community economically, and so the contributions are just countless, and we'll be hearing more, I think, about those sort of hidden contributions in the days to come as people start to come out with their stories of how he helped them or how he was a friend to them.
Again, tweets coming in from all over. This one from MTV, and it's repeating the line that Kelsey's guest there, Mike, said, "Dearly beloved, we're gathered here today to get through this thing called life." We have many, many more tweets on social media, too.
I saw MTV also was going to be changing their logo on air today to the color purple as well, to honor Prince. This is from Sun Country Air. "We are deeply saddened by the loss of a true hometown artist." So our hometown airline there, talking about the death of Prince. The Twins, and Jeff, you talked about earlier how much of a fan he truly was and supported Minnesota sports teams. It's fitting that it's raining in Minneapolis today.
And the purple in the backdrop, it is a purple rain day. There's no question about that. Let's see if we have any more here. This one from Goldie Hawn. "My heart aches at the loss of Prince. He has joined his angels, of which he was one. Rest in peace." And Rita Wilson, "Your music and gifts will live on forever. Thank you for all you gave us. God bless your soul." Just across the gamut, Hollywood stars, entertainment stars, people from sports and other famous backgrounds, political people, including our own Senator Amy Klobuchar, who sent out a message today, and I believe we have that somewhere. At the same time, when I mention that, I'm now seeing on Twitter that the Apollo Theater has changed its marquee to honor Prince in New York City. And it says on the marquee, "In honor of the beautiful one, Prince, nothing compares to you." And then 1958 to 2016.
Prince, of course, wrote that song for Sinead O'Connor, "Nothing Compares to You." We just were handed a press release here from Carver County, and I'm just going to read it sort of cold on the air here as it's coming in. The Carver County Sheriff Jim Olson reporting that this morning at about 9:43, sheriff's deputies responding to a medical call at Paisley Park Studios in Chanhassen When deputies and medical personnel arrived, they found an unresponsive adult male in the elevator. First responders attempted to provide life-saving CPR, but were unable to revive the victim. He was pronounced deceased at 10:07 a.m. He has been identified as Prince Rogers Nelson, 57, of Chanhassen.
Well, still many unanswered questions, and I'm sure in the days ahead we'll get the answers as to exactly what happened. He had been sick over the past week or so. In fact, I think he was dealing with flu-like symptoms for almost 3 months.
Is that right?
From some of the things I've heard. And you find out that flu is something that you don't mess around. We do stories on how many people die every year. Tens of thousands of people die every year of the flu. So maybe that played a part here in his death.
And I anticipate we will learn more even today as to exactly what happened. But we, again, learned a little bit more that deputies and medical personnel found Prince in the elevator at Paisley Park, and he was pronounced dead at 10:07 a.m.
I guess it's no surprise to anyone that...
All right, folks, you can see the latest on eBay as people are putting their memorabilia up on the auction site here, trying to cash in on the death of a legend. You can see the latest thing here, the Prince Rogers Nelson Purple Rain hand-signed autograph 8x10 framed photo for $1,400, or that best offer. You are watching the Fox 10 News Now stream, part of fox10phoenix.com, as we are providing you coverage of remembering Prince, the life, the legacy, and the musical talents of a legend. I just checked Kanye West's Twitter page. He has not tweeted anything about Prince. You can see here, folks, the latest. We'll go down here and just show you what people are putting up on eBay right now. Wow, look at that, folks. Prince Rogers Nelson signed, autographed, authentic, full name check.
Well, really, it's been a lot of shock. We've seen a growing crowd that's sort of gone in waves between 20, 30, 40 people just coming here to lay flowers, lay balloons, and sort of see this for themselves, that Prince has indeed passed. I'm joined here by Michelle LaFrance. You said you came down here. Why were you compelled here to come down to First Avenue?
Well, I work at Lifetime, and I teach yoga, and I heard about it right after I taught, and I saw people walking over with flowers, and I just wanted to look at a star. I've been a fan since I was a teenager. I remember seeing the movie Purple Rain when I was about 15 and thinking it was just about the coolest thing I had ever seen. And he's a genius, and it's I can't believe he's gone. It's really sad. Ironically, I'm going to Bob Mould at First Avenue tomorrow night, and I think that it's going to be a really sad but hopefully celebratory feeling, because First Avenue is Prince's home.
How would you put it into words? What has kept you and captivated you as a fan of Prince and his music all these years?
He's so innovative and just such a really brilliant musician, and he's stayed relevant for decades.
As far as concerts, though, you said you do have one regret.
My one regret is I never saw him perform live.
It's hard to swallow right now.
It is. It is. So I would say anybody you are dying to see, go see them, because you never know. It might be the last chance you get to see them, and now he's gone. But his music lives on.
Very true. All right. Thank you, Michelle. We appreciate it very, very much. Yeah, as you can see, a lot of fans, a lot of people here just, again, coming to terms that this is reality. A lot of people still in shock. We've seen a lot of tears out here. We've seen a lot of laughter and even some dancing in the street with people as they're playing some Prince music, or cars going by and saying we lost a legend as they roll by through the lights here. But again, a lot of fans coming here basically just to have another shoulder to cry on or to lean on and share stories with fellow fans. That seems to be what's drawing a lot of people here to First Avenue. You can't quite see it through the crowd, but there's a growing pile of flowers and balloons and cards, and we, of course, only expect that to grow as the days go on. Back to you guys.
All right, thank you so much, Leah. You know, from First Avenue to high above Paisley Park in Chanhassen, two places famous for Prince hanging out here in the Twin Cities, and then to prove how this stretches all across the United States. I mentioned it earlier. We have a picture of the Apollo Theater in New York paying tribute to Prince and speaking about this man's incredible life and how he touched so many. And there it is. I only wanted to see you laughing in the purple rain. Quoting the famous Prince song. This is going to be one of many, many spots all across our country, and I would imagine throughout the world. And we continue to get more tweets from people far and wide. And another example of how Prince's music spreads over just about every part of entertainment you can imagine. I was going to go to this one from the Timberwolves. We'll get to those in just a little bit. But you are not surprised at some of the people. Yeah, maybe I'll just read some of them to you. This is from the Timberwolves. Prince, of course, a huge fan of the Wolves. When doves cry, wolves cry. Also, Tyus Jones, the Timberwolves rookie who just completed his first season out of Apple Valley. Rest in peace to the legend Prince, Minnesota's very own. You will be missed.
Keith Urban just heard about Prince, can't believe it.
Yeah. And then one more, Lin-Manuel. This is the star of the Broadway show Hamilton, gutted, mourning with you. And a final, Amy Schumer from the world of comedy, deep tragedy. I'm so sorry for your loss, Minneapolis. We will try and cheer you up for at least a little while tonight. That's right, she is appearing tonight in town.
Yeah.
That's going to be a difficult show, but she's a comedy pro, and I think at just about any entertainment situation tonight, the man who was on with Kelsey Carlson talking about how he'll be at Mumford & Sons tonight at the XL Center, and don't be surprised that there is a major tribute during that show as well.
I would think any artist who's coming here in any time in the near future will be including some sort of a tribute to Prince within their show.
You know, I don't want to get too far ahead of things, but I'm looking, and immediately I think this is going to become a museum, Paisley Park. With all that happened there, with all of the different collectible Prince-type things, this is going to be a place where people will come to visit and pay their respects, I believe, for many, many, many years.
I think that's probably a good guess. You know, we just hope it becomes whatever Prince would have wanted it to become. And again, those crowds growing out there in Chanhassen this morning. News breaking, 9, 10 o'clock hours, and ever since then, crowds increasing in size. And the memorials growing as well. Nondescript building in the middle of Chanhassen. It's quite remarkable what's happening there.
The inside much more descript than the outside. You can bet on that. You talked about Prince letting everyone know that he suffered from epilepsy as a child, but he also, at one time in his life, must have been a deeply religious man because he believed that divine intervention helped cure him of the epilepsy.
Well, I know it was about 50.
All right, folks, welcome to the Fox 10 News Now stream. My name's Mike Page. Happy to be here with you guys as we are showcasing you guys in full coverage mode right now. Prince, dead at 57 years old. I do have some songs that maybe you didn't know that was written by the legend. Manic Monday by the Bangles. Yep. In 1986, the song was written by Prince. Manic Monday was the first single of their second record, Different Light. When You Were Mine by Cyndi Lauper, also another song written by Prince. How Come You Don't Call Me Anymore by Alicia Keys. It was on a B-side on Prince's song 1999. In 1982, Alicia Keys covered the song in 2001. Pray by MC Hammer. Pray was MC Hammer's second single after Can't Touch This. While the song was very much an original, it heavily samples Prince's When Doves Cry. Take it back out for more coverage of the death of Prince.
And I was the only car on the street, and at the time I thought this probably is not going to turn out to be anything serious at all. And here we are several hours later with incredibly sad news about Prince. Huge crowd out here, as you guys have watched for the last couple of hours, and they've got the traffic under control there on Highway 5. I just got a statement from the mayor of Chanhassen because Paisley Park is built here in the city of Chanhassen. They're very proud of the fact that Prince recorded his music here and had his epic parties here. From the mayor, it is with heavy hearts that the city of Chanhassen extends our deepest condolences to Prince's family, friends, and fans around the world. We're very proud that he built his studio, Paisley Park in Chanhassen, but even prouder that he called us neighbors. In Prince's life, his talent and vision for music, performance, and entertainment made him a universally recognized and celebrated icon. And that is true. You know, people here did consider him a neighbor, even though he was very quiet, reclusive, and you didn't see him much. Every once in a while you'd get that story about somebody seeing him out and about, and of course I know just driving by here on a daily basis, I always look over just to see if maybe I'll catch a glimpse of the purple one. I also run this street quite a bit in the early morning hours, and knowing that he throws late parties, I had always been hopeful that maybe I would see somebody coming out of here one morning. It's a very, very sad scene here right now. We have cars coming in. Looks like family and friends are gathering inside by the front doors. Every once in a while, we'll get somebody that they'll let in. And we've had media show up from all across the country here in the last hour or so as well. And the number of flowers and bouquets along the fence line also growing. And then strangers, just fans, people who've grown up with his music, people who are from Minnesota, are just hanging out, and they're just talking to one another, just sharing stories about what they remember, their first concert, or if they ever came in here to watch a show. He did actually address a crowd on Saturday. We know he was very sick on Friday and had some flu-like symptoms. Saturday he had a party inside Paisley Park, and while he did not perform, he did talk to the crowd. And I've talked to a couple people who were in attendance, and they said he didn't look good. He seemed frail, but that's what you would expect if he had been feeling under the weather. But nothing that seemed alarming. And he talked with a girl who was in the crowd. He talked about some of the upcoming projects that he had, and everything seemed fine. And so now, to get the news here that he has died at the age of 57, quite shocking and again, just incredibly sad for the millions of fans that he has developed over the decades.
All right, thanks, Kelsey. You know, you're so right about what you're saying there, and it's difficult to see family members and friends rushing to get there to be with each other.
And in this age of social media, many of them finding out, not from law enforcement, which
is that's one of the things you deal with with social media these days. More tweets coming in. I'm not sure if we can get the iPad to mirror onto our screen or not, but yes, we can. So Celine Dion, terribly saddened by the devastating news. He truly is a legend and a hero of mine. Rest in peace.
And she's someone who's, of course, lost several people close to her recently. Bette Midler, good night, sweet Prince. He really was, too. Sweet, kind, unbelievably talented, a joy to watch and hear. I can't believe it. And Pat Garofalo, when you look up the definition of the word cool, there should just be a picture of Prince.
Yeah.
Cannot agree anymore. And it continues. If you're under 30 and trying to figure out the big deal, do yourself a favor and just once listen to the whole Purple Rain album.
No question about that.
Yeah.
And we're going to go back down to First Avenue.
Like
Leah
before,
Bino
I'm going to say hi to them.
is meeting with another person here who has apparently joined that gathering. Earlier, Leah, your guest had said, you know, if you are thinking about seeing someone perform, do it because you never know. And I think a lot of people are feeling that way tonight.
Mm-hmm. Wasn't that very good advice? Yes, that last one when we talked to, a big regret having never seen Prince in person, although she was a huge fan. But we're joined by another huge fan, Mia Washington. Tell me a little bit about your love for Prince. You're a little teary. You got the Kleenex nearby here as you came over to First Avenue.
Yeah, I mean, it's just like unbelievable. I think for people in Minnesota, it's like he's ours. We claim him. So very emotional time, but I hope everyone will, you know, honor his life in the way it should be, especially here in Minnesota. But it's just devastating.
And unlike the last guest that I talked to, you've been to many concerts, you said. How many and how recently?
I don't know the number, but the last time I saw him, unfortunately, was like a few years ago in LA, and it was amazing. Like, there's just, he's just amazing as a live performer, and there's so many people in the Twin Cities who have these amazing stories of concerts he'd play after dark and in Paisley Park, and he's just given so much to the state, I guess, in terms of what he means as a music icon. It's just, it's devastating. There'll never be another.
What is it, if you could put it into words, that has captivated you all these years to stay a fan all this time?
He's a musician. He's a musician. In times like this, you know, we have pop stars and we have singers and performers, but he's a musician, you know. So I think it's what he's contributed as a songwriter, his talent, his skill, his sound, his look. In so many ways, he's opened so many doors for so many communities who've embraced him, so many different genres. Like, I mean, there's only one.
And you were saying, of course, as people around the world are grieving right now, this is very, you feel, personal to Minnesota.
Absolutely. He's ours, you know. Anytime I've spent time outside of the state, people only associate Minnesota with Prince, really.
It's a very good person to be associated with.
That's about all people, in my experience, outside of the state know about Minnesota is Prince.
Well, thank you, Mia. We appreciate it very much, and we're sorry. We know you're grieving and got the Kleenex nearby, so thank you so much. Like many people, she had to come down here and just sort of soak it in and see it to believe it, and see the memorial and see again that this is reality, that Prince has left us. Back to you guys.
The crowd behind Leah continues to grow. I saw an article here from the Huffington Post. It says this is already the saddest year in music history, and now we lose Prince because we had someone mention David Bowie, but let's not forget that Fife Dog, pretty famous, and Merle Haggard within the last couple of weeks, and Maurice White from Earth, Wind and Fire as well.
That's right, that's all been this year.
Yeah,
Wow.
a lot of famous music people.
And as we know, Prince gave that concert on Saturday, and we've heard from a couple of people now. And Jeff, you were alluding to this a little bit earlier, but there have been reports from that concert that Prince said, quote, "Don't cry for me, save your tears." And you were saying earlier how, what was there something that he knew? You know, there's just so many unanswered questions.
That will be coming out in the days ahead, we hope. When someone is taken like this and leaves us, everybody wants to know why.
Yeah.
Why? And I would imagine that, you know, no matter the age, there are a lot of people who are going to be playing Prince songs throughout the day, throughout the evening. We've been hearing them here. And I don't mind having him on in the background, quite frankly, even when we're here live. When we pop up the video of him, and you get to hear another snippet, and it reminds you. The interview that Robin Robinson did with Prince all those years ago. Maybe we can listen in for a second.
So that I didn't have to run out to L.A. back and forth in New York, because that's a different atmosphere, and I found that you tend to reflect whatever it is that's around you. And so I wanted peace around me, so I stayed here so that I could reflect peace. For the 7 nights, there's going to be
really unprecedented access at that time. Robin becoming very close friends with him and gaining his trust, and an amazing opportunity to really see behind the scenes what goes on at Paisley Park.
And I think this also was in correlation to his 40th birthday, where he made an announcement in a press conference in New York that it was going to be a week-long bash. He had Paisley Park tours during the day, concerts at night, and then the week ended with a very big concert at Northrop Auditorium.
We want to let folks know we are right now trying to get, and we'll bring it to you as soon as we do, TMZ. As many of you know, TMZ was the first to sort of break this news, and then was soon after confirmed.
All right, folks, once again, welcome to the Fox 10 News Now stream. Taking a look at eBay here of Prince memorabilia that has just gone up within the last few minutes here. A lot of autographs from all various prices here on the Fox 10 News Now stream. You're watching this live right now on eBay. $150 for this autographed photo, but all I can say is just be wary of the, especially things that are going up right now. It's hard to validate probably some of these items here. Welcome to the Fox 10 News Now stream, though we are in continuous coverage mode of Prince, dead at 57, as we look back and remember his life and career. A musical genius.
Prince and his music defined an era. His tremendous talent was matched only by his generosity and commitment to improving his community. Minnesotans and our nation mourn the loss of a great artist today, one who has left an unforgettable mark on music history and whose contributions to the betterment of our state will be remembered for years to come. And Lieutenant Governor Smith also with a comment here. We are so sad in Minnesota today to have lost Prince. He was a global star, but we feel his loss personally here at home. Through his playful, funny, original, and prodigious talents, he defined the Minneapolis sound and left an indelible mark on music and culture, not only in Minnesota, but everywhere. Our thoughts and prayers are with all of his family and his friends. This is a huge loss.
Yeah, and thank goodness for videos and the recording industry. We will be able to enjoy Prince for the rest of our lives. But it will be the music that he didn't get to make that we will miss.
Those 3 words we've heard so much today, gone too soon, 57 years old. He had, another 20, 30, 40 years of music left in him. And a lot of folks, as we talk to them here out on these different scenes at First Avenue, out at Paisley Park, I think you and I kind of look at each other whenever we hear someone say, we never had a chance to see him, and we just both go, you just feel for them. Our Kelsey Carlson is out at Paisley Park. You're watching a live shot there of the scene. Kelsey's been out there since this morning talking with numerous people. Kelsey, what are they telling you now?
It's been such a sad and strange day, Amy. When I came out here at 10 o'clock this morning, I was the only car on the street, and I really thought this was not going to be anything significant. And here we are talking about the death of Prince. We've watched as a number of cars have rolled in. Right now we have, looks like sheriffs and investigator vehicles going in, but parked up near the front of the building, a number of family and friends, people in Prince's inner circle have all gone in, and there are a lot of tears out here on the grassy hill where fans have gathered. And it is just sort of an unbelievable, very sad day. One thing you can say about Prince, he was always interesting. Whether you were a fan or not of his music, he was always interesting. And at 57 years old, he was still relevant in the music business, still had plans, still had projects, still performed, still threw parties here at Paisley Park here in Chanhassen. And I know the city of Chanhassen, the mayor has said this, they're devastated by the loss. They considered him a good friend and a good neighbor to this community. And you know what? Not a day would go by that I wouldn't see somebody as I drove along this street stopping to get a picture or a selfie here at Paisley Park. And this is devastating for the music industry. Really, he still had things that he wanted to do, and it says a lot for a music artist that you can stay relevant for so long. So we, of course, will continue to cover this. We still need to figure out what happened. He talked to fans Saturday night at a party here at Paisley Park, and it's still unclear what caused his death, other than that we know he was not feeling well over the weekend. So we'll be live out here, and we'll continue to have updates, of course, as soon as they're available.
All right. Thanks, Kelsey.
Yeah, and Kelsey, on that note, we just want to, again, reiterate the news that we received from Carver County, the small amounts of details that they've released about what actually happened. 9:43 this morning, sheriff's deputies responding to Paisley Park Studios in Chanhassen to an unresponsive adult male in the elevator. First responders tried to provide life-saving CPR, unable to revive him, and Prince was pronounced dead at 10:07 this morning.
A rock and roll Hall of Famer, inducted in 2004. Purple Rain, probably his most famous album, but many, many other songs on other albums became famous too. Known for his ability to play some amazing riffs on the guitar, but also the showmanship and his dancing, just incredible.
And as Minnesotans, you know, we claim him as ours, but I think more importantly, he claimed us. And I think that is what makes this day so hard for so many Minnesotans and music lovers everywhere. We're going to have much more continuing today. Join us for Fox News at 5, 5:30, and 6. We'll see you then.
Yeah, in the meantime, go listen to a Prince song.
Yeah.
His music. Prince. The story. The struggle. The movie. Purple Rain.
All right, guys, Samia here. We are just switching over. Mike has left the building. I'm taking over. It takes a while for the computer to reboot. So if you're here for Prince coverage, stay here because we will have that for you in just a minute. You won't be looking at a black screen for too long. I'm just waiting for this computer to load. Stand by. Hello, everyone. Samia here with more of your Prince death coverage. Really unfortunate news this morning, learning about the death of a musical icon. I want to hear from you guys directly. If you have any thoughts or comments, things you want to share, your favorite Prince memories, go ahead and tweet me. My Twitter handle is on the screen at SamiaFox10. We're going to read them live here on air. I may even include them in the newscast on TV, so feel free to send them in. I'm going to go ahead and read a couple comments right now. Stacy Morgan sharing her most favorite Prince memory, saying Prince playing with Purple Rain falling during the Super Bowl, hashtag R.I.P. Prince. Brian saying one of his favorite memories is dancing to Prince songs at the Devil House in Tempe. Les Bean saying the artist formerly known as Prince must be the greatest name of any musician ever in the history of music. Deborah Hall tweeting, I saw him at the Forum on the Purple Rain tour. He was magical. There was no one like Prince. Stephen Ball tweeting, my parents grew up with legends like Prince. I'm like in disbelief that such an amazing soul has been robbed from us so soon. Tassos tweeting, first Bowie, now Prince, brutal year for pop music so far. That is interesting that he brought up David Bowie as well. One of the names trending on Twitter nationwide is Whitney. A lot of people bringing up Whitney Houston's death. I'm seeing R.I.P. Amy. I'm wondering if this is something else. This has to do with a student dying in a high school. Wow, there's some tragic trending topics right now. Again, go ahead and tweet me if you want to share your thoughts on Prince's passing. We're going to go ahead and go through TMZ. TMZ's been reporting a lot of new information. We're just learning that Prince apparently had been making frequent visits to a local Walgreens in recent days, even going to Walgreens last night. He apparently looked very frail, according to bystanders. Let's go and go through this TMZ feed to hear and read about the latest. Sheriff's Department says Prince was found in an elevator at Paisley Park. They performed CPR but were unable to revive him. He was pronounced dead on the scene at 10:07 a.m. Central Time. So he was officially pronounced dead at 8:07 Arizona time. We did not report on Prince's death until about just before 10 a.m. we got confirmation, or rather that we heard first from TMZ that Prince indeed had died. So we've known about this information for just about 3 hours now. The Carver County Sheriff's Office telling TMZ they're now investigating the cause of his death. Right now, no signs of foul play. Again, Prince was 57 years old. His body was found in his compound early Thursday morning. We have the emergency dispatch. In case you did not hear the audio, I'm going to go ahead and play that for you once again.
Deploy car for a medical, Paisley Park, 7801 Audubon Road, 7801 Audubon Road, for a tail down, not reading. Rescue's been started reading out. And this rescue needed for a medical at Paisley Park, 7801 Audubon Road. Person down, not breathing, time resuscitation 945. 48. Chief 1, CPR started. 10-4 CPR started, 949.
Alright guys, let's read more from TMZ. The singer, full name Prince Rogers Nelson, had a medical emergency on April 15th that forced his private jet to make an emergency landing in Illinois, but he appeared at a concert the very next day to assure his fans he was okay. His people had told TMZ then that he was battling the flu. Now here's an image of outside Prince's home. You can see a memorial already set up in honor of the musical icon. Again, guys. All right, guys, let's continue to go through the TMZ website. At a show, actually, here's some really interesting information. Prince prophetically told the crowd, wait a few days before you waste any prayers. There he is on stage, April 16th, just 5 days ago. He had canceled 2 shows due to health concern in recent weeks. Again, Prince becoming an international superstar in 1982. Prince in the public spotlight for 34 years. Won 7 Grammys, sold more than 100 million records, and won an Academy Award. He was married 2 times and inducted into the Rock and Roll Hall of Fame in the year 2004. We have many people, many celebrities reacting, including Madonna, Lenny Kravitz, Justin Timberlake. We'll look at some of their reactions in a moment, but first let's go ahead and continue reading these articles from TMZ. This one includes a photo of Prince as he was leaving Walgreens last night. Apparently, Prince hit up a local pharmacy just hours before he died. This was the 4th time he'd visited this week. We're getting live aerials now from Prince's compound in Minnesota. I'm going to go ahead and pull this up right here. We'll have these live aerials for you guys. All right, guys, you're looking at aerials of his compound in Minnesota. Looks like there's a typo in our lower third. Let me just go ahead and fix that here. Okay, some more information I can give you guys. Prince did visit his local Walgreens 4 times this week, including last night. Now, according to people who saw Prince at Walgreens, it looked like his health was worse than a simple flu. We do have a photo of him leaving Walgreens around 7 p.m. last night. That is on the TMZ website. I'll pull that up for you in a little bit. Apparently, he had been going to that same Walgreens for years, according to sources in touch with TMZ. But last night, people at the store were concerned because he looked much more frail and nervous than usual. Again, as TMZ previously reported, Prince's people told the press that Prince was suffering from the flu. And some people question how true that is, because Prince's private jet did have to make an emergency landing in Illinois last week, just 48 minutes from his home. That is where Prince was briefly hospitalized, but he was discharged only a few hours later. Now, according to sources at the hospital, sources that TMZ apparently spoke with, they felt that Prince left the hospital way too soon. It seemed like he was, quote, not doing well, and he needed further medical care. Now, on Saturday was the day that he was released from the hospital. Prince, in fact, took the stage at a dance party near his home in Minnesota, and interestingly enough, told the crowd, wait a few days before you waste any prayers. All right, guys, now we're going to review some celebrity reactions on TMZ. In the upper right-hand corner, you have a live aerial look at the compound where Prince was found dead. Let's go ahead and read some of these reactions. Lenny Kravitz saying, my musical brother, my friend, the one who showed me the possibilities within myself. This is a link to Lenny Kravitz' Instagram. You can see it. That is the photo that he posted. The caption continues, my musical brother, my friend, the one who showed me the possibilities within myself, changed everything and kept his integrity until the end is gone. I am heartbroken. We have this photo right here, Shaka Khan tweeting that photo. I loved him, the world loved him, now he's at peace with his father. Rest in power, at Prince. My brother, Questlove, long live the king. Boy George, today is the worst day ever. Prince, rest in peace, I'm crying. Gene Simmons, Prince, sad to say, has passed on. He was a giant. My deep condolences go out to his family, friends, and fans. Click here, it's not over yet. That's probably more celebrity reaction. You have Billy Idol saying, oh God, I can't believe that Prince has died. He was a great talent. Rest in peace. So sad to hear of Prince's passing. One of the greatest musical talents of my lifetime, maybe of the 20th century. Rest in peace. Russell Simmons, rest in power. Prince, Ellen. Prince was brilliant and larger than life. What a sad day. Zendaya. Prince, there's no way. Samuel L. Jackson, I'm crushed. UK News reporting Prince is dead for real. Massive loss for us all. What a genius. Speechless. We have so many different tweets from various people in the public spotlight, including Piers Morgan. Prince was the greatest live performer I ever saw. A musical genius ablaze with astounding, sexually charged energy. Loved him. R.I.P. Katy Perry, and just like that, the world lost a lot of magic. Rest in peace, Prince. Thanks for giving us so much. Dana White saying, R.I.P. Prince, so bummed. Supposed to hook up with him on Looking for a Fight, but he was in Europe. Amazing artist. Blake Shelton, dang it, truly hate hearing we lost Prince. Sad day. Olivia Munn saying, I got to see Prince in concert this past summer and I was blown away by his talents and his generosity. Mark Cuban, I'm in shock. Kerry Washington, Prince, just question mark, exclamation point, obviously in disbelief. Kris Jenner saying, so sad to hear about the loss of Prince today. Rest in peace, legend. Hashtag Purple Rain. Ice-T, I'm so very sad right now. Prince can't die. Nick Cannon saying, the artist. Rest in R.I.P. Rest in power. Charlie Puth, the cultural pushing icon and creative genius. Rest in peace, Prince. Joan Collins saying, shocked that Prince has died at only 57. Such a talent to have died so young. Katie Kirk, so sad to hear about this terrible loss. Prince was a visionary musician and artist. Marlon Wayans, pretty effed up right now. Not too happy about it. Feeling like a family member has passed away. Leanne Rhymes saying, OMG, I'm so heartbroken right now. Please tell me it isn't true. Prince is gone. Star Jones saying, oh my God, the musical genius of my generation has gone to glory. Heaven has a new musical director with Prince. So this is just a handful of the reaction that we are getting. Now looking at a live look at that compound where Prince was found unresponsive and later pronounced dead. Again, Prince passing away this morning at the age of 57. Prince, just born within a few months of Michael Jackson himself. They both were born in 1958. I said it earlier today, I'll say it again. Today feels a lot like the day that Michael Jackson died, where it came out of nowhere and suddenly just the world mourned. They were not expecting such tragic news. Here we are now, almost 7 years later, dealing with the loss of another icon. If you guys have any thoughts you want to share, you guys can go ahead and tweet me at SamiaFox10. My Twitter handle is below. You can go ahead and find me on Twitter, follow me, and send me a tweet. We'll go ahead and read those comments live on air. We have this tweet, Dave D. Nelson tweeting me 6 minutes ago saying, this sucks and what a shock, must have been something more with that emergency on the plane. Humanitarian, rest in peace. All right, guys, as we continue our Prince death coverage, I'm going to go ahead and pull up his Twitter. The last thing he tweeted right here, electricfetus.com, in this image. This is the dance party he attended and showed up at on April 16th. And his last tweet. There you see the responses. All right, guys, we'll get back to Prince coverage in a little bit, but we are actually going to go live now to Pennsylvania, where Bernie Sanders is speaking live. Again, Bernie Sanders speaking live in Pennsylvania.
Let me thank Rainy Lake, Bernardo Carvajal, Andara Jesus, Marin, and all of you for being here today. Okay. This is a large, loud, raucous crowd, kind of crowds I like. Sounds to me like Reading is ready for a political revolution. Sounds to me like you want more than establishment politics, you want real change. You know, in many ways, what is happening here in Reading and what has happened over the last several decades is kind of a metaphor for what's happening all over this country. And what that is about is we have seen a city which once had thousands of excellent paying jobs lose those jobs because of disastrous trade policies. We have seen companies like Lucent Technologies, Dana Corporation, Ludens, Glidden, and Baldwin Hardware are just a few of the major corporations that shut down manufacturing plants in Reading and moved overseas, destroying thousands of decent-paying jobs. And what happens when good jobs leave, poverty increases. And what we have seen is since 1990, the poverty rate in Reading has more than doubled, going from 19% to 40%. Today, in the richest country in the history of the world, Reading and Allentown have two of the most financially troubled school districts in the entire nation. That is unacceptable. That has got to change. Now, way back when I first got elected to Congress in 1990, shortly after that, I was on the picket lines in opposition to NAFTA. Because I knew then that these trade agreements were written by corporate America for one sole purpose. And that was to make sure that companies did not have to pay workers in Pennsylvania or in Vermont a living wage. What they wanted to do and what they accomplished was to shut down tens of thousands of manufacturing plants all over this country, move to low-wage countries, and then bring their products back here in the United States of America. As a result of these trade agreements, we have lost millions of decent-paying jobs. That has got to end. We need a trade policy which protects the interest of the American worker, not just the CEOs of multinational corporations. We need a trade policy which creates decent-paying jobs in America, not just in China. And one of the differences between Secretary Clinton and myself is I have opposed every one of these disastrous trade agreements. She has supported virtually every one of these disastrous trade agreements. Now, what's going on in America, what's going on in Reading, what's going on coast to coast, is that for 35 years we have seen the middle class of this country decline. We now have 47 million people living in poverty, and we have more income and wealth inequality than any other major country on earth, and it is worse today in America than at any time since 1928. Enough is enough. I see that we have some workers from the CWA here. Stand up, guys. Now, in the same sense that we have seen the loss of jobs here in Reading, these guys today are out on strike against Verizon. And I want you all to know that they are not only standing up and fighting for their own interests, they are fighting for every worker in America. Because Verizon is doing to them, or trying to do to them, what corporation after corporation has done to the American worker. In this case, they want to take away health care benefits that these workers have fought for and won. They want to outsource decent paying call center jobs to low-wage countries. And meanwhile, while Verizon is trying to save money on the backs of their workers, they apparently have enough money to pay $18 million in compensation to the CEO of that corporation. And this is what goes on every damn day. Outsourcing of decent paying jobs, cutting wages, cutting benefits, and giving CEOs outrageously high compensation packages. This is a corporate culture which is destroying the middle class of this country, and if elected president, we will change that culture. Now, this campaign is doing well because we're doing something very radical. We're telling the truth. The truth is not always easy to hear, and sometimes it is painful. I wish that I did not have to tell you that Verizon was a greedy corporation that could care less about their workers, but that is the truth. And I wish I could tell you that we had an economy that was working for all of us, but that would be a lie, because we have an economy today that is ignoring the needs of the middle class and working families, while the people on top are doing phenomenally well. Here is what a rigged economy in our country means. It means that we have a grotesque level of income and wealth inequality, where the top 1% now earns almost as much wealth, has almost as much wealth as the bottom 90%. You got that? 0.1% owns almost as much wealth as the bottom 90%. An economy in which the wealthiest 20 people own more wealth than the bottom 150 million Americans. An economy in which one family, the Walton family of Walmart, not only one family owns more money, more wealth than the bottom 40% of the American people, but guess what? This family who owns Walmart, the largest private sector company in America, they pay their workers wages that are so low that many of their employees are forced to go on food stamps or Medicaid. And you know who pays for those food stamps and Medicaid? That's called a rigged economy, when the middle class has to subsidize the wealthiest family in this country because they refuse to pay their workers living wages. And I say to the Walton family, get off of welfare, pay your workers a living wage. And when we talk about a rigged economy, it is not only a grotesquely unfair distribution of wealth, it is income as well. Now, what this campaign is about and what the political revolution is about is asking people to think outside of the box. Think outside of what the television and radio and newspapers tell you. Ask yourselves some hard questions. Here is a question. Why is it that despite an explosion of technology and an increase in worker productivity, why is it that most of our people today are working longer hours for lower wages? Simple question. Why is that? Why is it that in my state of Vermont and in Pennsylvania, we've got many people, they're not working one job, They're working 2 jobs or 3 jobs in order to cobble together the income and the health care that they need. Why is it, and young people will not believe me when I tell them this, check it out, Google it after the event, not now. And what you will find is something pretty remarkable. 40 or 50 years ago, in America, one breadwinner in a family, in those days often the man, one person could work 40 hours a week and earn enough money to take care of the whole family. Now, young people can't believe that. Because today, what do you got? You got mom out working, you got dad out working, you got the kids out working. But despite all of that hard work, and I hope you all know that we in America now work the longest hours of any people in the industrialized world. Japanese are very hard workers. We work longer hours than the people in Japan. But despite all of that hard work, listen to this, 58% of all new income goes to the top 1%. So the first thing that we have got to do together, and it's not that hard, is to create an economy that works for all of us, not just the people on top. That's right. We're going to get to that one in a minute, because that's directly related to everything else. All right? What do? How do you create an economy that works for all people? First of all, you create jobs. That's kind of a no-brainer. Well, how do you create jobs? Number one, you transform our trade policy so that corporate America invests in this country, not in China. Number two, we raise the minimum wage to a living wage. And to my mind, a living wage is $15 an hour. Thirdly, we understand that it is not acceptable for women nationally to be making 79 cents on the dollar compared to men. And we establish pay equity for women workers. Fourthly, we understand that in our country today, our infrastructure, that is our roads, our bridges, our water systems, our wastewater plants, our rail system, our airports, our levees, our dams, our schools, our housing stock, in many ways are crumbling. And that is why we need a massive jobs program to rebuild that crumbling infrastructure. A $1 trillion investment creates 13 million decent-paying jobs. Now, I was in Flint, Michigan a couple of months ago, and what I saw in Flint, Michigan was literally beyond comprehension. It really made me, I couldn't quite believe what I was seeing and hearing was taking place in the United States of America in 2016, and that was children being poisoned through excessive lead in their water. But it is not just Flint, Michigan. It is communities all over this country, in Pennsylvania, in Vermont, all over this country, where people are becoming increasingly nervous about the water they are drinking and giving their kids. This is the United States of America. We should have clean drinking water. And another area where Secretary Clinton and I disagree is I think if we are going to have clean drinking water, we've got to end fracking. When we talk about what's going on in this country, the most important thing that we have got to do is to defy the establishment and think big, not small. Once you start thinking big, the world takes on a different perspective. For example, any psychologists in this room? Okay, there's one. What every psychologist who studies children will tell you is that the ages of 0 through 4 are the most important years of a human being's development intellectually and emotionally. Is that right? Okay. If that is true, which everybody who studies the issue agrees it's true, why do we have a dysfunctional child care system in which parents cannot find decent quality child care for their kids? Who made that policy that says that child care workers will get paid in some cases less than McDonald's workers? Who determined that our kids are not worthy of the best quality pre-K education in the world? Who made the policies that our school systems have inadequate funding, teachers not getting paid what they deserve, school buildings crumbling, schools without the technology they need? Who made those decisions? And those who made it should leave office. Let us have the best educational system in the country. Who made the decision? Everybody here knows that today, in many respects, a college degree is the equivalent of what a high school degree was 40 or 50 years ago. Is that right? 40 or 50 years ago, in Reading or in Burlington, Vermont, you had a high school degree, you can go out and get a pretty good middle-class job. In many instances, that is not the case today. The world has changed, the economy has changed, technology has changed. People need more education. Well, if the economy has changed, our educational system has got to change as well. And that's why I believe that today, when we talk about public education, it's not good enough to talk about first grade through 12th grade. We have got to make public colleges and universities tuition free. Is that think about it for a moment. Again, think outside of the box, not what the TV tells you what to think about. Is that a radical idea? Of course it is not a radical idea. When technology changes, education changes, people need more education. It is insane that we got hundreds of thousands of bright, qualified young people today who cannot afford to go to college. It is equally crazy that got millions of people who leave school deeply in debt, $30,000, $50,000, $70,000 in debt. We should be rewarding people for getting the education they need, not punishing those people. How many people here today are dealing with student debt? Raise your hand. Whoa, look around you. Millions of people struggling with student debt, paying off that debt year after year, decade after decade. Frankly, That's nuts. That's nuts. People's future economic well-being should not be negatively impacted because they got the education they should get. Now, we have an idea. People think it's a radical idea. I don't think it's a radical idea. That says, number one, we're going to make public colleges and universities tuition free. Number two, we're going to lower student debt by allowing people with that debt to refinance their loans at the lowest interest rates they can find. Now, here is the issue which defines this campaign. People say, well, Bernie, you're a nice guy, giving away free tuition, lowest student debt, very generous of you. How are you going to pay for all of this? And let me tell you exactly how we're going to pay for this. We have got to appreciate that over the last 35 years, there has been a massive transfer of wealth in this country from the pockets of the middle class to the top 0.1% who have seen a doubling of the percentage of wealth they own. Got that? Redistribution of wealth, unfortunately, it's gone in the wrong direction, from the middle class to the people on top. I believe that as a result of the Wall Street crash of 2008, when the greed, recklessness, and illegal behavior, underlined illegal behavior, of Wall Street nearly destroyed our economy, Congress, against my vote, bailed them out. That's what we did. Now, I think that today we should impose a tax on Wall Street speculation. Which would raise more than enough money to provide free tuition at public colleges and universities and lower student debt. When Wall Street nearly destroyed this economy, we bailed them out. Now it is their time to help the middle class of this country. Now, while I am on the subject of Wall Street, let me just give you an example of what a rigged economy is about and what wealth is about and what power is about in our society today. With relatively little publicity, it turns out that Goldman Sachs, one of the large financial institutions on Wall Street, paid a couple of weeks ago, reached a settlement with the United States government for $5 billion. $5 billion. Now, why did they reach that settlement? Well, as you know, they were selling worthless packages of subprime mortgage loans. They were running their company in a fraudulent manner, ripping off people and laying the groundwork for the financial collapse which impacted the lives of so many of our people. Goldman Sachs paid a $5 billion fine for their illegal behavior. Now, today, if some kid in Pennsylvania gets arrested for possession of marijuana, that young person will have a criminal record for the rest of his life. But if you are an executive on Wall Street whose illegal behavior cost the jobs of millions of Americans and the life savings of many others, do you know what happens to you? Well, that's not quite right. You get an increase in your compensation package. That has got to change, and we will bring justice back to a broken criminal justice system. Now, when I talk about the differences between Secretary Clinton and myself, one of the major differences is precisely how we raise money for our campaigns. Running for president is a very expensive proposition. We had to make a decision as to whether or not we would have a super PAC and raise money from the wealthy and the powerful. We concluded that we do not represent Wall Street, corporate America, or the billionaire class. We don't want their money. Right, you got it. They said it better than I did. But let me elaborate just a bit. We did not establish a super PAC, and we decided to do it the very old-fashioned way. We went to the American people and we said, listen, if you want to support a campaign which is going to stand up for you and your families, a campaign prepared to take on the big money interest, we need your help. And what has happened over the last 11 months, we have received in an unprecedented manner in American history over 7 million individual campaign contributions. Anyone know what that average contribution is? That's right, $27. How's that? Now, you know what is revolutionary about that? What's revolutionary is it shows that you can run a winning national campaign. We have won in now 17 states throughout this country. You can run a winning campaign without being dependent on big money interest. And that is profound. Because at the end of the day, right now, what we are struggling with as a nation is a corrupt campaign finance system which allows billionaires and Wall Street and the big money interest to buy elections. And I'm proud that we have run a campaign without a super PAC and without their money. Now, Secretary Clinton has chosen to raise her money a different way with several super PACs. And in the last reporting period, her super PAC acknowledged raising $25 million from special interest, including $15 million from Wall Street. In addition to that, as you know, Secretary Clinton has given speeches on Wall Street for $225,000 a speech. Not a bad day's work. Now, I kind of think if you're going to get $225,000 for a speech, it must be a brilliant, insightful, world-shattering speech, don't you think? It must be a speech that will probably solve all of the crises facing our planet and then some. And it was probably written in Shakespearean prose. And I think a speech of that extraordinary magnitude should be shared with the American people. Now, Secretary Clinton, she has said, well, she has said that she is prepared to make her transcripts available if other people will do the same. All right, you guys ready here in Reading? I'm going to make a dramatic announcement now. All right, you all ready? All right. This afternoon, I am announcing I am going to release all of the transcripts of all of the speeches that I have given on Wall Street. And in order to be absolutely transparent, I'm going to share those speeches with you. Are you ready? Here they are. You got it? No speeches, no transcripts, no $225,000 a speech. This campaign is going to win because we are listening to the American people, not just the wealthy campaign contributors. We are listening to our brothers and sisters in the African American community. You know what they are asking me? They're asking me, how does it happen that we have trillions of dollars to spend on a war in Iraq that we never should have gotten into in the first place? But apparently, we do not have the funding to rebuild crumbling inner cities in America. And you know what? They're absolutely right. Why is it that kids in inner cities America get asthma at far higher rates than children in the suburbs? Why is it that in inner city America people are paying 50 or 60% of their limited incomes because there is not enough affordable housing? Why is it that the poverty rate, the unemployment rate, the incarceration rate is so much higher than in other parts of this country? So our pledge is to change our national priorities. No more tax breaks for billionaires. No more wars that should not be fought. Let's invest in inner cities in America. Today in America, we have more people in jail than any other country on earth. We are spending $80 billion a year to lock up 2.2 million Americans. We have unemployment rates among young people of 30, 40, 50%. I believe that it makes a lot more sense to invest in our young people in jobs and education, not jails and incarceration. This campaign is listening to our brothers and sisters in the Latino community. There are 11 million undocumented people in this country. Many of them are being exploited because if you are a worker and you do not have any legal rights, your employer can and will cheat you. You will not get the minimum wage. You will not get what you are entitled to. And that is why I believe we need comprehensive immigration reform and a path toward citizenship. And if the Congress does not do its job, I will use the executive powers of the presidency to do all that I can to protect the undocumented. Now, I also believe that when we talk about criminal justice, we have got to end corporate ownership of prisons and detention centers. And I also believe that it is time to shut down the Burks Family Detention Center. The government should not be in the painful and inhumane business of locking up families who have fled unspeakable violence in Honduras, Guatemala, El Salvador, and other countries throughout the world. Instead, we should treat these families with the compassion, the dignity, and the respect they deserve. This campaign is listening to a group of people whose voice is almost never heard, and that is the Native American community. From day one, from before this country became a country, the Native American people were lied to, they were cheated, and treaties they negotiated were broken. We owe the Native American people more of a debt of gratitude than we can ever repay. They have taught us a whole lot of things, especially that we as human beings are part of nature, that we have got to live with nature, and that our species does not survive if we destroy nature. That's an invaluable lesson that we can never, ever forget. And in that regard, I should tell you that I am a member of the U.S. Senate Committee on the Environment. In that regard, I have talked to scientists all over our country and all over the world. And what they have told me almost unanimously is that climate change is real. It is caused by human activity, and it is already causing devastating problems in our country and throughout the world. And this is what they are also telling us, and it is scary stuff, and for the sake of our children and future generations, we had better listen. And that is, if we do not get our act together and transform our energy system away from fossil fuel to energy efficiency and sustainable energy, in the years to come, there will be more drought, more floods, more extreme weather disturbances, more acidification and destruction of the oceans, more rising sea levels, more international conflict as people around the world fight over limited natural resources. This is a scary situation, and we have got to act and act boldly. And that means telling the fossil fuel industry that their short-term profits are not more important than the future of this planet. Now, when we think big and not small, certain questions arise. And one of the important questions that arises is, how does it happen that in our great country, we are the only major nation on earth that does not guarantee health care to all people as a right? All of Europe does it. Scandinavia does it. I live 50 miles away from the Canadian border. They have health care for all of their people, but somehow we are unable to do that. Now, I'm a member of the committee that helped write the Affordable Care Act. The Affordable Care Act has done a lot of good things, and I thank President Obama for his leadership on that issue. The Affordable Care Act has ended this obscenity called pre-existing conditions. 17 million more people now have health insurance. And we have ended price discrimination against women. But today, despite the gains of the ACA, 29 million people still have no health insurance. Many of you are underinsured with high deductibles and high co-payments. And everybody in this room is being ripped off by the greed of the pharmaceutical industry who charge us the highest prices in the world for prescription drugs. You want to hear crazy? Crazy is 1 out of 5 Americans who get a prescription from their doctor are unable to afford to fill that prescription. That's crazy. Crazy is elderly people in Pennsylvania and Vermont cutting their pills in half because they don't have enough money to buy the medicine they need. Meanwhile, on top of all of that, we end up spending far more per person on health care than do the people of any other country, and our health care outcomes are not necessarily better. In my view, the time is now to make certain that health care is a right of all people, not a privilege. Which to my mind means that we should establish a Medicare for all single-payer program. Everybody in this room knows one very important fact of American political life, and that is that change has never taken place from the top on down. It has always taken place from the bottom on up. That is the history of the workers' movement. 100 years ago, workers working 7 days a week, 12 hours a day, fired arbitrarily, children working in factories, but working people came together and said, we will form trade unions to protect the needs of working people. 200 years ago, in the midst of the abomination of slavery, African Americans and their allies said that, you know what, we are going to make that day come when racism and segregation and bigotry will end in the United States of America. And how many of those heroes and heroines were killed, went to jail, were beaten, lost their jobs? We will never know. But change came about because people by the millions stood up and fought back. We forget. Today we forget. Kids don't know. 100 years ago today, women in America did not have the right to vote, did not have the right to get an education that they wanted, did not have the right to do the jobs they wanted less than 100 years ago. But women stood up along with their male allies, and they said that in America, women will not be second-class citizens. If we were in this room 10 years ago, not a long time at all, somebody would have jumped up and say, you know, Bernie, I think that by the year 2015, gay marriage will be made legal in the United States and all 50 states. The person sitting next to that person would say, you're nuts, that can't happen. But it did happen because the gay community and their straight allies fought and made it happen. That's, if we were here, I want you to think about this, 5 years ago, which is no time at all, somebody jumps up and says, Bernie, you know, the $7.25 an hour minimum wage, it's a starvation wage. We've got to raise that minimum wage to $15 an hour. The person next to her would have said, $15 an hour? You want to more than double the minimum wage. You are nuts. You're thinking too big. You're too radical. Can't happen. But then workers in the fast food industry, in McDonald's, Burger King, Wendy's, they went out on strike. They stood up. They fought back. And a few years ago, Seattle, Washington, $15 an hour. L.A., San Francisco, $15 an hour. Oregon, California, New York, $15 an hour. And if I have anything to say about it, there will be $15 an hour in every state in this country. But here is the point. The point is that the status quo can change if people are prepared to stand up and fight for change. If all we do is moan and groan, ain't it terrible, ain't it awful, but we don't get involved, that change will never come about. And what this campaign is about is, in fact, bringing millions of middle-class and working families together, young people who in many cases have never participated in the political process, getting them involved, standing up and fighting to create a government which represents all of us, not just wealthy campaign contributors. Brothers and sisters, on Tuesday, there will be a very, very important primary here in Pennsylvania. What we have learned in this campaign is when the voter turnout is high, we win. When it's low, we lose. Let us have next Tuesday the highest voter turnout in Pennsylvania history. Thank you all very much.
And if you guys are tuning in to our Prince coverage from earlier, we do have live aerials from his compound in Minnesota. I'm going to go ahead and take you guys back there. Live aerials of Prince's compound in Minnesota. This is where the singer was found dead this morning. if you guys want to share your reaction to the unfortunate passing of Prince, go ahead and find me on Twitter. I'm at SamiaFox10, SAMIAFOX10. If you don't follow me already, you can go ahead and follow me. Tweet me your thoughts on the news of Prince's death. Are you shocked? Are you surprised? Were you a big Prince fan? If you're a big fan, why don't you go ahead and tweet me your favorite Prince memories? We'll read them live here on air on Fox News Now. I want to go ahead and read to you the statement that President Obama released regarding Prince's passing. Let me go ahead and pull this up for you. President Obama releasing a statement this afternoon. This is what it had to say. Today, the world lost a creative icon. Michelle and I joined millions of fans from around the world in mourning the sudden death of Prince. Few artists have influenced the sound and trajectory of popular music more distinctly or touched quite so many people with their talent. As one of the most gifted and prolific musicians of our time, Prince did it all: funk, R&B, rock and roll. He was a virtuoso instrumentalist, a brilliant band leader, and an electrifying performer. A strong spirit transcends rules, Prince once said, and nobody's spirit was stronger, bolder, or more creative. Our thoughts and prayers are with his family, his band, and all those who loved him. It looks like the reporter on scene is about to do a hit, so let's go ahead and listen in on what he's about to say.
Well, I was here 2 hours before you, dear. Okay, come on in. Just
Fox 35.
There you go.
Okay. Mostly. Okay. I'll go for a while since there's the delay, but if he has follow-up questions, that's fine. So obviously I mentioned the flowers towards the end, so you don't have to go to it for some time.
Doug, if you could scoot back a foot or two, that'd be awesome for me. You.
Is that your camera? Oh. Do you have IFB?
No.
Scotty, just let me know if I get shiny. Want Carl to tell her to move?
Yeah, Doug, can you have Kelsey move?
Kelsey. Oh, 5 minutes. Okay. Notepad.
All right, guys. Well, we will take that view of the reporter out of your window until the reporter is actually ready to do a live hit. In the meantime, in the large portion of your screen, you're looking at live aerials from Prince's compound in Minnesota. The latest update from TMZ a couple of hours ago, the sheriff's department saying Prince was found in an elevator at Paisley Park. They performed CPR but were unable to revive him. He was pronounced dead on the scene at 10:07 a.m. Central Time. That is 8:07 here. That is 6 hours ago. That is when Prince was pronounced dead on the scene at his compound in Minnesota. You're looking at live aerials right now of that compound. Again, the sheriff's office investigating the circumstances of Prince's death. At this time, there are no signs of any foul play.
want it not to be true.
Like many of the fans who came here to mourn and remember, Mariana Miller was overcome.
I didn't believe it. He was just here Saturday. He was just here Saturday. He was fine.
Prince had hosted one of his famous fan parties here Saturday night. Michael Holtz was a DJ at many of Prince's Paisley Park parties, and he was there Saturday.
I had to come out here because I'm like, this can't be true.
Holtz says on Saturday, Prince made a passing reference to the highly publicized emergency medical landing his plane had made in Illinois just days earlier.
And he said, you know, when you hear news, give it a couple days before you waste any prayers.
Other fans who were here Saturday, like Deanne Jensen, thought Prince looked frail.
And I just thought he looked pale, really pale and thin and kind of tired, but he's been thin for a long time.
Mike Rendell was also at the fan party Saturday and said he had to be here.
I mean, I heard the news and it's devastating.
Rendell said Prince did appear pale, but that he was also in great spirits as he unveiled for fans a brand new purple piano.
He seemed like a kid, like doing show and tell, and you could tell he really liked it.
The former owner of Flight Time Productions, who has worked with Prince for decades, rushed here too.
Once it was confirmed, it's just been gut-wrenching and heartbreaking.
Dick McCauley says he's been talking to staff at Paisley Park today to try and figure out what happened.
Talked to one of the guys that was in the building this morning, Andrew Fagier, and he was crying so hard he really couldn't talk about it, but he just said he was with him all day Monday moving furniture around, and you know, Prince seemed to be all right, although he didn't feel good.
I know, but I mean, either way, my legs and the sun are just cooking.
Yeah.
You want the charger and everything, or do you have a power supply?
That will be burned a little bit tomorrow.
You're just going to DC for fun?
Yeah, I always wanted to go, and there's cheap last minute.
Going to?
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Assuming Kelly doesn't pull the plug.
Do you know what Leiden's doing in Michigan? He's doing an investigation.
I don't know. He's been doing biker gangs. He's been doing.
All he knows, whatever he got, he said it's a home run. It was worth the trip.
I'm sure it is. Kelly said this ratings book is gonna be crazy, like in terms of the Leiden stories, like just good stuff.
It's not quite cool, but it's close. It's
as long as we have one on the
they
charger.
miss having him every day.
Yeah.
I think he's being utilized the best.
It's a better use of his talent. Yeah.
Trust me, I'm standing in front of a sea of people that know exactly what everybody else is doing. It's really true.
People's lives are touched.
Yeah.
No?
Yeah, I mean, I wouldn't, he was not a close friend, but got to know quite a bit. Yes. Not in the stomach, only.
Okay, so now can I have your card?
Yes, I can. Can you hear me okay?
We get this resolved.
You got it. So this is 2 questions, Scotty. First question, they're going to ask me about the scene, and then tribute. So at the end, that's when I'll probably mention.
You got to give me a little bit more time to swing over the flowers.
And you just saw the police mobile command center drive by behind the reporter right outside of Prince's compound. That's an interesting sight. In the large portion of your screen, you are seeing a memorial that has been set up. People leaving flowers, attaching flowers to the fence that surrounds the compound in Minnesota.
I'm staying in here until I need to get out of the sun.
Yep, you do.
So they changed the questions. Now they're going to ask me what it's like now, and then what are people doing to pay tribute.
I think there's something happening in the first half.
Yeah.
I can look it up if you want.
It's the venue that he just made it famous because he played there a lot, right?
Well, in the movie Purple Rain.
And was shot there.
All night dance party, no cover. Tonight
Dance
at all.
party.
So what? Is that like the Eden Prairie crime unit?
It's just to keep like an organization on the ground. You know, it has probably phones and a separate scanner like stuff. So I bet it's like for crowd. Like it's more about what's out here than what's in there.
so I won't get into the flowers until after the second
they're
question.
right behind you now, so we're all right. Is this your water, Ted, or is that me?
Mine. So there's pizza, huh? Well, Lucy and Ian, it's a quiet, serene atmosphere here with the one exception, and that's every once in a while you hear someone blasting Prince music from their boombox or the radio. The mood is disbelief and shock, and that's because a lot of the people here, they knew Prince. And this may sound weird to people outside of Minnesota, but Prince would invite strangers into this compound behind me here, Paisley Park, where he would live sometimes. He would record his records, have concerts, and he would have these last-second overnight parties, sometimes dance parties. And he had one Saturday night. That was the day after his plane that made that emergency landing, and people became concerned about his health. And people who were at that party Saturday night, they told me that Prince mostly he seemed himself. Now that's Prince, so it's oftentimes a little mysterious, but that was his aura. That's why people loved him, and that is why, again, people here shocked and in disbelief. Ian and Lucy. One word, purple. Most people bringing flowers, purple flowers when they can find them. He was the purple one. A lot of people playing music. I saw one gentleman paint this giant canvas with this beautiful painting of Prince. There's a local club here, a music venue called the First Avenue, which Prince kind of put on the map. All the big acts, when they're in town, they'll often do sometimes a separate show there. It's also the music venue that's in the Purple Rain video, if you remember that. They're having an all-night dance party tonight that is open to the public. It's free, very appropriate for Prince, given that, again, he would invite the strangers, people around here, just to come into his home behind me here, one of his homes, and dance with them, or sometimes watch a movie with him. That was Prince, this international star, but also this local guy who never forgot about where he came from. Ian and Lucy. Yeah. Thanks.
Do you know how to do Facebook Live? Before I left, Mim told me to try to do it.
Oh, I tried it once, but
I don't even know how to do it.
Kinsey here. I'll see you in just a second. I'm seeing something on one of my satellites, Politics Congress, somethingpink.org. I'm going to try to take you there as soon as my system's up. I'd like to go figure out what we're saying together. It's definitely a press conference. I see Politics Congress, $, somethingpink.org. Let's find out what it is and where it's coming from.
Your attorneys compared your actions to Rosa Parks, Martin Luther King, Freedom Riders. The judge disagreed. Do you want to respond to that?
Jessica, what about Harriet Tubman? Thank you. And as I said, what about Martin Luther? What about Henry David Thoreau? Okay. If the essay Civil Disobedience is the basis of that philosophy, he was thrown in jail for not paying his taxes, but his complaint was about slavery. Okay. What law having to do with corruption can I break? Okay. Please, I am opening this up for questions. What law related to corruption can I break in order to draw attention to that corruption?
Jessica, Judge Catelli gave great credence to those who break laws for civil disobedience that is directly impacted unjust laws. But most civil disobedience is breaking indirectly breaking a law that only indirectly has anything to do with the cause. So she gave too much weight to those who break unjust laws versus those who break laws for political purposes. In my view, it's all nonviolent civil disobedience, whether it's direct or indirect. And she had a distinction.
Well, Mr. Hughes, are you saying that you won't break any laws after finishing with your probationary period? The judge questioned that.
It is not my intent to break any laws in the future, okay? It is my intent to get the money out of politics. And every time I'm faced with a choice, I am going to look at getting that done as part of my decision. And if I think I can significantly advance the cause of getting the money out of politics, and I have to serve another 4 months in jail for doing it, if it will advance the cause as much as this did, because guess what, kids? You're here. There is no question that I had an impact, okay? If I had the chance to have as much or more impact and it was going to cost me 4 months in jail, I'll do it.
Can you talk about the impact this has had on you personally, financially, and your family? What toll this has taken on your family beyond your incarceration?
Yes. And that's absolutely true. Okay, my wife is going to talk my ear off for my last answer. Okay. Where I said I would go to jail again if it would advance the cause. But the fact of the matter is, I am concerned with my daughter, and I am concerned with my grandkids. And what kind of a country are they going to have if the iron grip of money has completely crushed democracy?
So is this the end of your political career forever, or just for this?
Oh, just for this time around. Okay. I'm going to be delighted to see Debbie Wasserman Schultz get her clock cleaned in this election, because I believe she's going to lose, okay? And she's going to lose to somebody who puts money in politics at the top of that person, at the top of their agenda, okay? He's going to come to Washington, and he is going to set up a bipartisan congressional committee on corruption and reform. And he, as a progressive Democrat, is going to reach out to Republicans because this is a nonpartisan issue. What is dawning to Democrats and Republicans is that there's Republicans who have for years blamed the Democrats for the corruption and been right, and Democrats who blame the Republicans for the corruption and been right. And the voters are comparing notes and figuring out both sides are corrupt, and they can't rely on the parties to fix the problem.
Thank you, Doug, for waking America up.
Thank you. Comment on the process going forward. How long is it going to take?
For him to what?
For him to be reported for
Tony, you want to handle it?
I already took it.
Hmm?
Okay.
We don't have a firm prediction. Okay. What I've heard as standard is I would report within a month or so. I scared y'all.
Thank you very much.
Thank you all.
Thank you all for coming out.
Politics! What about, Mr. Hughes, what about the letters? Money out of politics now!
Doug.
Okay. Apologize, gentlemen. But I don't do this for a living. I will be talking to my attorneys about getting the property back that was not part of the agreement, and that will include the 535 letters that I meant for Congress. And if there is no other way, then those letters will be delivered by mail. But the letters a year late will get delivered.
Judge Catelli was very clear that the no contact didn't include no letters or no emails to the Congress. She was talking about a physical stay away order, which is very important. She agreed with us that she couldn't restrict him from contacting Congress.
And to be perfectly fair, and not to paint this with too broad a brush, I'm aware that we have allies in Congress. There are honest people on both sides of the aisle, and they'll be glad to get my letter, and they'll be glad to show it to the press.
Thank you all.
Doug Hughes is an American hero!
All right, so I am just going to
Thank you all.
recap with you a little bit. We kind of stumbled in on this press conference.
Thank you, Doug!
Monday on politics and
Our hero!
Congress. So what I looked at, I have no idea actually. We jumped in the middle of that press conference, and I don't exactly know the full names of the individuals we just saw that are being applauded after this press conference. But I do want to tell you I'm on codepink.org now, and I clicked on issues and campaigns. It says Code Pink is all about taking action where it truly matters. We channel community grassroots democracy and where the power players are making awful decisions and make them listen. Wherever there is injustice, we'll be there to highlight in bold pink. And you saw during that press conference at the behind him, that sign, the Code Pink was highlighted in pink. Code Pink issues, Saudi Arabia, travel with Code Pink, President for Peace, a local peace economy. Actually, I'll show you this website because it's kind of cool. Whoever built it did a good job. But yeah, when we first clicked on that, if you are new to News Now, the way our system works is we've got a wall full of satellites, and we can see all over the country what's going on with some of our other affiliates. And so I saw that press conference. I wanted to make sure we weren't missing anything, and I headed over there. So this is Code Pink right here. Oh. And you can see these are some of the issues that they say they're staying on top of. Arrest Cheney, war criminal. Accountability, they say, is an issue. So we're going to wrap up on that. Hopefully I can bring you more. Hopefully I'll have a better understanding. But it was strange, because initially they were talking about Harriet Tubman. And then they went into some other content that I'm not too familiar with. This looks like it's coming out of Houston. Take a look here. Oh, what is that? See, the worst part of aerials and flooding is that you are stressed because you're hoping that somebody is going to get there to save that individual or that thing. Horrific. And then we have all of these visuals outside of Prince's compound too. Have you seen some of these recently? Look at that. As fans friends gather to mourn a complete legend. And if you are familiar with News Now, you know we are heavy into politics. And that is something that we really probably could consider ourselves, the viewers even, experts at right now too. And I'm going to take you to John Kasich. Next. Not too long ago, probably 2 days ago, we were watching a John Kasich, and I'm going to update my lower third here, watching a John Kasich event, and all of his events kind of look the same. He's got a small audience behind, well, I guess really all of the politicians, smaller audience behind you, huge audience in front of you. One of the women that they put behind him had a Make America Great Again hat on. I felt like those people were chosen specifically to sit in the back to, represent real people, to represent something specific. And I thought it was interesting that they allowed some woman to wear a Make America Great Again hat on the riser. And you're going to see kind of the generic layout right here. And I'm making my lower third. Give me 2 seconds. And tweet me throughout Kasich's speech, please. And let me know, do you agree with him? Do you disagree with him? He's got a great sense of humor. Tell me if you like his jokes. All right, I'm going to take you. Sorry, I heard you could not hear me. Hello. All right, I'm going to take you to John Kasich now. And again, I want to reiterate, tweet me. You can also use the hashtag Fox News Now to tweet with each other. If you click on that hashtag on Twitter, actually, I'll show you. If you click on that hashtag on Twitter, do you realize that it works like a chat room? I don't know if people realize that if they engage, that you can engage with each other by clicking on the hashtag. You can reply, you can agree, perhaps you disagree, perhaps you want to prove a point to somebody. And let's see here. So, oh look here. OG. I'm going to show you, if you use Twitter and you want to talk back with us, here's how to do it. So we're going to watch this John Kasich event together. You type in, or you can click on the link Fox News Now, but you can type it in right here. And this is the page that it's going to show you. It's going to say top, these are the most recently engaging. And then you're going to go live, and you can communicate live with each other, respond to each other, talk to other people that are watching this speech with you. So let me know what your thoughts are. John Kasich is very opinionated. He has a great sense of humor, and his speeches are always a little different. So aside from the riser thing, and I'm not seeing any Make America Great Again hats on the riser today. If I can find that video, I'll show you, because I couldn't believe it. Anyway, we're going to go to this John Kasich event. Engage with us on social media. Use the hashtag Fox News Now. Tweet me. We'll talk. I want to know what your feelings are. What candidate are you rooting for? And I will see you on the other side of John Kasich.
Where do you fix it? You fix it in the schools. Everyone in our schools should be telling our young people, if you get on drugs, you're going to destroy your life. Do not do it. There is a 50% chance that if a young person hears not to do drugs, they will not do it. Now, so let's go do it. Let's go into synagogues, to churches, on the tennis court, in the classroom. Just wipe it out. Because it's destroying us from the inside out, isn't it? Now, the government can make some rules. And we're making lots of them in Ohio. I make lots of them as president. But at the end of the day, destroying drugs in Media, Pennsylvania, it's in your hands. Let me give you another one. You happy with your schools? Fix them. Do we have people that are graduating from high school who don't have skills to get a job that exists today or a job that's going to exist tomorrow? Do we have students graduating from our schools who have to take, 30 or 40% of them that have to take remedial courses when they get to college and pay tuition for things they should have learned in the 11th grade? I mean, are we getting kids to a point where they are being prepared for the economy of today and tomorrow? Well, why don't you just do it? Why don't you just fix it? What are we waiting on? There's nothing that can fix things more than a handful of people that go to a schoolhouse and say, we expect this to be fixed. Do we do that anymore? Some places we do, and we need to do it. You worried about poverty? Welfare? Somebody getting a welfare check and not getting a job? That's not a hard one to fix either, really. I mean, it's kind of, you have to battle a bureaucracy a little bit. But if you really want to fix welfare, you get people who have businesses into the welfare office, and when you give somebody a welfare check, you train them for a job that these companies have. Is that hard? Because these things are not that difficult. We just have to take control again. And when we take control again, it will make a big difference. We have a program in Ohio, a mentoring program in Ohio. It's in about half of our counties. We've never had one before. You want to give kids who come from tough environments, you want to get them fixed? I'll tell you, in our state, we have a program in the Cincinnati Public Schools. The Cincinnati Public Schools, the report is they have a 63% graduation rate. But in one of the high schools in that school system, the business people go into that school for 1 hour a week for a year. You know what the graduation rate is? 97%. Why don't we just start fixing things? Why don't we believe in ourselves, okay? So, and then every once in a while we can do something else, as I like to talk about. I made this lady up, but she actually exists. She's 50 years old, was married for 50 years. Her husband dies. Guess who calls her? Nobody. So you call her up and say, we're going out to dinner this weekend. My spouse and I are going to take you out to dinner. What do you think she does on Thursday? What does she think she does on Thursday before the Saturday dinner? What does she do? Come on, ladies. Huh? She gets, there you go, right there. She gets her hair done. And when Saturday comes, you look at her, there's not one hair out of place. I don't know how they do that, but they keep it all in place. And when you pick her up, she's wearing a dress she hadn't worn in 6 months. Did you change the world? Did you revive the spirit? I think you did. So we all need to think about, what are we supposed to be doing on this earth? See, I have a goal. I want to believe that at least 60 or 70% of what people say about me at my funeral is true. And I want to be in a position of having made the world a little better place, because that's what my mother told me. Johnny, make the place a little bit better for the fact that you were there. You got it? You hear me? I want you to think about it, okay? I'll take a little applause and then we'll go to questions, okay? Thank you. Okay, who wants to go first? We'll take as many questions as we possibly can before I have to head to who knows where, but I'll be heading there. Right, let's go right here, sir, right there to you. We're going to give you a microphone.
First of all, it's a pleasure meeting you. What would you do to help improve race relations in this country?
Race relations?
Especially with the trust or distrust factor. There seems to be quite a bit of it.
You know, the cure to so many things in our country is communication. So let me explain to you a little bit about where I think it is today. I'm a Republican, and you're a Democrat, and you're a liberal, and you're a conservative. We don't even know what those terms mean, okay? We think we know, but we don't. And you're wrong, and I'm right, and that's just the way it is. And by the way, if you tell me something that makes sense, you're not telling me the truth. Am I right? Just everybody's fighting with everybody else. It's happening all over the country. It's like we're coming apart at the seams. You know what really works? Is when we slow down and we listen to one another. And we show a little respect to one another. Okay, and we work together to solve a problem. So he brings up the question of racial unrest, racial violence. So we've seen it in large parts of this country. So in Ohio, I had these 3 ladies come to see me because we knew we were going to have a bad case. Here's what it was. The police chased this car, and when they finally surrounded it, they shot 147 times into the car, and a policeman jumped up on the hood of the car and shot another 40-some times into the car, and they found out that the people in it were unarmed. Okay, it went to a grand jury. There was a no bill. Recently, we just had a 14-year-old who was shot and killed. You may have read about it in the papers. And there was no indictment. Now, in both cases, controversy, right? And there was no violence. None. So why is that? What happened? Well, part of the reason why I think that it worked is back to community. The mayor, the ministers, the community organizers, the experts on urban affairs, you know what they said? We're not going to, and I told them, go protest. You don't like this decision, go out and protest. No violence. The leadership of that community said, people are listening, we're going to move beyond this. It's an unbelievable situation. So we knew these cases were coming. So these 3 ladies came to see me. 3 of them African American, liberal Democrats, and they came to see me and said, we would like to have a commission to study these issues. I said, we're not going to have a commission. You have a commission, they study stuff for a year, then you stick the report up on the shelf. Sounds like, a university. Just kidding. And nothing ever gets done. So I said, why don't we just not have a commission? Why don't we announce tomorrow that we're going to form a task force and we're going to pull everybody together to communicate? They said, tomorrow? I said, yeah, tomorrow. So the next day, and by the way, you, Senator Turner, you're going to be one of the co-chairpersons of this commission. Now, she and I haven't agreed on virtually anything except on this. So she, along with my head of public safety, formed a task force. We had community leaders, ministers, urban experts, law enforcement. We had everybody we could think of that's part of the answer, the pieces of the puzzle to put the puzzle together. In the second day of the Baltimore riot, they came out with 23 unanimous recommendations, including a statewide policy on the use of deadly force, and also a statewide policy that forces the review of hiring and recruiting, because we want our law enforcement officers to look like the community. Unanimous approved. Now being implemented across the state, and now what we're doing is we're now engaging in a program to put police and community together so the community can understand these people put their lives on the line, and that the police can understand there are people in the community who think the system is not only not working for them, but working against them. So we've made an effort to listen and also to believe this. If you're driving, it snows here. I grew up in Pittsburgh. I know how it snows and the roads, they're never what we want them to be, and they're slippery, and you're driving to work, and there you see a man or a woman in the ditch. You stand, and you give them a push out. Now, of course, if they're there every day, you just drive past them after a while, because, you know, the fact is it's a sin not to help somebody who needs help, but it's equally a sin to continue to help people who need to learn how to help themselves. So we have taken an approach also that everybody ought to have a chance to rise. So there's a number of things that we can do in this state to give people an opportunity. And as a result of that, our recidivism rate in our prisons is about half of the national average. We have made sure that we have provisions in the law that make sure that minorities can participate to the minimum of the tune of 15% in state contracts. We've reformed a lot of the public schools. And so people, while they may not be happy with everything, there's a sense that somebody's listening and somebody's doing something. And I think that is what needs to be done across our country. And frankly, if I had been president in the middle of all this, I would have had a national task force that would have spoken to the whole country about the way in which we can pull things together and solve problems and not put our heads in the sand. Because some problems are vexing, difficult. But you know what? I've never seen a single problem that if you didn't get good minds in the room thinking differently, that couldn't be solved. I mean, we don't know how to cure cancer, but I read a headline in the paper yesterday that they're making such progress. Am I right, Mark? Put our heads together. Think about things. Remember, we're Americans. Remember, we hang together. Now, you all know that this is extremely boring. Okay? Very boring. Because I'm not yelling at somebody or calling somebody a name or getting a great sound bite. But you know what? I've had... Okay. Right back here, sir. Do we have a man with a... Where'd that microphone go? I'm going to have to fire you. You're a highly paid volunteer. Can you get back here?
Could I please have a picture with the next president of the United States of America?
Oh, you mean like right now? Okay, why not? All right, come on. Now, okay, here we go. What is your name?
Elise.
Elise, how old are you, Elise?
I'm 10.
Okay, you're a brave girl here. You're going to go somewhere. Okay, Dad? Is that your dad? Okay. Why are you not in school, Elise? Huh? Where do you go, to Catholic school? Okay, thank you. Yes, sir.
Thank you, Governor, for coming to our state. National security is very important to me, and it's a very personal thing. My son was in 9/11. He was fortunate enough to climb down 83 floors in the South Tower and get out. He helped a number of people on the way. And I'm an Army veteran myself. That son now has 3 little children that are under 3. 2 of them are twins, so they're pretty busy. My question to you is this. As Commander-in-Chief, what specific policies will you employ, will you develop to use all of America's tools of power, military, economic, moral, to keep our country safe?
Well, look, you always enjoy the easy questions. That's the ones you like. Okay, let me see where we're going to start. I'm going to start with something that I read today, last night. I have to look it up. But if you take all the people who work for defense contractors and all the people in the Pentagon who perform bureaucratic functions, if you add all those numbers up, those are more numbers than the number of people who actually serve directly in the armed services. What's that tell you? Isn't that interesting, sir? We have more people working in bureaucratic functions than we have actually in the military, and we know we need more in the United States Army, right? And we know we're going to have to spend more money on defense because we got to upgrade our defenses. So the great challenge is the process of upgrading our defenses At the same time, you don't waste money. See, it's sort of like health research. We need to have more money spent on basic health research to defeat childhood cancers or Alzheimer's or dementia or ALS or whatever. But if you waste money, you literally are, you know, it's a terrible situation. So we have to fix that building so that we get what we pay for and we get it on time, and that will be a big challenge to us because the Pentagon is not the easiest organization to take into the 21st century, trust me. But we have to do this, okay? Number two, our biggest threat right now, of course, is radical Islam. And radical Islam, the head of the monster, is ISIS, okay? And today I was at the Philadelphia Inquirer, and I said to them that America is going to have to lead a coalition of Arab Muslim countries, Saudi Arabia, Egypt, Jordan, the Gulf states, European countries, and us. And we're going to have to go in the air and on the ground. And they said, well, what if the American people don't want to support getting into another war in the Middle East? I said, well, first of all, I think they understand that ISIS, you either pay me now or you pay me more later. But a leader has to tell people what needs to be done and why it needs to be done. And you need to convince them. If you don't convince them, sometimes you got to go alone. You don't like to have to do it, but sometimes you have to. So we need to destroy ISIS, and both in Iraq and Syria. And when we win that, which we will do, things will settle down. We should come home. Because the people there should figure out what the map looks like over there. I don't want to be sitting over there trying to figure everything out. Let them figure it out. We did our job, and then we come home. Now, let's talk about a couple other things. Now, when you do that, you've dealt a big blow to the Islamic extremists. But you're going to have to deal with this all over the country. I mean, all over the world. And so, therefore, the United States has to bring the civilized world together across the globe to fight these barbarians who want to destroy anybody in any country that's even remotely like us. So that means we have to have intelligence gathered across the globe. Now, we had the Turks find out about this radical who was going to Brussels, and nobody did anything. See, that's just really ridiculous. And people lost their lives, and some have been so severely injured because somebody didn't tell somebody something that they needed to be told. It was irresponsible as to what happened. So, the United States is going to have to be involved in helping the world to come together in two areas. Intelligence gathering, so we know what's happening out here, and policing, so we understand how to police. And if we do that, we can get on the top of this issue and we can know who the heck is coming and who they are anywhere in the world. Now, I believe that can be achieved. Here at home, we have something called the Counterterrorism Task Forces. They operate in Pennsylvania and Ohio, all over the 50 states. And they're made up of the FBI, Homeland Security, state and local law enforcement. And their job is basically to disrupt these plots. And in our state, they've disrupted them a number of times. You can read about them in court documents. And they're very good. They're a group that knows how to look for things and disrupt. The greatest challenge we have in this regard are the homegrown terrorists or the lone wolf. Now, if you look at and that's where we figure in San Bernardino, there were two things that jumped out at me. One, the neighbor knew something crazy was going on, something out of the ordinary. But the neighbor didn't tell anybody. The neighbor didn't pick up the phone and call the local police and say, there's something strange going on in this house. That gets back to us, right? And the second thing is the father knew that this man was radicalized, but he didn't do anything about it. And you put yourself, sir, right, in his position, tough, but he would have saved a lot of lives. So we've got to be very vigilant about that, and we've got to make sure that our counterterrorism task forces have two things: enough money, which they have, and the tools they need, which is why this battle over encryption you've read about is so serious. Because you've got to figure out a way to be able to determine what's happening without violating our rights as law-abiding Americans. Can it be fixed? Yes. But a president of the United States has to get people in the room. Here's what I would do. I would have had the tech community and the intelligence community in a room. And I would say to them, I'm going to lock the door on the inside, and I'm going to lock the door on the outside, except for an occasional delivery of a pizza, and you ain't coming out till you fix this. And you get your act together and tell us how we solve this problem. And that still has to occur in this country. You do that, and we're going to be in pretty good shape. Now, the other things that we need to think about. We have Russia. You know, they're emboldened to take steps. We should be arming the Ukrainians and giving them the weapons they need to defend themselves. And we should not lift the sanctions on.
All right, temporarily pausing to note that I changed the lower third. Let's have a discussion. Tweet me.
Putin. But if Putin wants to go ahead and help us in the war on terror, great. Come on. We'll work together. But we're not going to give you any favored treatment. You're not going to take over the Baltics, and you're just not going to start gobbling up the world, okay? And then there's China. We're subject to cyber attacks, them wanting to control Asia. They just can't. We don't have to threaten them or declare war on them or make them an enemy, but they got to understand our position. And so if we do those things and we mean what we say and we say what we mean, it'll be by and large pretty good in a very complicated world. And I served on the Defense Committee for 18 years, so I work with some of the finest minds, and that gives you the experience and the knowledge and the temperament to know how to deal with this. And I have to tell you, if you need to go to a doctor, like if you want to go to like I had a friend, he had a problem that he needed to have an operation. And he was going to go to one doctor, and I asked him to check another doctor out. And so not only did he ask the one health system to provide the records about how the doctor had done, but he asked the other hospital. Well, the one hospital never sent the records. And the other hospital had a physician that made many, many surgeries. Now, who are you going to go with? Somebody who's had very little experience, or are you going to go to somebody that's had like 1,000 operations? So why would we want to pick a president that's going to have on-the-job training in a time when we have to improve our economy and defend ourselves internationally? I don't know. Yes, ma'am, right there. Right here. Yes, you.
I want to pick up on something that you said in answer to the first question. You talked about how you're rational thinking, willing to meet people in the middle type of person. And yet the candidates that are coming out so high in these polls and in all the different states have extremist views, are very polarized. Do you think that that is the state of our country at this point in time, that we really are that polarized as a people? Or do you think that's just because the extreme views are speaking the loudest? And if it is the state of our country, how will a Kasich presidency start to heal that?
You know, that's a very good question, and it's not a question that I want to really answer without giving a lot of thought to it. But I'll take a crack at it, and I can reserve the right to change my mind, okay? I think right now we're pretty polarized. That's what I think. I think that there's a lot of anxiety out there. The Atlantic magazine this month has a story that says, I'm middle class, and I can't find $400 to pay for an emergency. I'm anxious to read that story and figure out what's going on there. Where I came from, you know, people were out of work all the time. You got shafted and all that kind of stuff. You know, and we didn't get Steelers tickets or things. We didn't know anybody, okay? But I don't remember us being angry. I remember us trying to put one foot in front of the other, and every once in a while saying, okay, I guess it didn't work out for me. But I don't remember a sense of rage when I was a kid. Now, today I think there's a couple things. The anxieties are real. People really feel ripped off in many cases. And I think it's being fed also by talk radio, by talk television. I think that it's also being fed by politicians who tell us how bad everything is, and it just makes us more angry and more cynical. And their argument is, we're just knocking all the pieces off the chessboard and we'll start the game over again. Well, that's so naive. It's ridiculous. It's not going to happen that way. So do I think at this point in time, here's the thing. Anger sells. Strife sells. But that's not where we want to live, is it? Do we? No, I don't think so. I don't think, unless I'm wrong, somebody raise their hand and tell me, If I happen to be, if people don't want conflict all the time in their families, how many people in here have conflict in their family you wish would just go away? Huh? Yeah, a lot of us, right? But we don't want to live by fighting. We want to figure out how to make a better life, how we can have peace. So, for me, I think that these problems can be solved. I've done them a couple times. Look, I inherited a state where we lost 350,000 jobs. We're now up 420,000. I had a state where we were $8 billion in the hole. Now we have a $2 billion surplus. You can fix these things. You can give people a sense of justice or hope, and nobody expects things to be done in a day. But can we revive our economy? Absolutely. Stop crushing this small businessman, get the debt under control, and reduce his taxes. Okay? That's what will work. And we're doing just the opposite. We can do these things. So, there's an article written about me today in the Washington Post. I spent 90 minutes in an editorial board meeting at the Washington Post yesterday. And a guy wrote, Kasich doesn't think the apocalypse is coming. He is not an apocalypse candidate. He said that's why he's not at the top. Because I'm not running around here telling you, hey, by the way, you got to go home, your house is on fire. I'm serious. And so, if you want to watch, if you want to read, how many of you on social media? That's a silly question. People get paid on social media when they work for social media on the basis of clicks. Who knows what a click is in here? Do you know what a click is? What's a click? Yeah. Come here. Come on. Let's go. You participate. Don't be. Yeah, you. If you answer this right, there's a new car right outside for you. What's a click?
Like when a subsection of a larger group kind of gets together and makes their own subgroup in the section, and the whole group.
No, I mean a click on your smartphone.
Oh.
What's a click?
Like when someone views your page.
Yeah. Now let me ask you this: what draws your attention to a certain thing that you want to click on?
Like buzzwords. I feel.
How about like if I can say something that's very controversial and I can put a headline in there, then guess what? I get paid for clicks. So my job is to write something as controversial as I can as a headline so you come on. Now, does that serve us well over time? It's kind of where we are right now. We'll get through this. I'll tell you what's going to get the most amount of clicks today. This is legitimate. Prince died today. 59 years old, and everybody's going to want to know about it, But sometimes these things are so inflammatory that it kind of gets our blood pumping. I remember seeing the stories on talk television about the surfer in California who was on food stamps. Now let me ask you, how many surfers do you think are really on food stamps, okay? I mean, you could put them all probably on a surfboard. But so we need to pull out of this. I was just watching the James Bond movie last night on the airplane, and he was in his helicopter. Something got to pull the helicopter up. Anybody see that movie, by the way? Spectre? It's pretty good. I haven't seen the whole thing. But the point is, we need to pull out of this, have confidence in ourselves, and have leaders that don't promise what they can't deliver, and when they promise something, to deliver. Those two, that's the formula for our country. Right back here. Yes, sir.
Thank you. As Commander-in-Chief, what would be the first thing that you would change?
Well, the first thing I would do would be call all of our friends around the world and tell them we're going to have their back and we're going to treat them better than we treat our enemies. Okay? Right there, young lady. Yes.
I was wondering what you think the most effective aspect of your education plan will be.
Well, I want to shift education back to the states. I want you to be in charge of it, okay? I don't want to run it out of Washington. But I will tell you that I think there's two things that I think are the most important things. Beyond getting, changing the curriculum, making it respond more to people's, needs and desires, being in a position of where you don't say that everybody has to go to college, that people can get skills in other ways. Those things are all important, high standards and all that. But to me, there's two things. One is the mentoring programs that I talk about. Every child in every school in every state in this country should have a mentor. And a mentor is somebody that tells you what you can be. What it is, now Mark here, our doctor friend, who is his mentor, his model? His father. Kermit, he was a doctor. He taught Mark about what it's like to be a doctor. Let me tell you about this guy. At 2 o'clock in the morning, he's coming to your house. I mean, I know. He's been a friend of mine for 30 years. I know the way he operates. He had a mentor. But everybody's not like Mark, where they have a father who's a doctor. Some people come from families that are very broken, where things are really tough. Does that mean that life is lost? No, it doesn't mean it's lost, but it means we need remedial work. Try to give somebody confidence. That's very important. The other thing we need to do is we need to make sure that education is not done in a vacuum. In my state, we have, I think it's 170,000 job openings. And nobody's filling them. You know why that is? Because we have the job opening, but we don't have anybody with the skill. So why don't we start educating people for the jobs that exist today and the jobs of tomorrow? And you can do that through a simple computer work. You can figure out exactly what it is. And when somebody goes to college, comes to Penn State, I don't know how it works here. I'll tell you in my schools. I've told my community colleges and four-year schools that when somebody walks in the door of your building, I expect them to have an academic advisor who will guide them through whatever it is they want to be, or help them to determine what they want to be, and then to help them to graduate on time so they can get a job with the skills that are needed to get the job that they want to pursue. And I'll tell you what I told them. If you don't do this, I'm not giving you one single dime of capital improvement funding. Now, we live in a world where that's a piece of cake. You can be an academic advisor, you can have 50 people that you watch. But what happens a lot of times in colleges, people graduate, they can't get a job. I mean, you have to give people the skills so that they are valuable as an employee. And you want to worry about wages? You get their wages up when they have skills. Now, I have a kind of a thought here about foreign language. I think it's great that you take Spanish or French or whatever. If I were in school, you know what foreign language I would like to take? I would like to take the computer language, the language of how to program or write code for a computer. That's what I would like to take. And then I can learn Spanish once I know it, because I'm going to have a big job and I can go to Spain, whenever I want to. But these schools need to do this, because too much mismatch. But I would also want to let the country know what happens in Massachusetts, what happens in Florida, what happens in Pennsylvania. And that's what a president should do, be a leader to showcase those things that really work, that improve people's lives. Yes, sir, right here.
First of all, thank you for reminding us what we have to do locally. You're the only guy saying this, so thank you for saying that.
Listen, sir, I want you to know I say it all the time. but it never gets reported. You know, there's one time since I have been in this race almost, as a direct candidate almost for a year. I started in July, it's April, I'm getting close. There has been one reporter the entire time that I've been running who says, what do you mean by people taking power themselves? I spent 90 minutes at the Washington Post yesterday. There will not be one word, not one single word, about what I've said about people needing to take power into their... Why is that? Is it too boring? I can't figure it. I have to figure it out. It's on me to figure it out. Walker, you need to figure it out. Because the spirit of our country... Look, I'm a pretty good guy, okay? But, sir, your family, it's going to be up to you more than it's going to be up to me, isn't it? I mean, I can get them jobs. I mean, and I can create an environment for jobs, but you got to deal with this, don't you? Yeah, you're important. You're only 90 and you're complaining? Huh? Are you 90 years old? You want to know something? I also believe one other thing that's maybe a little bit crazy. I don't think the Lord created a retirement plan. I think all of our lifetime, until we get put in the ground, there's something that we're supposed to be doing. You agree with that? To help somebody else. That's what I think. Who's this? You know him? Yeah. Take him out for coffee. He'll teach you more about the world than everybody else around you. Because who's this? 95. I was with a guy. You know what? What's that tell you about life expectancy? These guys you guys both walk in here? I mean, you're fine, right? You drove here. Well, I know you drove here, but nobody carried you in here. I was with my Uncle George in Pittsburgh 2 days ago. He's 90. I saw him, he said, Uncle George, did you walk today? He said, yeah, I walked 2 miles. But what I'm saying is, it's like my Uncle George. My Uncle George has taken a couple people on that he helps. He's 90. Great. His brain is working. He's helping. He's going to wear a big crown in the next world because I know some things he's doing that are just amazing. I'm sorry, sir. Go ahead.
That's okay. So here's the question. Talk about priorities. Your priorities in the first 100 days of your presidency. We know one guy, his priority is rip up Obamacare. The other guy's priority is build a 100-foot wall. I'm not with those guys.
Yeah.
What are your priorities?
Well, he may want to build a wall, but I don't think the Mexicans are going to pay for it. But people kind of like this. Okay, here's my priorities. In the first 100 days, I would put a freeze on all federal regulations except for health and safety for 1 year. Let me go. I gotta cover this. Okay. The only politician that doesn't take applause. So that's that. Secondly, anything that represents $100 million more in federal regulations should be voted on by the Congress. We shouldn't have unelected people passing those laws. Thirdly, my vice president, he or she would spend their time unraveling so many of the federal regulations that are choking this guy as a small business person. I've done all of those things in Ohio, okay? Not all of them, but some of them, including unraveling. Secondly, we would have a tax plan that would reduce the corporate tax rates so that companies will stay here and invest here rather than chasing lower rates, where they can have better bottom lines. I'd lower the corporate tax rate, and I wouldn't double tax them. If they pay taxes somewhere else, they're not going to pay taxes when they bring their money here, so that when they bring their money here, they'll invest here and not keep their money in Europe. Now, in addition to that, I would let them write off the cost of investment in plant and equipment. Those are the tools we need to have higher productivity and higher wages. Let them write it off in that same year. Now, in addition to that, I'd lower the personal taxes to 28, 25, 10 with the capital gains at 15. That would not only help all of us, but would help the small business person because he pays on the personal side as a pass-through entity. Then I would have a plan to, of course, put us towards a balanced budget. I would ship welfare, Medicaid, education, job training, and infrastructure out of Washington back to the states where we live. The program would drive us towards a balanced budget over, sometime into the second term. We would get there. We'd start to deal with the debt problem. I would have a plan to save Social Security that would say that if you've made some pretty good money in your lifetime. You'll get Social Security. It'll just be less. But the woman or the man who has a full dependence on it will get what they want. We will finish the border, protect the border. We will have a guest worker program for the 11.5 million that are here illegally. If they haven't committed a crime, they can have a path to legalization, but never to citizenship after having paid back taxes and a fine. I would begin to travel around the world to talk to world leaders about our position on defense, and would start both the reform and the funding of defense, which would be contained in my budget, $100 billion. And then I would collect the phone numbers of every mother and father who have kids in Congress. I would call mom on her birthday. She would call her kid and say, "Don't mess with the president, I like him." Okay? One more? Okay. I see that man in the green shirt that just walked up here and he held up his finger. He tells me I have to go. What do you have to say to him? Yeah. I can take two more. So we'll go to the small businessman, and then we'll go to this lady right here.
From time to time, I hear on the news about foreign head of state visiting, and they say the president was behind closed doors with the foreign head of state for 45 minutes. We don't know what he talked about. When I think about our Republican frontrunner meeting behind closed doors with Vladimir Putin, it makes my head want to explode. So we know you can beat Hillary, but how are you going to get there? How are you going to win? We need you to win. How's that going to happen?
Well, I don't know if you know this, but I won Manhattan in New York the other night, so I may run for mayor of New York. I don't know. We're thinking about it. The way this is going to work, sir, is we're going to an open convention. Nobody's going to have enough votes. And when we get to the convention, delegates are going to consider two things. One, who can win in the fall? We've had 15 national polls. I'm the only one that consistently beats Hillary. And when they mapped out the Electoral College, same thing. In this state, it's delegates. You do win a lot of delegates by congressional district. When people say, don't vote for him, it's a, look, any vote for me is a vote for me. It ain't a vote for somebody else. And I need the support here so I can have momentum going into the convention. And the second thing that delegates are going to talk about is who can actually be president. That's kind of like a secondary thing that probably ought to be really, really important. Now, some people say, well, if you go into the convention and you have more votes than anybody else, you should be picked. You know, one time in my life, I took a math test. I made an 83. Everybody else did worse than me, and I said to the teacher, why do I have a B? I did better than everybody else. I should have an A. And he looked at me and he said, well, an A is 90. If you could get to 90, I'll give you an A. So if you go to the convention, just having a plurality doesn't get it done. You have to hit the magic number. And if you haven't hit the magic number, you don't have half the delegates at the convention. You got to try to go and get them. And if you don't get them, you don't get picked. That's the way it works. Now, we've had 10 Republican conventions. 7 times the person going into the convention who didn't have the most amount of support was the one who won. I don't know if you know this, but Eisenhower's a perfect example. Taft had more votes. Eisenhower was picked. It was a pretty damn good pick. And, well, we know about Lincoln. I didn't want to go all the way back to Lincoln because, well, Lincoln was like way down. He even printed up some phony ballots for the delegates. They're really cool. But we're not going to do that, okay? So that's where we're headed. And in the fall, we don't worry too much about the fall because I can get the blue collar and the independent voters. And guess what? I just found out the Democratic National Committee is trying to get me out of the race too. And they want to get me out of the race because they don't want me to run against Hillary. I mean, it's pretty interesting. I got my competitors trying to get me out. I got the Democrats trying to get me out. And guess what? I ain't getting out, just so you all know, okay? So that's the answer. Yes, ma'am, right here. Thanks for your question, sir.
Thank you for taking my question. I'm a Gen Xer, and you touched on Social Security. I'm concerned about my financial security, not just today, but in the future. Could you provide a little bit more detail about your plan to make Social Security strong for future generations?
I just told you it's not that complicated. If you've made money, and we're trying to come up with the income limits, and we will, because you want to work this thing out the right way. But if you've had, income that has been pretty generous, you're still going to get it. We're not going to turn it into a welfare program. You just won't get what you expect. Now, do you have any idea what your Social Security would be? Because I have no clue. And I'm a little bit older than you are. And I don't check my Social, I don't check, how much, let me see if I can. Is there anybody, on the cusp of, who's on the cusp of retiring? How old are you, sir? Okay, do you have any idea how much your Social Security is going to be? You checked 3 days ago. Okay, you're a bad answer. Who else is here that's on the cusp? Now, have you made other income in your life? Are you going to really depend on it? Because if you have to really depend on it, you got to get it.
I have a 401k.
Okay, but the point is that based on income, called, it's all done on the basis of means testing, and you got to make the numbers work. If you are really dependent on it, you're going to get what you want, what you need, not what you want, but what you need and what's guaranteed. But if you've been up, I don't know, I don't want to pick a number because we don't have the numbers yet. I got to keep working on the numbers. You'll still get it, it just won't be as much because you'll have other sources. You'll have 401k, you will have made money, you will have saved money, you'll have stocks. I mean, those are the folks that I'd like them to get everything they want, but the numbers won't work. Why are we in trouble on Social Security? Some people think because we borrowed from it. Well, we borrowed from it and we put it, when I was budget chairman, we didn't borrow from it, but we have borrowed from it. But that's because when the money came in, you didn't pay as much out. So the money just sits there. It's not like some lockbox here or something. So the government used it to fund other things, and they put in an IOU. And now the IOUs are being drawn down, and the government's having to honor them. So the problem we have with Social Security is that the number of people who are retired is a lot bigger than the number of people who work. It's a numbers problem. So that's why you have to fix it. And when people say we shouldn't fix it, we don't have to fix it, that is it's absurd. Okay, it's so wrong. And so that would be basically what we would do. In the meantime, we've got to work on having a more robust economy, which we don't have. We have the weakest economy since World War II coming out of a recession. We got to give people skills. We have to have lifelong training too. In my opinion, you're going to have to be trained and acquire skills throughout your entire lifetime because these jobs are changing. They're becoming they're becoming jobs that are more connected to technology. Even if you work in a steel mill, it's technology. We have to have people trained for this. And if we do all that, and if we can grow this economy faster, this is not the promised land. The promised land's yet to come, but things can get amazingly better. Just like they are in my state and like they were in Washington when I was the Budget Committee Chairman. I can't take any more, sorry. So anyway, I just want to tell you that we don't want you to believe you got a better chance of seeing a UFO than a Social Security check. If I'm president, you'll see a Social Security check. Frankly, I want to tell you this. It doesn't matter who's president. We will fix Social Security. It's just that you fix it soon, it's easier. You wait, it's a lot harder. And I'd rather do it sooner than later so that the numbers will begin to work for us. So, how about getting all your friends and going out and voting for me so I can continue forward and become the President of the United States? Thank you all very much.
Kasich event. I'm gonna switch it over to me for a second. I know that what's on your mind today and what's on everyone's mind today is Prince. I love Prince because my mother loves Prince, and so that's my connection. But I want to just kind of reiterate some stuff I'm sure you already know and give you a live look outside of his compound. I'll put my face here in the corner. Okay, and let's just recap what's happened today. The artist known as Prince has passed. TMZ, of course, are the ones that broke this story. He was only 57 years old. His body was discovered at his Paisley Park compound in Minnesota early Thursday morning. Multiple sources connected to the singer confirmed he had passed, which is strange to me because usually they're very secretive about that. Because we found out about this almost as quickly as it happened. Let me see if I can see the post. This was originally posted Pacific Standard Time, I think, at 9:49 a.m. and he was pronounced dead. His time, 10 something. So I'll go back to this TMZ article. There's an emergency dispatch call for a male down, not breathing. The singer, full name Prince Rogers Nelson, had a medical emergency on April 15th that forced his private jet to make an emergency landing in Illinois. But he appeared at a concert the next day to assure his fans he was okay. His people told TMZ he was battling the flu. At the show, Prince told the crowd, "Wait a few days before you waste any prayers." Prior to his most recent appearance, however, Prince had canceled 2 shows due to health concerns. Prince became an international superstar in 1982 after his breakthrough album, 1999. He went on to churn out a ton of hits, and he had 7 Grammys. He also performed at the Super Bowl in 2007 in one of the greatest live performances of all time, which I agree with. It was amazing. I've watched it approximately 5 times today. He also sold more than 100 million records during his career and won the Academy Award for Best Original Song Score for Purple Rain in 1985. Prince was married 2 times. The first time to his backup dancer. They split in 2000. Then he married again. I don't see what year they married, but they split in 2006. He was inducted into the Rock and Roll Hall of Fame in 2004 and performed a legendary version of While My Guitar Gently Weeps to close the ceremony. Interesting fact, he doesn't have a star on the Hollywood Walk of Fame yet. There's no way they cannot give him a star on the Hollywood Walk of Fame now. But we were discussing in the newsroom in LA where people might go to mourn, and he doesn't have a Hollywood star a Hollywood star on the Walk of Fame, which is interesting. I mean, James Franco, I was surprised James Franco already had one. He's still so young. Donald Trump has one. Who knew? I mean, that's something we found out because people were vandalizing it recently. I do see our local reporter speaking. Let's take you there. See if we can
His family has been good to the people here. I saw his sister and brother-in-law earlier. They came out here. They thanked the fans for being here. They looked up at the sky, saw some rain clouds, and said, "But don't stay here if it rains. Prince wouldn't want you to get a cold." That's the kind of relationship people have with Prince and his family. That's Prince. He would pop up in the most peculiar places and be so kind to people. You never quite knew where he was going to pop up. I know a local music critic for the newspaper here said he saw Prince just this Tuesday night at a jazz club in Minneapolis, and he had a cane with him, but he was holding up the cane and cheering on the band he was watching. This mysterious, kind, unique presence is what people are talking about here for Prince. No problem.
So that was a live shot from our local Fox affiliate there, just to give you some additional details on this. And let me take you to I'll take you to the other visual we have of the compound. There you go. The medical examiner does have Prince's body at this time and is going to perform the autopsy tomorrow. The sheriff's department says Prince was found in an elevator at Paisley Park They performed CPR, but were unable to revive him. He was pronounced dead on the scene at 10:07 a.m. Central Time. Let's head over to Radar and see if they've got any additional details that might be interesting. I don't want to know about a secret life, guys. I'm just trying to... This is actually... The shot has gotten so dark. Is it just me? Let's, I don't know. Let's go to the other view we have because it looks a little bit brighter. Am I breaking things? Why does it now look brighter on the other one? There we go. All right. Some friends saying he never went Hollywood. Aretha Franklin says he may have had Zika virus. Now this is actually Aretha. Via Radar, the rumors of medical issues. Please don't make me watch a ad. Give me 2 seconds. I have to. Well, actually, they won't let me click out for another 15. Let's see here. This is interesting to me, though. I love Aretha Franklin. And she's already chiming in, so I think that's also interesting. All right. According to Radar, the rumors of medical issues surrounding Prince's death have made his tragic ending all the more heartbreaking. Now many close to him are speculating about what really caused the emergency that took his life, and Aretha Franklin thinks it could have been the Zika virus. Franklin revealed that she has concerns about how his life could end at the young age of 57. The Queen of Soul appeared on MSNBC with Brian Williams to discuss Prince's sudden death at his Minnesota home on April 21st, 2016. You know they're saying flu-like symptoms, Franklin told Williams. I'm wondering if it had anything to do with this Zika virus. Williams, however, seemed unconvinced. Aretha Franklin speculates on MSNBC that Prince may have had the Zika virus. Tweets Miss B. A police report obtained by Radar revealed the cops arrived at his Paisley Park, Minnesota home at 9:43 a.m. Thursday and found him unresponsive in an elevator. Efforts to revive him with CPR were unsuccessful. That was Radar. And I cannot believe Aretha Franklin said that on MSNBC. That's a little interesting. Wow. You have to be careful when you say things on international television. I don't think it's the right time to speculate. We've known he's been sick. I think it's just a little too early to go out and say stuff like that. As I click on another Radar Online article. Prince's death Thursday morning at the age of 57 was a shocker even to those who knew him best. Despite rumors that his health had been failing in recent weeks, his former bodyguard told RadarOnline.com exclusively that the entertainer had always seemed in good health. I've never known Prince ever to be sick, his former bodyguard and friend Wallace Safford told Radar exclusively. Rumors of health issues surfaced after Prince's plane made an emergency landing on April 15th in Illinois, but reps said he was only battling the flu. Safford worked closely with the singer on his very first world tour in the late 1980s. Before I worked with him, he was a friend first, Safford told Radar. I knew Prince when he first came out on tour when he opened up for Rick James. I'm sitting here in front of the TV in shock and awe right now. He will sorely be missed. Today I was at work and I left work because I just had this knot in my stomach. Something was wrong, he said. I didn't know what it was at first. It was almost like me and Prince and an inner spirit connection. We were all like family. The iconic singer stayed close to his real family, even as his fame grew, Safford said. He was close to his father before he passed his mother, his siblings, Safford explained. They're a close-knit family, and now insiders told Radar they are gathering in Minnesota to mourn his passing. Yeah, this is a very devastating story. Prince's devastated ex-wife reveals how she's coping with singer's tragic death. I mean, he's always seemed like a very private celebrity, too. Very, very private. I never knew what was going on there, you know? In regards to some of the Kasich event we just watched, I do have some tweets. Thanks so much to Gotcha, who tweets, Mr. Kasich is a nice guy, but can he really keep us safe? He makes a better mentor to children. All right, okay. Yeah, the question was on our lower third, do you think John Kasich would be a good president? Whether you like him or not, does he have the leadership qualities that you look for when you are trying to determine who you're going to vote for when it comes to the President of the United States of America? Not a lot of positive feedback, but I need to pursue more Kasich fans to watch the show, and that's, if I have to do that, I will. I will actively do that. Okay. Where are we going to head now? Also, while I have your attention, wait, I might be getting breaking news. Sorry if you heard that feedback. First of all, I want to say, while I have your attention, tweet me your favorite Prince song or your favorite Prince video. Tweet it to me. I want to see it. I want to hear it. I can't play it because I'm not allowed to play copywritten music on my show, but I can play it on my end privately. So, also, I'm getting a podium for Trump. So we're going to head over to Donald Trump. If you are a Trump fan, you love Donald Trump, you are rooting for him, maybe you're just so obsessed with election 2016, tweet our link to your friends, tell them that you're watching us, post this link on Facebook, and have them come interact and engage with us at Fox 10 News Now. I'm going to go to this Trump podium. They can use the hashtag Fox News Now and tweet them our link. And we'll watch Trump together. These crowds get really rowdy, by the way. I don't know if you saw the link I posted, or the video I posted yesterday. I posted a video yesterday where a grown man crawled on another man's shoulders, and he was being thrust into the air, and they were just so excited to the Trump rally, and I was a little jealous that I wasn't there, to be honest, but it feels like you're there when you're watching it here with us on Fox 10 News Now. Again, I'm going to update my lower third, so everybody knows what we're watching live about. But share this link with your friends, so they know to come hang out with us. And maybe you're voting for Bernie Sanders. That's okay. We still want to hang out with you too.
Jesus. Here you go. Ladies and gentlemen, this is Donald Trump. How are you? So I am supposed to wait a half an hour because there are thousands of people outside trying to get in, but I can't do that to you, so we're going to come on right now. So, I've never done that before, you know. I've never done that before. I've never introduced myself. But they didn't quite say it right the first time. So anyway, no, we have thousands of people outside, thousands, and they're going to pour in. They're filling up the floor. They're filling up. And I just said, you know what? They're coming through the mags. And I said, you know what? Let's start a little bit earlier, right? The hell with this. Well, I want to tell you, we have a lot of friends here tonight, and I think we have our two favorite congressmen, and we're here before we introduce them. All right, get them out of here. Get them out. Get them out. Get them out of here. Go ahead. Go home to mom. Go home to mommy. These people, I'll tell you, you can't get rid of them. Oh, that's okay. That's okay. Be gentle. You know, I have to say that. Be gentle. Be nice and easy. Got him? Got him? Are you okay? Good. Our people take care of our people, right? So, good, thank you. So, we have a lot of friends here tonight, and I'm going to introduce just a few. First of all, a man who takes on a nightly basis, and he loves this area. He lives right around here. And, you know, who knows Pennsylvania better than Donald Trump? I went to school here. And it's a great state. But a man who's constantly defending me, and he really does a good job. And whenever he's in a little doubt, he says he reminds me of Ronald Reagan. That's okay, right? Jeffrey Lord, he works with CNN. Jeffrey, great guy. He's become very famous, I will tell you. And he's a great defender. There's nobody better. Also, we have two congressmen here who have been unbelievable. They've been here right from the beginning. I have absolutely no idea where they are, but they're here someplace. Congressman Tom Marino, you know. Where's Tom? Where is our Tom? And Lou Barletta, Congressman Barletta. Lou. So they're here. They've been amazing. I mean, they've really been amazing. So, folks, I hate to do this. We're going to depress you for a little while, and then we're going to have so much fun. Because here's the bottom line. We're going to make it better. We're going to bring our jobs back. We're going to strengthen our military. We're going to build a wall. Boy, we're going to build a wall. Oh, we're going to build it. We're going to build it, and you know who's going to pay for it? I don't hear you. 100%, okay? 100%. So I told my folks, and by the way, how good was Stephen? Is Stephen good, right? And he tells the truth. He's a straight arrow, and he tells the truth. So Pennsylvania, I love you too. That was a guy, but I love him anyway, okay? Pennsylvania has taken, and I asked the group, this is what they do. They're statisticians. I don't know, I wouldn't want to be that. I think it's a pretty boring job, but that's what they do. So I said, give me some talk on Harrisburg and on Pennsylvania, and I want to just see what it is. Pennsylvania's taken harder hits on trade than just about anywhere else in the United States. Not good, not good. The state of Pennsylvania has lost more than 35% of its manufacturing jobs since 2001. Not good. What are you guys doing? How do you let this happen, guys? How do you let this happen? Don't worry. Doesn't matter. We're bringing it back. They're all going to come back better than left. Better than left. And that includes steel, and that includes coal, clean coal. But that includes a lot of things and a lot of industries that are being decimated. Harrisburg lost nearly 40% of its manufacturing jobs since 2001. That's amazing. You know, the number is so high. And I'll tell you what, in 2001, and Jeffrey knows this, that's when China Oh, that's when China went into the World Trade Organization. Guess what? Now, in all fairness to China, we're not only talking about China, we're talking about a lot of different places. Mexico has been taking your companies like it's candy from a baby, right? Median in, and this is so terrible, median household income in Harrisburg, in the Harrisburg region of Pennsylvania, has declined $7,000 since the year 2000. Now look, countrywide, just so you understand, people, hardworking, unbelievable people, their income and their wages have gone down over the last 14, 15 years. Their real wages, they've gone down. They work longer, they work harder. Some of them are working double jobs. Some of them are forced to go part-time jobs. Obamacare, it's a disaster. They're forced to do it. No good, folks. No good. Gonna end. By the way, just in case.
And looks like we've...
Obamacare.
Oh, here it goes. It's back.
Food stamps, as you know, are up almost 300% in this area. Now, Pennsylvania used to provide, and boy, do I know this. Hey, how good is Ben? Big Ben. Do we love Big Ben? Big Ben. I'm just saying, because he's a friend of mine. I played golf with him a couple of times. He actually hit a drive, and it went right. It hit a tree. It was a massive tree. The ball hit the tree so hard, I said, Ben, that tree will be dead within 2 years. I'm telling you. The noise was scary. But Big Ben is great, and he's a winner. He's a winner, I'm telling you. He is a 2 Super Bowls. And you look at that play, that defensive play he made on the running back, right? He's a big winner, so say hello to Big Ben. So Pennsylvania provided steel to the entire world. That's not true anymore. Now you have China dumping steel all over the place. They're dumping everything they can dump, not just steel, folks. And I don't blame China. If they can get away with it, I blame our people and our leaders for being so incompetent and so stupid to allow a thing like this to happen. So politicians allowed all of these jobs essentially to be shipped overseas. We're really like it's really like if you look, and I'm driving in from the airport, and you look at the empty buildings and the empty factories and places that held unbelievable people, including yourselves in many cases and your relatives, and they're gone. It's just looking not so good. We're going to straighten it out, folks. We're going to straighten it out. Now, as Stephen told you, Cruz and Kasich, by the way, how about Cruz? Is it Lion Ted? You're right, Lion Ted. He's a liar. How about this? He is some liar. He's a professional liar. You know, I say it. I'm doing great with evangelicals, but Lion Ted comes in and he holds the Bible up, and he holds it high, right? He holds it high, and then he lies. He lies. But he puts it down and he lies. So here's the story. He loves TPP, Trans-Pacific Partnership. NAFTA had a huge impact, a negative impact on this area and all over the country. But NAFTA, you look at New England, what happened to New England. You look at upstate New York, where I just won. And I won it because they know that I'm bringing back the jobs. I'll be bringing back the jobs. Mexico, China, Japan, Vietnam, India, any country you name, I guarantee you could throw up any name, they're taking advantage of not necessarily our stupid politicians, in some cases stupid, and in some cases they do what they have to do in order to get campaign contributions. I'm not doing that, folks. I'm putting up my own money. I'm not doing that. When you look at what's going on with the super PACs, and you look at what's going on with campaign contributions to these people, I can tell you that a friend of mine came up to me 2 weeks ago, and he said, why would they do a deal like this, Donald? Are they so stupid? I said, no, they're not stupid. They're smart. They did a deal because they got massive campaign contributions for doing a deal that was bad for our country. All of that stuff is going to end, folks. We're going to do great deals now. We're doing great deals. I don't know. You know, I self-fund, and I don't know if it's worth it. So far I'm in for like 40 or $45 million. I mean, I don't care. Even if you're rich, that's a lot of money, right? It's Jeffrey, $45 million, that's a lot of money. I'll tell you this. I don't know that I get credit for it. I'll be honest. Guys are offering, Jeb Bush raised $168 million, right, for his super PAC. I would have raised 5 times that, and a lot of times I feel foolish. I feel foolish that I'm turning down millions of dollars. I have one member of my club in Florida, very great club, the Mar-a-Lago Club, and he keeps coming up. He's a very rich guy. Donald, I'd like to help your campaign. Would you take $10 million? Now, you have to understand, all my life I put money, I've taken money. You know, that's what I do. I'm a business guy. I take. And every time I see him, he doesn't even understand it. I say, I really can't do that. I'm sorry. I'm self-funding. He goes, no, that's okay. He doesn't even understand what I'm saying because he can't believe it. Because he gives money. And he's a good guy and a generous guy, rich guy. So then I come by, I see him a month later. Donald, seriously, I'd like to give you $10 million. I say, no, I can't do that. I'm self-funding. And you know, for me, that's very hard to do. So he's done it now 4 times, and I just keep turning him down. And I say to myself, I wonder if people appreciate it, because I don't know. I don't know. They may not. They may not. But you know, so when I turn, and he's one, I have many people. I have many people like that. And you know, I say, all my life I take. There's nothing wrong with business people, right? Who's a business person here? Raise your hand. Right. We take. Now, taking is good. We have employees. We take care of their health care and their education, a lot of good things. But I take, and I take, and I keep taking, and I become richer and richer and richer. But now I'm going to take for you. I'm going to take for the country because our country needs help. Our country needs help. We're being stripped of our money. We're being stripped of our jobs. We have people that don't know what they're doing, and in some cases, they don't care. So we are going to change things around, and we're going to change them around. Big league. Look at these people over there. I love you, folks. Look at that. Unbelievable. And I hope the people that are pouring in are not angry at me. They'll go back, and they'll say, you know, Trump was really good, but we only got to see the last 9 minutes of his speech. But that's okay. We should keep going, right? The hell with them, right? So those are the numbers, and those are the stats for this area. Those are the stats for Pennsylvania, a place I love, a place that I'm very close to, as you know. It's where I learned how to play golf. Cobb's Creek. Does anyone know where Cobb's Creek is in Philadelphia? A public course in Philadelphia. I used to play from the Wharton School. I'd go to Cobb's Creek. And let me tell you, you met people at Cobb's Creek that were actually very, very sophisticated hustlers. And if you could survive on Cobb's Creek, you could practically survive anywhere. So we love Philadelphia. Let me tell you, folks, we love it. We love it. I learned a lot. I learned a lot in Pennsylvania. All right. So I left Indiana, and they have a company in Indiana called Carrier in Indianapolis. And I thought, and I could use 100 different companies and tell the story, but I think it's a terrible story. They've been there for many years. They had 1,400 employees, great people. In fact, a number of the employees were at the speech the other day. And I said, what do you think? And we talked to them, and I talked to them afterwards. They're like great people. They were there. One was there for 18 years. One was there for almost 30. And you probably saw it on television where some semi-mid-level guy was rough. And he said, we're closing. We're moving to Mexico. That Carrier, and I buy a lot of air conditioners from Carrier. I'm not buying them anymore, folks, just so you understand. So I've been watching politicians now for 5 years talking about keeping the companies in our country, and they've done nothing. They haven't done a damn thing. And they can talk about free trade, and I'm a free trader, but you can only have free trade if you have smart leaders and smart negotiators, and we don't. We have leaders that are dumb as rocks. They don't know what the hell is happening to our country. And when you ride by these buildings in Harrisburg When you ride by the buildings in Albany and in Rochester and in Syracuse, New York, this is why I got the big vote, because they understand that I get it. And they don't get it. They don't. Our politicians don't get it. So here's the story, folks. Here's what we do. If we have crooked Hillary, I mean, is there anybody more crooked than this woman? No, is there anybody? You know, Bernie Sanders, who, in all fairness, and I have to tell you, in all fairness, he said she has bad judgment, all right? She does. He's been tough on her. In fact, I'd like him to keep going, because the longer he goes, the more I'm going to like it. What he's saying about her, he said a couple of little things. He said she suffers from bad judgment. And she said, now, I don't know. I think she's qualified, I guess. But that doesn't mean she's good. I mean, I actually he said she's not qualified to be president. Now, what he meant is because her judgment is so bad, so Bernie Sanders, not me, said she's not qualified. So now I'm going to say she's not qualified, okay? She has really, you look at her judgment. I've been against the war in Iraq. The war in Iraq has been devastating. We've spent $2 trillion. We probably have spent in the Middle East $4 trillion. And we have roads with potholes in the middle of the highways. We have airports that are obsolete. We have the worst transportation system and train system. In China, they have trains that go 250 miles an hour. Over here, if the train goes more than 60, it's like collision territory. And we see it all the time. We've got to start rebuilding this country. We've got to rebuild our country. Now, we shouldn't have been in Iraq. It was a horrible decision. The way Obama got us out of Iraq was a disaster. He said a specific date. And when I heard him say that, I said, no, he can't mean that. I said, it's camouflage. He doesn't really mean that. But he did mean it. That was the date. The enemy sat back. They said, they can't believe it. They said, why should we get killed? Believe me, they don't want to be killed. They went back. We left. And boom. We should have been out. We should have never, ever gone in. We totally destabilized the Middle East. And I've been saying that for years. But we went in. Mistake. The way we got out was a mistake, because we got out, we didn't leave the troops. We should have left some troops. And now what's happened? ISIS. We also, by the way, put terrible people in charge of Iraq. And that's really a primary reason, Jeffrey, why ISIS was formed. Because they couldn't get together, because they were not inclusive. And so ISIS formed. Now we have another problem. And then you have all of the mistakes that Hillary made as Secretary of State. A total disaster. Not even talking about Benghazi. I mean just big, horrible mistakes. So we have a mess. So what we have to do... get them out. Good. Look at those police. Do we love our police, by the way? Do we love our police? So, that's right. You know, and I say it. By the way, are Trump rallies fun? Are these fun? Do you know that if, like, Lion Ted Cruz came to Harrisburg, if he had 250 people in a conference room, I'd be surprised if he could get that many people. I would actually be surprised. And here we have 10,000 people. I would be so surprised if he could even get that. Okay, you ready? And honestly, Cruz and Kasich have no path to victory. It's over. It's over. Now, Cruz said Kasich should get out because he has no path. I mean, not even close. He's won 1 out of 38. Well, Cruz has only won, what, 10 or 11? I've won 22 or 23. Millions of votes ahead. I think they both should get out. What are they doing? What are they doing? All right. So we shouldn't have been in. We were in. We have to finish the job. We should never, ever have been. You know, Saddam Hussein was a bad guy, right? If you look at Gaddafi, he was a bad guy. But they had one thing in common, and one thing that they were really, really good at. Number one, they were not politically correct. Do we all agree? They were great at killing terrorists. They were great. We are not good at killing terrorists. We catch somebody who's a terrorist and it's 25 years before the trial starts. They killed terrorists. And we would have been better off if our presidents went to the beach and never even heard the words Middle East. That's how bad. But now it's a mess. Now we have people that are cutting off heads and drowning people in steel cages. We're going to knock the hell out of ISIS. We're going to knock the hell. We are going to build a military that's so big and so strong and so powerful. And by the way, it's the cheapest thing we can do. So big, so strong, so powerful that nobody is going to mess with us again. Nobody. Nobody. Just remember it. Our military is being decimated. It's being decimated by cuts and every other thing. And our soldiers are great people. These are great people, the military people. But the politicians are all talk, no action, not treating them right. So we're going to knock the hell out of ISIS. We're going to build up our military. We're going to make it powerful and strong again. And by the way, we are going to take care of our vets. Our vets. So let's go back. So we have Carrier. And when I first came, and when I first, June 16th, who knew this was going to happen? On Fox, during a show, I mean, I was really greatly complimented. He said that what's happened with Donald Trump is the single biggest political event that he's witnessed and seen during his lifetime. I said, wow, that was pretty good. Even Jeffrey wouldn't say that. I mean, it was a big statement. And, you know, I like Bill, but it was a big statement. It was an important statement. And what he meant by that is this is all a movement. No matter where we go to Alabama, we had 35,000 people. We had 25,000 in Orlando, 25,000 people all over. I mean, it's routine. If they say to me, like, sir, you have 10,000 people tonight. I said, that's a small crowd. What's wrong? What's wrong? We have tremendous crowds. We have by far the biggest crowds, far bigger than Bernie, by the way, far bigger. And Bernie is second, but now Bernie's over, I guess, right? It's over. It's over for Bernie. And really, I want to run against Hillary. I don't want to run against Bernie. I really want to run against crooked Hillary Clinton. We're going to beat her so badly. I want to run against crooked Hillary. So here's what happens. So Carrier announced they're leaving Indianapolis. And this is so easy. You know, I have the best business leaders in the world. You saw the other night when I won New York, Carl Icahn. The greatest business people endorsed me. And we'll use them to make our trade deals. They don't want money. They want to do it. To them, it's a chess game. And they love the country. But here's what happens. So Carrier announced 1,400 people, you get out, you're fired. Like The Apprentice, you're fired. And they say, we're moving to Mexico. Just like that, we're moving to Mexico. Our government doesn't do anything about it. And the politicians won't because they're taken care of by special interests, so they won't do anything about it. It's all right, get them out. Look how fast our police work. Are they the greatest? Look at that. Oh, these police. These police. We love our police. Thank you. Boy, they were running him out. That's beautiful. I loved it. So what happens is our politicians do absolutely nothing. Absolutely nothing. Carrier leaves, and here's what I do. Now, my wife is constantly saying, darling, be more presidential. I just don't know that I want to do it quite yet, Jeffrey, because we have a job to do. I've got 2 leftovers. I have to finish that, okay? We have to. We have to. And we're doing so good. And we have to be tough for a little while. And at some point, I'm going to be so presidential that you people will be so bored. And I'll come back as a presidential person. And instead of 10,000 people, I'll have about 150 people. And they'll say, but boy, he really looks presidential. But you know, we have a very sad topic because we're talking about what's happened to our country. But we have a very happy topic also because, you know, believe it or not, let's make America great again. Make America great again. America first. All of these statements are positive statements. And the one I love is the one that's on all those beautiful hats, some red, some white, there's a man, some hunter's caps, right? Make America great again. That's a positive message. That's a positive message. So I want to do Carrier myself because I love it. You know, I love working. I'm not a vacation guy, right? Like Obama, he plays golf in Hawaii. He flies on a 747. Spewing, flies. Then he talks about the carbon footprint. He goes to Hawaii in a 747 for vacation, and then he comes back, has a news conference on the carbon footprint. I mean, give me a break, folks, okay? So here's the story. I want to do Carrier. I know it's not presidential. I don't want to give it to Carl Icahn. I don't want to give it to these great business guys. They're the richest guys, the best negotiators. I don't want to give it to them. I love doing this stuff. I call up the president of Carrier. Highly, highly unpresidential, right? The president of the United States calling up an air conditioning company. But that air conditioning company abandoned 1,400 jobs in our country. And because our politicians are so stupid, they allow it to happen, and they've been talking about stopping it for 5 years. It's called corporate inversions. They don't even know what the words mean. So they've been talking about it for years. So here's what we do. I get them on the phone, and I say, good luck, sir. Good luck with your new plant in Mexico. I hope you do fantastically. But as you know, you've terminated 1,400 people. And as you know, I don't like that. And as you also know, we now have a very strong border. We have a border where the Border Patrol men and women, who, by the way, last week endorsed me, 16,500 people endorsed me. And these are great people that aren't allowed to do their job. If they let them do the job, you still need the wall to stop the drugs and other things. But these are great people. They're not allowed to do the job. By the way, Sheriff Joe Arpaio, also from Arizona, endorsed. So you know who the good one on the border. So I tell them, I say, here's the story. Enjoy your new plant. Enjoy the very, very hot weather. Because here's the story. When you sell a unit, you do an air conditioning unit. Every single unit that crosses our now very strong border, in other words, you have to go through a certain way. You don't just have it come across like we have now. Every unit coming across our border is going to be taxed at 35% per unit. Okay? Now, believe me, I'm really good at this stuff. I'm so good at this stuff. I built such a great company. So here's the story. If you say it before they move, they're not going to move. They're not going to move. In other words, you tell them before they move. Don't tell them later. You go up to them and say, listen, you're moving. I'm so bad at it. What can we do? We want to keep you. Nope, we're moving. Oh, you're an arrogant guy, huh? Guess what? You move. But if you move and you make product in Mexico or wherever, every unit coming across the border is going to be taxed at 35%. Now, here's what's going to happen. If they have that conversation with Lion Ted Cruz or with Kasich, who nobody even knows who the hell he is, if they have the conversation with these guys, 100% they move and that's the end of it. If they have the conversation with Hillary, guess what? It's going to be even worse. She won't even pick up the phone. Because what's going to happen is their lobbyists and their special interests will call the politicians and they'll say, you can't do that. This group gave you $1 million when you ran, and they're going to give you $1 million the next time you run. You can't do it. Let me tell you. In other words, they got it. Now they tell me, nothing. I won't take their call. I couldn't care less. So here's what's going to happen. And I like talking to them before they move. I would talk to them before they move. Because if it's before they move, they're going to say the following. They'll call me back within 24 hours, and they will say, Mr. President, sir, we've decided not to move the United States, okay? If they've already moved, they're going to try and undo that deal so fast, I guarantee you. And here's what happens. Maybe they can't come back. Maybe it's too late. But our country's going to make a lot of money, folks. We're going to make a lot of money, and we need the money. We have massive deficits. We owe $19 trillion, and that's the way it is. Now, on a larger basis, Ford Motor Company built two... Get them out, get them out, get them out, get them out. Here come the police. Look at them move. I love these police here. Get them out, please. Get them out. Take them out of here. See, they're right in front of the cameras. Right in front of the cameras where they want to be. You know, we had a couple of protesters. We had some protesters in New York before I made a speech. And the media went to them. And by the way, see the media? That is the most dishonest group of human beings. They are the worst. They are the most dishonest people. And that's what I like about protesters. They go around and they show the crowd, so I like it. So I like my protesters. But in New York, they had protesters. And they went up, the media went up, and they say, why are you here? Do you not like Donald Trump? No, I like him. He's a great guy. Oh. And they have signs manufactured by a beautiful printing press, not made in the basement like it's supposed to be. They go up to another one. Why are you here? And the guy goes, I don't know. I don't know. In other words, it's all a phony deal, folks. It's a phony, disgusting deal. We had one 2 days ago. I have very few of them. I'll tell you what, have you heard about protesters? They're giving up with us because we like it. We like it. We have fun with it, right? We have fun with it. But it's a phony deal. Many of these people, I would say most of these people, are told to come here and try and disrupt and agitate. They're bad people, but we are so cool, and we take care of ourselves. And remember what I said. The safest place on earth is a Trump rally. Believe me. Believe me. So, Carrier won't be leaving. Ford is building a $2.5 billion plant in Mexico. I've been talking about it for 2 years. It's been my big baby. And $2.5 billion, you know what that is? And they're going to make their cars and trucks and parts, and they're going to pour them right into the United States. We get nothing. Now, the other day, I'm reading in the Wall Street Journal that they've decided to do more. They're going to do more. It's going to be bigger. They're going to make it bigger. What do we get out of it? We get nothing. Look at this area. Look at the state of Pennsylvania that I love. They're ripping our businesses out. They're taking our heart out. They're taking our jobs out. And we're not going to let them get away with it anymore. And the system is rigged. The voting is rigged. The whole deal is crooked, 100%, almost as crooked Hillary. It's a crooked deal. And that's why you have a case where I go in and win with the vote, and these guys go and they buy delegates. They buy them dinners. They send them to hotels. The whole thing is a sham. And by the way, I don't know if even my enemies in the media agree with me, and lots of changes are being made. With all of that being said, we're winning by a lot. We're kicking ass, I'll tell you. Believe me. So we're going to stop. And when I came down that escalator with Melania, I had two things in mind. Trade, because we make the worst trade deals, probably at any time, anywhere. What China has done to our country, we have a trade deficit with China of $505 billion a year. Then you have these stupid people that write magazines. They call them the elite. Oh, really? They're elite? Do you think they have a better plane than I do? These are elite people. These are elite. They call them elite. That means that we're not elite. That means that I'm not elite. I don't know. I don't think anybody has better whatever. Do they have better than what we... You know, I built a company and I filed all the papers at federal election. I borrowed $1 million, and I built it in. I mean, you hear this stuff. My father gave me $250. I wish my father gave me. My father was tough, and he was from Brooklyn, and he built houses in Brooklyn. And I borrowed $1 million, and I built it into a company that's worth more than $10 billion, with the greatest assets, some of the greatest assets in the world, great cash flow, very little debt. And I say it not to brag at all. I say it because that's the kind of thinking we need in this country, at least for a while, until we straighten it out. Because we're sitting right now on a bubble, on a big, fat, ugly bubble. And if it explodes, it's going to be ugly. You think your businesses are doing lousy now? If that bubble explodes, and it's going to happen unless I'm elected, we are going to do things that are going to be so good.
Can you ask if we're done? Oh, there it is. Never mind. She just answered me.
You hear that there, Monty?
Huh?
You're a bump out at the end of the show.
I heard that. Yep.
I'm listening.
I am too. Thank you, though.
In the meantime, I'm going to take you to Bernie.
Trade agreement Secretary Clinton has supported virtually every one of these disastrous trade agreements. In my view, the federal minimum wage of $7.25 an hour is a starvation wage. It has got to be raised to a living wage, $15 an hour. And I am proud that all over the country we are beginning to see real movement toward $15 an hour in California, Oregon, New York State. I have been on picket lines with fast food workers who are fighting for $15 and a union, and I'm proud of that. Secretary Clinton supports a $12 minimum wage, not enough. There is another issue that is impacting our country, impacting the world, impacting Pennsylvania. And that is the fact that we are fighting now to make sure that we and future generations will have clean drinking water. And we will not have clean drinking water if we continue fracking. That is why I support a national ban on fracking. That is not the position of Secretary Clinton. In fact, when she was Secretary of State, she was actively involved in pushing the technology of fracking on countries all over the world. I am a member of the U.S. Senate Committee on the Environment. And in that capacity, I have spoken to scientists all over our country and all over the world. And I want everybody here to know The debate is over. Climate change is real. Climate change is caused by human activity. Climate change is already doing devastating harm in our country and around the world. And what the scientists tell us is if we do not get our act together in the near future, if we do not transform our energy system, a bad situation today will become much, much worse in years to come. We have a moral obligation. We are the custodians of the one planet that we have. It's called planet Earth. We have a moral responsibility to leave this planet in a way that is healthy and habitable to our children and future generations. And that means that we have got to tell the fossil fuel industry that their short-term profits are not more important than the future of this planet. That we will transform our energy system away from fossil fuel to energy efficiency and sustainable energy. I am proud to tell you that I have introduced the most comprehensive legislation on climate change ever introduced in the Senate, which, among many other things, calls for a tax on carbon. Unfortunately, that is not the position of Secretary Clinton. And on that issue, we have got to recognize this is not a time for incremental change. The future of the planet is at stake. We have got to be bold, and we need a tax on carbon. A great nation is not judged by the number of millionaires and billionaires it has. It is not judged by the size of its defense budget or the number of nuclear weapons it has. A great nation is judged from a moral perspective on how it treats the weakest and most vulnerable people in it. Here is a truth that the media does not talk about terribly much, and that is that we have millions of senior citizens, disabled veterans, and people with disabilities who are trying to get by on $10,000, $11,000, $12,000 a year Social Security. And you know what? You're right. You know what? Nobody can get by on $10,000, $11,000, $12,000 a year Social Security. Now, the Republican response to this crisis is they want to cut Social Security. And while they want to cut Social Security, they want to give hundreds of billions of dollars in tax breaks to the top 1%. I've got some bad news for them. It ain't going to happen that way. In fact, we're going to do exactly the opposite. We are going to expand Social Security benefits. And we are going to do it by lifting the cap on taxable income. Right now, you got somebody making $5 million a year, somebody making $118,000. They're both contributing the same amount into the Social Security Trust Fund. You lift that cap, you start at $250,000 and above, have people making $1 million a year contribute the same percentage of their income as somebody making $50,000. You can significantly expand Social Security benefits. That is my view. And throughout this campaign, time and time and time again, I have challenged Secretary Clinton, are you prepared to come aboard legislation that lifts the cap and expands Social Security benefits for seniors and disabled vets? And time after time after time, she has waffled, not given a straightforward answer. Secretary Clinton, join us. Lift the cap, expand Social Security benefits. This campaign is going to win because we are listening to the American people, not just wealthy campaign contributors. We are listening to women. And women are telling me they are tired of working for 79 cents on the dollar compared to men. They want the whole damn dollar and their rights. And women are also tired. They're telling me they are tired of hearing all these Republicans running all over this country talking about family values. And we all know what their Republican family values are, and those family values, quote unquote, are telling every woman in Pennsylvania and in the United States of America she cannot control her own body. I disagree. Those Republican family values are telling our gay brothers and sisters they do not have the right to be married. I disagree. Now, Jane and I have been married for, almost 28 years. I got to remember my anniversary. Okay, I haven't forgotten the anniversary yet. It's good news. About a month ago. Okay. And we have 4 kids and 7 beautiful grandchildren. We believe in family values, but not Republican family values. And here is what our family values are. Our family values are, among other things, ending the international embarrassment of the United States being the only major country on earth not to guarantee paid family and medical leave. Here is the truth. We don't talk about it much, but in this campaign, and if elected president, not only are we going to talk about it, we're going to do something about it. But here is the truth. Here is the truth. Today in Pennsylvania, today in Vermont, women are giving birth to beautiful babies. That's the good news. Bad news is that if those women are working class or low-income women, you know what happens? They have to go back to work in many cases 1 week, 2 weeks after giving birth. They have to separate themselves from their beautiful babies because they need to go back to work to earn the income to take care of that baby and her family. That is not a family value. That's the opposite of a family value. That is why I will fight to pass legislation now in the Congress, 3 months paid family and medical leave. And again, getting back to the point that Joe Biden made today in the Times, thinking big, thinking aspirationally, you tell me why the United States should be the only major country on earth not to guarantee paid family and medical leave. This campaign is listening to young people. And one of the real satisfactions that I have felt throughout this campaign is when we began the general mythology out there from the pundits and the media and everybody else. Well, young people, you know, they're not really much interested in politics. They're not interested in government. They're very busy on their video games or partying. That's right. Well, turns out that was not quite true. It turns out that young people know they are the future of our country, and they want to shape the future of our country. And young people know, and this is again a truth, although an unpleasant truth, young people know that unless we transform this economy, the young generation today, for the first time in the modern history of America, will likely have a lower standard of living than their parents. Now, my father came to this country from Poland. All right, let's hear it for the Poles. All right. Came to this country without a nickel in his pocket. He never made any money. We never had any money. But he worked hard. My mom worked hard in order to fulfill, in a sense, the American dream, which is that your kids do better than you do. And what the young people are saying today is they will not allow that American dream to die. And what young people are also telling me in very loud numbers is they do not understand why it is that when their parents and their teachers and their whole community said, go out and get the best education you can. Get the best education that you can, because we live in a highly competitive global economy. And if you're going to make it into the middle class, you need a good education. And young people went out and they got that education. But then they found themselves $30,000, $50,000, $70,000 in debt. We should not be punishing people for getting an education. We should be rewarding them. Again, thinking about what Joe Biden said, thinking big, thinking aspirationally, think for a moment, how crazy is it that we are punishing people who in some cases will be paying off that debt for decades? For what crime did they commit? They went out and got an education. That's not a crime. That's a good thing. Today, as many of you know, a college degree is in many respects the equivalent of what a high school degree was 40 or 50 years ago. 40 or 50 years ago, you went out, you got a high school degree, you had a very good chance to get a decent middle-class job. That's the fact. Today, in most respects, that is not the case, and people need a college degree because the economy and technology has changed. That's a fact. We need more education today to make it into the middle class. That is why I believe that when we talk about public education today, it's not good enough to talk about the first grade through the 12th grade. We have got to make public colleges and universities tuition free. My friends, my opponents may think this is a radical, off-the-wall idea. It is not. It is a sober, common-sense idea. Germany does it, Scandinavia does it, countries all over the world invest in their young people because they know that the future of their country is dependent on a well-educated workforce. Not only do we need to make public colleges and universities tuition-free, we need to lower student debt. We need to allow people to refinance their student debt at the lowest interest rates they can find. Now, I am often criticized for thinking too big, too radically. Bernie, they say, how are you going to pay for this? You want to have free tuition in public colleges and universities? You want to lower student debt? Let me tell you how we're going to pay for it. We're going to put a tax on Wall Street speculation. Wall Street's greed and illegal behavior helped destroy this economy. Congress, without my vote, helped to bail them out. Now it is Wall Street's time to help the middle class of this country. This campaign is listening to our brothers and sisters in the Latino community. There are 11 million undocumented people in this country. Many of them are being exploited on the job because when you have no legal rights, your employer takes advantage of you. We need comprehensive immigration reform and a path towards citizenship. This campaign is listening to our brothers and sisters in the African American community. And they are asking a very simple question. How does it happen that we can spend trillions of dollars on a war in Iraq we never should have gotten into? We can spend billions of dollars rebuilding the infrastructure of Afghanistan and Iraq, but somehow we can't invest in inner cities throughout this country. And they are right. This is the United States of America. What is happening in Flint, Michigan, and in communities all over this country is not acceptable. Children should not be drinking poisoned water. We have got to invest in affordable housing. We have got to invest to make sure that our public school system is the best in the world. We have got to make sure that our kids who graduate high school have jobs and education rather than jails and incarceration. This campaign is listening to a people whose voices are almost never heard, and that is the Native American community. Anybody who has studied history for 5 minutes knows that the Native American people were lied to, they were cheated, and their treaties negotiated with them were broken from the earliest days of the United States. We owe the Native American people a debt of gratitude that we can never repay. Among many other things that they have given to us is the knowledge, the absolute knowledge, that we as human beings are part of nature, that we must live with nature, not destroy nature. But today on reservations and in Native American communities throughout this country, Native Americans are living in extreme poverty, unemployment sky high, suicide rate among young people off the charts. If elected president, we will change our relationship to the Native American people. Here is thinking big and thinking outside of the box. Question. Here is a question. Every major country on earth, UK, France, Germany, Holland, Scandinavia, Canada, you name it, every major country on earth except one guarantees health care to all people as a right. You are living in that one country that does not guarantee health care. And it is time we change that. President Obama, Vice President Biden have done a great job in helping us pass the Affordable Care Act, which has done a lot of good things for this country. We have ended this private insurance company obscenity of pre-existing conditions. 17 million Americans now have health insurance who otherwise would not. Young people are able to stay on their parents' insurance plan, and we have ended discrimination against women in the pricing of the health care that they buy. But despite the gains of the Affordable Care Act, 29 million Americans still have no health insurance, and many of you today are underinsured with high deductibles and high co-payments. And every person here and every person in our country is getting ripped off unconscionably by the drug companies who charge us by far the highest prices in the world for prescription drugs. Here is crazy. You want to hear crazy? All right. Crazy is that 1 out of 5 Americans who go to their doctor and get a prescription cannot afford to fill that prescription. Crazy is senior citizens in Pennsylvania cutting their pills in half because they can't afford the medicine they need. Crazy is the top 3 drug companies in America last year making $45 billion in profits. The United States spends far more per person on health care than do the people of any other country. The time is long overdue for us to pass a Medicare for all single-payer program. Healthcare has got to be a right of every man, woman, and child in this country. All of you know that the history of the United States is a history of struggle and the understanding that real change never takes place from the top on down, always from the bottom on up. That is the history of the trade union movement. When workers stood up and said, we're not animals, we're not beasts of burden, we are going to come together and form a union. It is the history of the civil rights movement. When African Americans and their allies said that in America we will not tolerate segregation, racism, and bigotry. It is the history of the women's movement. Many people have forgotten that 100 years ago, not a long period of time, women in America did not have the right to vote, did not have the right to get the education they wanted or the jobs they desired 100 years ago. But women and their male allies stood up. Some went to jail, some went on hunger strikes, some died in the struggle. But together they said, in America, women will not be second-class citizens. Struggle and change is the history of the gay movement in America, where the gay community and their straight allies fought decades and decades of bigotry and hatred to finally proclaim loudly and clearly that people in America have the right to love whoever they want, regardless of their gender. Change is about young people 3 or 4 years ago, and not so young people working in the fast food industry, who said to the world, we can't make it on $7.25 an hour. We need a $15 an hour minimum wage. And they went out on strike, and they stood up and they fought back. And because of their efforts, 2 years ago in Seattle, $15 an hour. Los Angeles, San Francisco, $15 an hour. Oregon, California, New York, $15 an hour. That is how change always takes place. And right now, we are at a pivotal moment in history. The establishment, the big money interests, want you to believe that we cannot bring about change, that status quo will never, ever be changed. But the American people are looking all around them, and they are saying, sorry, this massive level of income and wealth inequality, not acceptable. The decline of the middle class, not acceptable. Young people deeply in debt for going to college, not acceptable. And infrastructure collapsing, not acceptable. The United States having the highest rate of childhood poverty of any major country, not acceptable. Women making 79 cents on the dollar, not acceptable. The United States being the only major country not to guarantee health care to all, not acceptable. And when people start to look at the possibility of where we can go, that is the beginning of real change. And that is what this campaign is about. It's not just electing a president. It is reforming, bringing real profound change to our country. In a few days, next Tuesday, there is going to be a very, very important Democratic primary right here in Pennsylvania. What we have learned in this campaign is that when the voter turnout is high, we win. Let us see Pennsylvania on Tuesday have the largest voter turnout in its history in a Democratic primary. Let us see Pennsylvania help lead this country into the political revolution. Thank you all.
All right, folks, taking you back out live to Minnesota, where there are people from all over the area coming to pay their respects to Prince at his recording studio compound right outside of Minneapolis. TMZ now reporting that drug details emerge in the death of Prince. He was treated for an overdose just days before. That is coming from TMZ. So once again, folks, welcome to the Fox 10 News Now stream, part of fox10phoenix.com. You can see the growing Prince Memorial for the late singer there. Here is just some of the celebrities that reached out today for Prince. Los Angeles Clippers forward Blake Griffin saying, "I was a fan of his music. It's cool that somebody like that can leave such a huge legacy and such a huge impact on people. More than half of us never met him or ever saw him in concert, but he was such a big part of our childhood." Producer Ken Elrich says, "I never saw him raise his voice. It was amazing at a concert to watch him go from soft-spoken with almost a serenity about him to the guy who did a guitar break in the first song." Los Angeles Clippers coach Doc Rivers saying, "Him and Michael Jackson were my two guys. To lose them both this early is just crazy to me. Growing up, it was Prince or Michael. Sometimes you had to take sides when you were a kid. My favorite song is Adore." The president put out a statement saying, "Today the world lost a creative icon. Michelle and I join millions of fans from around the world in mourning the sudden death of Prince. Few artists have influenced the sound and trajectory of popular music more distinctly or touched quite so many people with their talent. Our thoughts and prayers are with his family, his band, and all who loved him. That was from President Barack Obama. Mick Jagger saying, I am deeply shocked to hear of Prince's passing. Prince was a revolutionary artist, a great musician, composer, a wonderful lyricist, a startling guitar player. Prince's talent was limitless. He was one of the most unique and talented artists of the last 30 years. Celine Dion saying, terribly saddened by the devastating news. He truly is a legend and a hero of mine. R.I.P. Prince. Gavin DeGraw saying, we lost another one. Can't wait to hear what Prince and Bowie are working on upstairs. So, folks, welcome to the Fox 10 News Now stream as we are in a Prince state of mind right now. The legend losing his life at 57. We do welcome you guys. Whoop, looks like we lost that shot. Let's get you to another Prince Memorial shot there. As you can see, a growing tribute at his compound there in a suburb of Minneapolis. See a reporter there getting ready for his live shot. When we see more tributes, of course, we will pass that along to you. But wow, folks, what a day it has been here, especially on the Fox 10 News Now stream. We broke it to you guys about 10 a.m. when we first got the first report from TMZ. They were the first ones to break it like they usually are. It's amazing how TMZ is able just to break those big stories. I mean, you figure they did Michael Jackson, they did Mel Gibson when he was with his DUI arrest back in the day. So it's amazing how they do it there. Harvey and his team there in LA. TMZ always breaking it down for us. So we'll keep you guys up to date on that situation in Minnesota. There's going to be more and more tributes. More and more people coming and laying down flowers for the late singer there. So we'll, of course, bring that to you. But I do want to show you John Kasich was on the campaign trail today in Pennsylvania. Let's get you right over there and show you some of his moments today on the campaign trail.
That if a young person hears not to do drugs, they will not do it. Now, so let's go do it. Let's go into synagogues, to churches, on the tennis court, in the classroom. Just wipe it out. Because it's destroying us from the inside out, isn't it? Now, the government can make some rules. And we're making lots of them in Ohio. I'd make lots of them as president. But at the end of the day, destroying drugs in Media, Pennsylvania, it's in your hands. Let me give you another one. You happy with your schools? Fix them. Do we have people that are graduating from high school who don't have skills to get a job that exists today or a job that's going to exist tomorrow? Do we have students graduating from our schools who have to take, 30 or 40% of them that have to take remedial courses when they get to college and pay tuition for 11 things they should have learned in the 11th grade? I mean, are we getting kids to a point where they are being prepared for the economy of today and tomorrow? Well, why don't you just do it? Why don't you just fix it? What are we waiting on? There's nothing that can fix things more than a handful of people that go to a schoolhouse and say, we expect this to be fixed. Do we do that anymore? Some places we do, and we need to do it. You worried about poverty? Welfare? Somebody getting a welfare check and not getting a job? That's not a hard one to fix either, really. I mean, it's kind of, you have to battle a bureaucracy a little bit. But if you really want to fix welfare, you get people who have businesses into the welfare office, and when you give somebody a welfare check, you train them for a job that these companies have. Is that hard? Because these things are not that difficult. We just have to take control again. And when we take control again, it will make a big difference. We have a program in Ohio, a mentoring program in Ohio. It's in about half of our counties. We've never had one before. You want to give kids who come from tough environments, you want to get them fixed? I'll tell you, in our state, we have a program in the Cincinnati Public Schools. The Cincinnati Public Schools, the report is they have a 63% graduation rate. But in one of the high schools in that school system, the business people go into that school for 1 hour a week for a year. You know what the graduation rate is? 97%. Why don't we just start fixing things? Why don't we believe in ourselves, okay? So, and then every once in a while we can do something else, as I like to talk about. I made this lady up, but she actually exists. She's 50 years old, or I'm sorry, was married for 50 years. Her husband dies. Guess who calls her? Nobody. So you call her up and say, we're going out to dinner this weekend. My spouse and I are going to take you out to dinner. What do you think she does on Thursday? What does she think she does on Thursday before the Saturday dinner? What does she do? Come on, ladies. She gets, there you go, right there. She gets her hair done. And when Saturday comes, you look at her, there's not one hair out of place. I don't know how they do that, but they keep it all in place. And when you pick her up, she's wearing a dress she hadn't worn in 6 months. Did you change the world? Did you revive the spirit? I think you did. So we all need to think about, what are we supposed to be doing on this earth? See, I have a goal. I want to believe that at least 60 or 70% of what people say about me at my funeral is true. And I want to be in a position of having made the world a little better place, because that's what my mother told me. Johnny, make the place a little bit better for the fact that you were there. You got it? You hear me? I want you to think about it, okay? I'll take a little applause and then we'll go to questions, okay? Thank you. Okay, who wants to go first? We'll take as many questions as we possibly can before I have to head to who knows where, but I'll be heading there. Right, let's go right here, sir, right there to you. We're going to give you a microphone.
First of all, it's a pleasure meeting you. What would you do to help improve race relations in this country?
Race relations?
Especially with the trust or distrust factor. There seems to be quite a bit of it.
You know, the cure to so many things in our country is communication. So let me explain to you a little bit about where I think it is today. I'm a Republican, and you're a Democrat, and you're a liberal, and you're a conservative. We don't even know what those terms mean, okay? We think we know, but we don't. And you're wrong, and I'm right, and that's just the way it is. And by the way, if you tell me something that makes sense, you're not telling me the truth. Am I right? Just everybody's fighting with everybody else. It's happening all over the country. It's like we're coming apart at the seams. You know what really works? Is when we slow down and we listen to one another. And we show a little respect to one another. Okay, and we work together to solve a problem. So he brings up the question of racial unrest, racial violence. So we've seen it in large parts of this country. So in Ohio, I had these 3 ladies come to see me because we knew we were going to have a bad case. Here's what it was. The police chased this car, and when they finally surrounded it, they shot 147 times into the car, and a policeman jumped up on the hood of the car and shot another 40-some times into the car, and they found out that the people in it were unarmed. Okay, it went to a grand jury. There was a no bill. Recently, we just had a 14-year-old who was shot and killed. You may have read about it in the papers. And there was no indictment. Now, in both cases, controversy, right? And there was no violence. None. So why is that? What happened? Well, part of the reason why I think that it worked is back to community. The mayor, the ministers, the community organizers, the experts on urban affairs, you know what they said? We're not going to, and I told them, go protest. You don't like this decision, go out and protest. No violence. The leadership of that community said, people are listening, we're going to move beyond this. It's an unbelievable situation. So we knew these cases were coming. So these three ladies came to see me. Three of them African American, liberal Democrats, and they came to see me and said, we would like to have a commission to study these issues. I said, we're not going to have a commission. You have a commission, they study stuff for a year, then you stick the report up on the shelf. Sounds like, you know, a university. Just kidding. And nothing ever gets done. So I said, why don't we just not have a commission? Why don't we announce tomorrow that we're going to form a task force and we're going to pull everybody together to communicate? They said, tomorrow? I said, yeah, tomorrow. So the next day, and by the way, you, Senator Turner, you're going to be one of the co-chairpersons of this commission. Now, she and I haven't agreed on virtually anything except on this. So she, along with my head of public safety, formed a task force. We had community leaders, ministers, urban experts, law enforcement. We had everybody we could think of that's part of the answer, the pieces of the puzzle to put the puzzle together. In the second day of the Baltimore riot, they came out with 23 unanimous recommendations, including a statewide policy on the use of deadly force, and also a statewide policy that forces the review of hiring and recruiting, so because we want our law enforcement officers to look like the community. Unanimous approved. Now being implemented across the state, and now what we're doing is we're now engaging in a program to put police and community together so the community can understand these people put their lives on the line, and that the police can understand there are people in the community who think the system is not only not working for them, but working against them. So we've made an effort to listen and also to believe this. If you're driving, you know, it snows here I grew up in Pittsburgh. I know how it snows and the roads, they're never what we want them to be, and they're slippery, and you're driving to work, and there you see a man or a woman in the ditch. You stand, and you give them a push out. Now, of course, if they're there every day, you just drive past them after a while, because, you know, the fact is it's a sin not to help somebody who needs help, but it's equally a sin to continue to help people who need to learn how to help themselves. So we have taken an approach also that everybody ought to have a chance to rise. So there's a number of things that we can do in this state to give people an opportunity. And as a result of that, our recidivism rate in our prisons is about half of the national average. We have made sure that we have provisions in the law that make sure that minorities can participate to the minimum of the tune of 15% in state contracts. We've reformed a lot of the public schools. And so people, while they may not be happy with everything, there's a sense that somebody's listening and somebody's doing something. And I think that is what needs to be done across our country. And frankly, if I had been president in the middle of all this, I would have had a national task force that would have spoken to the whole country about the way in which we can pull things together and solve problems and not put our heads in the sand. Because some problems are vexing, difficult. But you know what? I've never seen a single problem that if you didn't get good minds in the room thinking differently, it couldn't be solved. I mean, we don't know how to cure cancer, but I read a headline in the paper yesterday that they're making such progress. Am I right, Mark? Put our heads together. Think about things. Remember, we're Americans. Remember, we hang together. Now, you all know that this is extremely boring. Okay, very boring. Because I'm not yelling at somebody or calling somebody a name or getting a great sound bite. But you know what I've had? Okay. Right back here, sir. Do we have a man with a... Where'd that microphone go? I'm going to have to fire you. You're a highly paid volunteer. Can you get back here?
Could I please have a picture with the next president of the United States of America?
Oh, you mean like right now? Okay, why not? All right, come on. Now, okay, here we go. What is your name?
Elise.
Elise, how old are you, Elise?
I'm 10.
Okay, you're a brave girl here. You're going to go somewhere. Okay, Dad? Is that your dad? Okay. Why are you not in school, Elise? Huh? Where do you go, to Catholic school? Okay, thank you. Yes, sir.
Thank you, Governor, for coming to our state. National security is very important to me, and it's a very personal thing. My son was in 9/11. He was fortunate enough to climb down 83 floors in the South Tower and get out. He helped a number of people on the way. And I'm an Army veteran myself. That son now has 3 little children that are under 3. 2 of them are twins, so they're pretty busy. My question to you is this. As Commander-in-Chief, what specific policies will you employ, will you develop to use all of America's tools of power, military, economic, moral, to keep our country safe?
Well, look, you always enjoy the easy questions. That's the ones you like. Okay, let me see where we're going to start. I'm going to start with something that I read today, last night. I have to look it up. But if you take all the people who work for defense contractors and all the people in the Pentagon who perform bureaucratic functions, if you add all those numbers up, those are more numbers than the number of people who actually serve directly in the armed services. What's that tell you? Isn't that interesting, sir? We have more people working in bureaucratic functions than we have actually in the military, and we know we need more in the United States Army, right? And we know we're going to have to spend more money on defense because we got to upgrade our defenses. So the great challenge is the process of upgrading our defenses at the same time you don't waste money. See, it's sort of like health research. We need to have more money spent on basic health research to defeat childhood cancers or Alzheimer's or dementia or ALS or whatever. But if you waste money, you literally are, it's a terrible situation. So we have to fix that building so that we get what we pay for and we get it on time, and that will be a big challenge to us because the Pentagon is not the easiest organization to take into the 21st century, trust me. But we have to do this, okay? Number 2, our biggest threat right now, of course, is radical Islam. And radical Islam, the head of the monster, is ISIS, okay? And today I was at the Philadelphia Inquirer, and I said to them that America is going to have to lead a coalition of Arab Muslim countries, Saudi Arabia, Egypt, Jordan, the Gulf states, European countries, and us. And we're going to have to go in the air and on the ground. And they said, well, what if the American people don't want to support getting into another war in the Middle East? I said, well, first of all, I think they understand that ISIS, you either pay me now or you pay me more later. But a leader has to tell people what needs to be done and why it needs to be done. And you need to convince them. If you don't convince them, sometimes you got to go alone. You don't like to have to do it, but sometimes you have to. So we need to destroy ISIS, and both in Iraq and Syria. And when we win that, which we will do, things will settle down. We should come home. Because the people there should figure out what the map looks like over there. I don't want to be sitting over there trying to figure everything out. Let them figure it out. We did our job, and then we come home. Now, let's talk about a couple other things. Now, when you do that, you've dealt a big blow to the Islamic extremists. But you're going to have to deal with this all over the country. I mean, all over the world. And so, therefore, the United States has to bring the civilized world together across the globe to fight these barbarians who want to destroy anybody in any country that's even remotely like us. So that means we have to have intelligence gathered across the globe. Now, we had the Turks find out about this radical who was going to Brussels, and nobody did anything. See, that's just really ridiculous. And people lost their lives, and some have been so severely injured because somebody didn't tell somebody something that they needed to be told. It was irresponsible as to what happened. So, the United States is going to have to be involved in helping the world to come together in two areas. Intelligence gathering, so we know what's happening out here, and policing, so we understand how to police. And if we do that, we can get on the top of this issue and we can know who the heck is coming and who they are anywhere in the world. Now, I believe that can be achieved. Here at home, we have something called the Counterterrorism Task Forces. They operate in Pennsylvania and Ohio, all over the 50 states. And they're made up of the FBI, Homeland Security, state and local law enforcement. And their job is basically to disrupt these plots. And in our state, they've disrupted them a number of times. You can read about them in court documents. And they're very good. They're a group that knows how to look for things and disrupt. The greatest challenge we have in this regard are the homegrown terrorists or the lone wolf. Now, if you look at and that's where we figure in San Bernardino, there were two things that jumped out at me. One, the neighbor knew something crazy was going on, something out of the ordinary. But the neighbor didn't tell anybody. The neighbor didn't pick up the phone and call the local police and say, there's something strange going on in this house. That gets back to us, right? And the second thing is the father knew that this man was radicalized, but he didn't do anything about it. And you put yourself, sir, right, in his position, tough, but he would have saved a lot of lives. So we've got to be very vigilant about that, and we've got to make sure that our counterterrorism task forces have two things: enough money, which they have, and the tools they need, which is why this battle over encryption you've read about is so serious. Because you've got to figure out a way to be able to determine what's happening without violating our rights as law-abiding Americans. Can it be fixed? Yes. But a president of the United States has to get people in the room. Here's what I would do. I would have had the tech community and the intelligence community in a room. And I would say to them, I'm going to lock the door on the inside, and I'm going to lock the door on the outside, except for an occasional delivery of a pizza, and you ain't coming out till you fix this. And you get your act together and tell us how we solve this problem. And that still has to occur in this country. You do that, and we're going to be in pretty good shape. Now, the other things that we need to think about. We have Russia. You know, they're emboldened to take steps. We should be arming the Ukrainians and giving them the weapons they need to defend themselves. And we should not lift the sanctions on Putin. But if Putin wants to go ahead and help us in the war on terror, great, come on. We'll work together. But we're not going to give you any favored treatment. You're not going to take over the Baltics, and you're just not going to start gobbling up the world, okay? And then there's China. We're subject to cyber attacks, them wanting to control Asia. They just can't. We don't have to threaten them or declare war on them or make them an enemy, but they got to understand our position. And so if we do those things and we mean what we say and we say what we mean, it'll be by and large pretty good in a very complicated world. And I served on the Defense Committee for 18 years, so I work with some of the finest minds, and that gives you the experience and the knowledge and the temperament to know how to deal with this. And I have to tell you, if you need to go to a doctor, like if you want to go to like I had a friend, he had a problem that he needed to have an operation. And he was going to go to one doctor, and I asked him to check another doctor out. And so he, not only did he ask the one health system to provide the records about how the doctor had done, but he asked the other hospital. Well, the one hospital never sent the records. And the other hospital had a physician that made many, many surgeries. Now, who are you going to go with? Somebody who's had very little experience, or are you going to go to somebody that's had like 1,000 operations? So why would we want to pick a president that's going to have on-the-job training in a time when we have to improve our economy and defend ourselves internationally? I don't know. Yes, ma'am, right there. Right here. Yes, you.
I want to pick up on something that you said in answer to the first question.
Okay, folks, we're going to take you outside live here in Minneapolis, where outside of a nightclub where people are paying their respects right now to Prince. Folks, this is right outside First Avenue. It's going to host an all-night dance party tonight. The Minneapolis nightclub First Avenue will host an all-night dance party tonight for those 18 years and older, beginning at 11 p.m. local time there. A Facebook post on the club's page said, "Our hearts are broken. Prince was the patron saint of First Avenue. He grew up on this stage and then commanded it, and he united our city. Rest in peace and power, Prince." All right, folks, welcome to the Fox 10 News Now stream. If you're just joining us, we do have a live shot happening right now outside the First Avenue nightclub in Minneapolis. There's going to be an all-night dance party there tonight starting at 11 o'clock local time there, so they got about 3 more hours to go. There are many events happening tonight. A special Prince tribute concert block party sponsored by The Current is planned in downtown Minneapolis from 8 to 10. Artists include Lizzo, Chastity Brown, and POS 7th Street between 1st Avenue North and Heppen will be down to 2 lanes of traffic. And folks, if you're just joining for us, TMZ just put this out, about a half an hour ago with this new report. Prince was treated for a drug overdose 6 days before his death, multiple sources told TMZ. Prince's private jet made an emergency landing in Moline, Illinois last Friday, hours after he performed in Atlanta. At the time, his reps said he was battling the flu, something TMZ questioned because his plane was only 48 minutes from home before the unscheduled landing. Multiple sources in Moline tell us Prince was rushed to a hospital and doctors gave him a safe shot, typically administered to counteract the effects of an opiate. Our sources further say doctors advised Prince to stay in the hospital for 24 hours. His people demanded a private room, and when they were told there wasn't one available, Prince and company decided to bail. The singer was released 3 hours after arriving and flew home. We're told when Prince left, he was not doing well. We know authorities in Minnesota are trying to get the hospital records from Moline to help determine the cause of death. TMZ made more than a dozen attempts to reach Prince's reps for comment, but they went radio silent.
Tomorrow? Do we have students graduating from our schools who have to take, 30 or 40% of them that have to take remedial courses when they get to college and pay tuition for things they should have learned in the 11th grade? I mean, are we getting kids to a point where they are being prepared for the economy of today and tomorrow? Well, why don't you just do it? Why don't you just fix it? What are we waiting on? There's nothing that can fix things more than a handful of people that go to a schoolhouse and say, we expect this to be fixed. Do we do that anymore? Some places we do, and we need to do it. You worried about poverty? Welfare? Somebody getting a welfare check and not getting a job? That's not a hard one to fix either, really. I mean, it's kind of, you have to battle a bureaucracy a little bit, but if you really want to fix welfare, you get people who have businesses into the welfare office, and when you give somebody a welfare check, you train them for a job that these companies have. Is that hard? Because these things are not that difficult. We just have to take control again. And when we take control again, it will make a big difference. We have a program in Ohio, a mentoring program in Ohio. It's in about half of our counties. We've never had one before. You want to give kids who come from tough environments, you want to get them fixed? I'll tell you, in our state, we have a program in the Cincinnati Public Schools. The Cincinnati Public Schools, the report is they have a 63% graduation rate. But in one of the high schools in that school system, the business people go into that school for 1 hour a week for a year. You know what the graduation rate is? 97%. Why don't we just start fixing things? Why don't we believe in ourselves, okay? So, and then every once in a while we can do something else, as I like to talk about. I made this lady up, but she actually exists. She's 50 years old, was married for 50 years. Her husband dies. Guess who calls her? Nobody. So you call her up and say, we're going out to dinner this weekend. My spouse and I are going to take you out to dinner. What do you think she does on Thursday? What does she think she does on Thursday before the Saturday dinner? What does she do? Come on, ladies. There you go, right there. She gets her hair done. And when Saturday comes, you look at her, there's not one hair out of place. I don't know how they do that, but they keep it all in place. And when you pick her up, she's wearing a dress she hadn't worn in 6 months. Did you change the world? Did you revive the spirit? I think you did. So we all need to think about, what are we supposed to be doing on this earth? See, I have a goal. I want to believe that at least 60 or 70% of what people say about me at my funeral is true. And I want to be in a position of having made the world a little better place, because that's what my mother told me. Johnny, make the place a little bit better for the fact that you were there. You got it? You hear me? I want you to think about it, okay? I'll take a little applause and then we'll go to questions, okay? Thank you. Okay, who wants to go first? We'll take as many questions as we possibly can before I have to head to who knows where, but I'll be heading there. Right, let's go right here, sir, right there to you. We're going to give you a microphone.
First of all, it's a pleasure meeting you. What would you do to help improve race relations in this country?
Race relations?
Especially with the trust or distrust factor. There seems to be quite a bit of it.
You know, the cure to so many things in our country is communication. So let me explain to you a little bit about where I think it is today. I'm a Republican, and you're a Democrat, and you're a liberal, and you're a conservative. We don't even know what those terms mean, okay? We think we know, but we don't. And you're wrong, and I'm right, and that's just the way it is. And by the way, if you tell me something that makes sense, you're not telling me the truth. Am I right? Just everybody's fighting with everybody else. It's happening all over the country. It's like we're coming apart at the seams. You know what really works? Is when we slow down and we listen to one another. And we show a little respect to one another. Okay, and we work together to solve a problem. So he brings up the question of racial unrest, racial violence. So we've seen it in large parts of this country. So in Ohio, I had these 3 ladies come to see me because we knew we were going to have a bad case. Here's what it was. The police chased this car, and when they finally surrounded it, they shot 147 times into the car, and a policeman jumped up on the hood of the car and shot another 40-some times into the car, and they found out that the people in it were unarmed. Okay, it went to a grand jury. There was a no bill. Recently, we just had a 14-year-old who was shot and killed. You may have read about it in the papers. And there was no indictment. Now, in both cases, controversy, right? And there was no violence. None. So why is that? What happened? Well, part of the reason why I think that it worked is back to community. The mayor, the ministers, the community organizers, the experts on urban affairs, you know what they said? And I told them, go protest. You don't like this decision, go out and protest. No violence. The leadership of that community said, people are listening, we're going to move beyond this. It's an unbelievable situation. So we knew these cases were coming. So these 3 ladies came to see me. 3 of them African American, liberal Democrats, and they came to see me and said, we would like to have a commission to study these issues. I said, we're not going to have a commission. You have a commission, they study stuff for a year, then you stick the report up on the shelf. Sounds like, a university. Just kidding. And nothing ever gets done. So I said, why don't we just not have a commission? Why don't we announce tomorrow that we're going to form a task force and we're going to pull everybody together to communicate? They said, tomorrow? I said, yeah, tomorrow. So the next day, and by the way, you, Senator Turner, you're going to be one of the co-chairpersons of this commission. Now, she and I haven't agreed on virtually anything except on this. So she, along with my head of public safety, formed a task force. We had community leaders, ministers, urban experts, law enforcement. We had everybody we could think of that's part of the answer, the pieces of the puzzle to put the puzzle together. In the second day of the Baltimore riot, they came out with 23 unanimous recommendations, including a statewide policy on the use of deadly force, and also a statewide policy that forces the review of hiring and recruiting, because we want our law enforcement officers to look like the community. Unanimous approved. Now being implemented across the state, and now what we're doing is we're now engaging in a program to put police and community together so the community can understand these people put their lives on the line, and that the police can understand there are people in the community who think the system is not only not working for them, but working against them. So we've made an effort to listen and also to believe this. If you're driving, it snows here. I grew up in Pittsburgh. I know how it snows and the roads. They're never what we want them to be, and they're slippery, and you're driving to work, and there you see a man or a woman in the ditch. You stand, and you give them a push out. Now, of course, if they're there every day, you just try to pass them after a while, because, the fact is it's a sin not to help somebody who needs help, but it's equally a sin to continue to help people who need to learn how to help themselves. So we have taken an approach also that everybody ought to have a chance to rise. So there's a number of things that we can do in this state to give people an opportunity. And as a result of that, our recidivism rate in our prisons is about half of the national average. We have made sure that we have provisions in the law that make sure that minorities can participate to the minimum of the tune of 15% in state contracts. We've reformed a lot of the public schools. And so people, while they may not be happy with everything, there's a sense that somebody's listening and somebody's doing something. And I think that is what needs to be done across our country. And frankly, if I had been president in the middle of all this, I would have had a national task force that would have spoken to the whole country about the way in which we can pull things together and solve problems and not put our heads in the sand. Because some problems are vexing, difficult. But you know what? I've never seen a single problem that if you didn't get good minds in the room thinking differently, that couldn't be solved. I mean, we don't know how to cure cancer, but I read a headline in the paper yesterday that they're making such progress. Am I right, Mark? Put our heads together. Think about things. Remember, we're Americans. Remember, we hang together. Now, you all know that this is extremely boring. Okay, very boring. Because I'm not yelling at somebody or calling somebody a name or getting a great sound bite. But you know what? I've had... Okay. Right back here, sir. Do we have a man with a... Where'd that microphone go? I'm going to have to fire you. You're a highly paid volunteer. Can you get back here?
Could I please have a picture with the next president of the United States of America?
Well, you mean like right now? Okay, why not? All right, come on. Now, okay, here we go. What is your name?
Elise.
Elise, how old are you, Elise?
I'm 10.
Okay, you're a brave girl here. You're going to go somewhere. Okay, Dad? Is that your dad? Okay. Why are you not in school, Elise? Huh? Where do you go, to Catholic school? Okay, thank you. Yes, sir.
Thank you, Governor, for coming to our state. National security is very important to me, and it's a very personal thing. My son was in 9/11. He was fortunate enough to climb down 83 floors in the South Tower and get out. He helped a number of people on the way. And I'm an Army veteran myself. That son now has 3 little children that are under 3. 2 of them are twins, so they're pretty busy. My question to you is this. As Commander-in-Chief, what specific policies will you employ, will you develop to use all of America's tools of power, military, economic, moral, to keep our country safe?
Well, look, you always enjoy the easy questions. That's the ones you like. Okay, let me see where we're going to start. I'm going to start with something that I read today, last night. I have to look it up. But if you take all the people who work for defense contractors and all the people in the Pentagon who perform bureaucratic functions, if you add all those numbers up, those are more numbers than the number of people who actually serve directly in the armed services. What's that tell you? Isn't that interesting, sir? We have more people working in bureaucratic functions than we have actually in the military, and we know we need more in the United States Army, right? And we know we're going to have to spend more money on defense because we got to upgrade our defenses. So the great challenge is the process of upgrading our defenses at the same time you don't waste money. See, it's sort of like health research. We need to have more money spent on basic health research to defeat childhood cancers or Alzheimer's or dementia or ALS or whatever. But if you waste money, you literally are, it's a terrible situation. So we have to fix that building so that we get what we pay for and we get it on time, and that will be a big challenge to us because the Pentagon is not the easiest organization to take into the 21st century, trust me. but we have to do this, okay? Number two, our biggest threat right now, of course, is radical Islam. And radical Islam, the head of the monster, is ISIS, okay? And today I was at the Philadelphia Inquirer, and I said to them that America is going to have to lead a coalition of Arab Muslim countries, Saudi Arabia, Egypt, Jordan, the Gulf states, European countries, and us. And we're going to have to go in the air and on the ground. And they said, well, what if the American people don't want to support getting into another war in the Middle East? I said, well, first of all, I think they understand that ISIS, you either pay me now or you pay me more later. But a leader has to tell people what needs to be done and why it needs to be done. And you need to convince them. If you don't convince them, sometimes you got to go alone. You don't like to have to do it, but sometimes you have to. So we need to destroy ISIS, and both in Iraq and Syria. And when we win that, which we will do, things will settle down. We should come home, because the people there should figure out what the map looks like over there. I don't want to be sitting over there trying to figure everything out. Let them figure it out. We did our job, and then we come home. Now, let's talk about a couple other things. Now, when you do that, you've dealt a big blow to the Islamic extremists. But you're going to have to deal with this all over the country. I mean, all over the world. And so, therefore, the United States has to bring the civilized world together across the globe to fight these barbarians who want to destroy anybody in any country that's even remotely like us. So that means we have to have intelligence gathered across the globe. Now, we had the Turks find out about this radical who was going to Brussels, and nobody did anything. See, that's just really ridiculous. And people lost their lives, and some have been so severely injured because somebody didn't tell somebody something that they needed to be told. It was irresponsible as to what happened. So, the United States is going to have to be involved in helping the world to come together in two areas. Intelligence gathering, so we know what's happening out here, and policing, so we understand how to police. And if we do that, we can get on the top of this issue, and we can know who the heck is coming and who they are anywhere in the world. Now, I believe that can be achieved. Here at home, we have something called the Counterterrorism Task Forces. They operate in Pennsylvania and Ohio, all over the 50 states. And they're made up of the FBI, Homeland Security, state and local law enforcement. And their job is basically to disrupt these plots. And in our state, they've disrupted them a number of times. You can read about them in court documents. And they're very good. They're a group that knows how to look for things and disrupt. The greatest challenge we have in this regard are the homegrown terrorists or the lone wolf. Now, if you look at and that's where we figure in San Bernardino, there were two things that jumped out at me. One, the neighbor knew something crazy was going on, something out of the ordinary. But the neighbor didn't tell anybody. The neighbor didn't pick up the phone and call the local police and say, there's something strange going on in this house. That gets back to us, right? And the second thing is the father knew that this man was radicalized, but he didn't do anything about it. And you put yourself, sir, right, in his position, tough, but he would have saved a lot of lives. So we've got to be very vigilant about that, and we've got to make sure that our counterterrorism task forces have two things: enough money, which they have, and the tools they need, which is why this battle over encryption you've read about is so serious. Because you've got to figure out a way to be able to determine what's happening without violating our rights as law-abiding Americans. Can it be fixed? Yes. But a president of the United States has to get people in the room. Here's what I would do. I would have had the tech community and the intelligence community in a room. And I would say to them, I'm going to lock the door on the inside, and I'm going to lock the door on the outside, except for an occasional delivery of a pizza, and you ain't coming out till you fix this. And you get your act together and tell us how we solve this problem. And that still has to occur in this country. You do that, and we're going to be in pretty good shape. Now, the other things that we need to think about. We have Russia. You know, they're emboldened to take steps. We should be arming the Ukrainians and giving them the weapons they need to defend themselves. And we should not lift the sanctions on Putin. But if Putin wants to go ahead and help us in the war on terror, great, come on. We'll work together. But we're not going to give you any favored treatment. You're not going to take over the Baltics, and you're just not going to start gobbling up the world, okay? And then there's China. We're subject to cyber attacks. Them wanting to control Asia, they just can't. We don't have to threaten them or declare war on them or make them an enemy, but they got to understand our position. And so if we do those things and we mean what we say and we say what we mean, it'll be by and large pretty good in a very complicated world. And I served on the Defense Committee for 18 years, so I work with some of the finest minds, and that gives you the experience and the knowledge and the temperament to know how to deal with this. And I have to tell you, if you need to go to a doctor, like if you want to go to like I had a friend, he had a problem that he needed to have an operation. And he was going to go to one doctor, and I asked him to check another doctor out. And so he, not only did he ask the one health system to provide the records about how the doctor had done, but he asked the other hospital. Well, the one hospital never sent the records. And the other hospital had a physician that made many, many surgeries. Now, who are you going to go with? Somebody who's had very little experience, or are you going to go to somebody that's had like 1,000 operations? So why would we want to pick a president that's going to have on-the-job training in a time when we have to improve our economy and defend ourselves internationally? I don't know. Yes, ma'am, right there. Right here. Yes, you.
I want to pick up on something that you said in answer to the first question. You talked about how you're rational thinking, willing to meet people in the middle type of person. And yet the candidates that are coming out so high in these polls and in all the different states have extremist views, are very polarized. Do you think that that is the state of our country at this point in time, that we really are that polarized as a people, or do you think that's just because the extreme views are speaking the loudest? And if it is the state of our country, how will a Kasich presidency start to heal that?
You know, that's a very good question, and I'm going to, it's not a question that I want to really answer without giving a lot of thought to it. But I'll take a crack at it, and I can reserve the right to change my mind, okay? I think right now we're pretty polarized. That's what I think. I think that there's a lot of anxiety out there. The Atlantic magazine this month has a story that says, I'm middle class, and I can't find $400 to pay for an emergency. I'm anxious to read that story and figure out what's going on there. Where I came from, you know, people were out of work all the time. You got shafted and all that kind of stuff. You know, and we didn't get Steelers tickets or things. We didn't know anybody, okay? But I don't remember us being angry. I remember us trying to put one foot in front of the other, and every once in a while saying, okay, I guess it didn't work out for me. But I don't remember a sense of rage when I was a kid. Now, today, I think there's a couple things. The anxieties are real. People really feel ripped off in many cases. And I think it's being fed also by talk radio, by talk television. I think that it's also being fed by politicians who tell us how bad everything is, and it just makes us more angry and more cynical. And their argument is, we're just knocking all the pieces off the chessboard and we'll start the game over again. Well, that's so naive. It's ridiculous. It's not going to happen that way. So do I think at this point in time, here's the thing, anger sells, strife sells, but that's not where we want to live, is it? Do we? No, I mean, I don't think so. I don't think, unless I'm wrong, and somebody raise their hand and tell me, you know? If I happen to be, if people don't want conflict all the time in their families, how many people in here have conflict in their family you wish would just go away? Huh? Yeah, a lot of us, right? But we don't want to live by fighting. We want to figure out how to make a better life, how we can have peace. So, for me, I think that these problems can be solved. I've done them a couple times. You know, look, I inherited a state where we lost 350,000 jobs. We're now up 420,000. I had a state where we were $8 billion in the hole. Now we have a $2 billion surplus. I mean, you can fix these things. You can give people a sense of justice or hope, and nobody expects things to be done in a day. But can we revive our economy? Absolutely. Stop crushing this small businessman, get the debt under control, and reduce his taxes. Okay? That's what will work. And we're doing just the opposite. We can do these things. So there's an article written about me today in the Washington Post. I spent 90 minutes in an editorial board meeting at the Washington Post yesterday. And a guy wrote, Kasich doesn't think the apocalypse is coming. He is not an apocalypse candidate. He said that's why he's not at the top. Because I'm not running around here telling you, hey, by the way, you got to go home, your house is on fire. I'm serious. And so, if you want to watch, if you want to read, how many of you on social media? That's a silly question. People get paid on social media when they work for social media on the basis of clicks. Who knows what a click is in here? Do you know what a click is? What's a click? Yeah. Come here. Come on. Let's go. You participate. Don't be. Yeah, you. I mean, if you answer this right, there's a new car right outside for you. What's a click?
Like when a subsection of a larger group kind of gets together and makes their own subgroup in the section, and the whole group, I mean.
No, I mean a click on your smartphone.
Oh.
What's a click?
Like when someone views your page.
Yeah. Now let me ask you this: what draws your attention to a certain thing that you want to click on?
Like buzzwords. I feel.
How about like if I can say something that's very controversial and I can put a headline in there, then guess what? I get paid for clicks. So my job is to write something as controversial as I can as a headline so you come on. Now, does that serve us well over time? It's kind of where we are right now. We'll get through this. I'll tell you what's going to get the most amount of clicks today. This is legitimate. Prince died today. 59 years old, and everybody's going to want to know about it, you know? But sometimes these things are so inflammatory that it kind of gets our blood pumping. I remember seeing the stories on talk television about the surfer in California who was on food stamps. Now let me ask you, how many surfers do you think are really on food stamps, okay? I mean, you could put them all probably on a surfboard. But so we need to pull out of this. You know, I was just watching the James Bond movie last night on the airplane, and he was in his helicopter. Something got to pull the helicopter up. Anybody see that movie, by the way? Spectre? It's pretty good. I haven't seen the whole thing. But the point is, we need to pull out of this, have confidence in ourselves, and have leaders that don't promise what they can't deliver, and when they promise something, to deliver. Those two, that's the formula for our country. Right back here. Yes, sir.
Thank you. As Commander-in-Chief, what would be the first thing that you would change?
Well, the first thing I would do would be call all of our friends around the world and tell them we're going to have their back and we're going to treat them better than we treat our enemies. Okay? Right there, young lady. Yes.
I was wondering what you think the most effective aspect of your education plan will be.
Well, I want to shift education back to the states. I want you to be in charge of it, okay? I don't want to run it out of Washington. But I will tell you that I think there's two things that I think are the most important things. Beyond getting, changing the curriculum, making it respond more to people's, needs and desires, being in a position of where you don't say that everybody has to go to college and people can get skills in other ways. Those things are all important, high standards and all that. But to me, there's two things. One is the mentoring programs that I talk about. Every child in every school in every state in this country should have a mentor. And a mentor is somebody that tells you what you can be. What it is, now Mark here, our doctor friend, who was his mentor, his model, his father. Kermit, he was a doctor. He taught Mark about what it's like to be a doctor. Let me tell you about this guy. At 2 o'clock in the morning, he's coming to your house. I mean, I know. He's been a friend of mine for 30 years. I know the way he operates. He had a mentor. But everybody's not like Mark, where they have a father who's a doctor. Some people come from families that are very broken, where things are really tough. Does that mean that life is lost? No, it doesn't mean it's lost, but it means we need remedial work. Try to give somebody confidence. That's very important. The other thing we need to do is we need to make sure that education is done in a vacuum. In my state, we have, I think it's 170,000 job openings. And nobody's filling them. You know why that is? Because we have the job opening, but we don't have anybody with the skill. So why don't we start educating people for the jobs that exist today and the jobs of tomorrow? And you can do that through a simple computer work. You can figure out exactly what it is. And when somebody goes to college, comes to Penn State, I don't know how it works here. I'll tell you in my schools. I've told my community colleges and four-year schools that when somebody walks in the door of your building, I expect them to have an academic advisor who will guide them through whatever it is they want to be, or help them to determine what they want to be, and then to help them to graduate on time so they can get a job with the skills that are needed to get the job that they want to pursue. And I'll tell you what I've told them. If you don't do this, I'm not giving you one single dime of capital improvement funding. Now, we live in a world where that's a piece of cake. You can be an academic advisor, you can have 50 people that you watch. But what happens a lot of times in college is people graduate, they can't get a job. I mean, you have to give people the skills so that they are valuable as an employee. And you want to worry about wages? You get their wages up when they have skills. Now, I have a kind of a thought here about foreign language. I think it's great that you take Spanish or French or whatever. If I were in school, you know what foreign language I would like to take? I would like to take the computer language, the language of how to program or write code for a computer. That's what I would like to take. And then I can learn Spanish once I know it, because I'm going to have a big job and I can go to Spain, whenever I want to. But these schools need to do this, because too much mismatch. But I would also want to let the country know what happens in Massachusetts, what happens in Florida, what happens in Pennsylvania. And that's what a president should do, be a leader to showcase those things that really work, that improve people's lives. Yes, sir, right here.
First of all, thank you for reminding us what we have to do locally. You're the only guy saying this, so thank you for saying that.
Listen, sir, I want you to know I say it all the time, but it never gets reported. There's one time since I have been in this race almost, as a direct candidate almost for a year. I started in July, it's April, I'm getting close. There has been one reporter the entire time that I've been running who says, what do you mean by people taking power themselves? I spent 90 minutes at the Washington Post yesterday. There will not be one word, not one single word, about what I've said about people needing to take power into their... Why is that? Is it too boring? I can't figure it. I have to figure it out. It's on me to figure it out. Walker, you need to figure it out. Because the spirit of our country... Look, I'm a pretty good guy, okay? But, sir, Your family, it's going to be up to you more than it's going to be up to me, isn't it? I mean, I can get them jobs. I mean, and I can create an environment for jobs, but you got to deal with this, don't you? Yeah. Well, you're important. You're only 90 and you're complaining? Huh? Are you 90 years old? You want to know something? I also believe one other thing that's maybe a little bit crazy. I don't think the Lord created a retirement plan. I think all of our lifetime, until we get put in the ground, there's something that we're supposed to be doing. You agree with that? To help somebody else. That's what I think. Who's this? You know him? Yeah. Take him out for coffee. He'll teach you more about the world than everybody else around you. Because who's this? 95. You know, I was with a guy. You know what? What's that tell you about life expectancy? These guys probably, do you guys both walk in here? I mean, you don't have, you're fine, right? You drove here. Well, I know you drove here, but nobody carried you in here. I was with my Uncle George in Pittsburgh 2 days ago. He's 90. I saw him. He said, Uncle George, did you walk today? He said, yeah, I walked 2 miles. You know, but what I'm saying is, it's like my Uncle George. My Uncle George has taken a couple people on that he helps. He's 90. It's great. His brain is working. He's helping. He's going to wear a big crown in the next world, because I know some things he's doing that are just amazing. I'm sorry, sir. Go ahead.
That's okay. So here's the question. Talk about priorities. Your priorities in the first 100 days of your presidency. We know one guy, his priority is rip up Obamacare. The other guy's priority is build a 100-foot wall. I'm not with those guys.
Yeah.
What are your priorities?
Well, he may want to build a wall, but I don't think the Mexicans are going to pay for it. But people kind of like this. Okay, here's my priorities. In the first 100 days, I would put a freeze on all federal regulations except for health and safety for 1 year. Let me go. I gotta cover this, okay? The only politician that doesn't take applause. So, okay, so that's that. Secondly, anything that represents $100 million more in federal regulations should be voted on by the Congress. We shouldn't have unelected people passing those laws. Thirdly, my vice president, he or she would spend their time unraveling so many of the federal regulations that are choking this guy as a small business person. I've done all of those things in Ohio, okay? Not all of them, but some of them, including unraveling. Secondly, we would have a tax plan that would reduce the corporate tax rates so that companies will stay here and invest here rather than chasing lower rates, you know, where they can have better bottom lines. I'd lower the corporate tax rate, and I wouldn't double tax them. If they pay taxes somewhere else, they're not going to pay taxes when they bring their money here, so that when they bring their money here, they'll invest here and not keep their money in Europe. Now, in addition to that, I would let them write off the cost of investment in plant and equipment. Those are the tools we need to have higher productivity and higher wages. Let them write it off in that same year. Now, in addition to that, I'd lower the personal taxes to 28, 25, 10 with the capital gains at 15. That would not only help all of us, but would help a small business person because he pays on the personal side as a pass-through entity. Then I would have a plan to, of course, put us towards a balanced budget. I would ship welfare, Medicaid, education, job training, and infrastructure out of Washington back to the states where we live. The program would drive us towards a balanced budget over, sometime into the second term. We would get there. We'd start to deal with the debt problem. I would have a plan to save Social Security that would say that if you've made some pretty good money in your lifetime, you'll get Social Security. It'll just be less, but the woman or the man who has a full dependence on it will get what they want. We will finish the border, protect the border. We will have a guest worker program for the 11.5 million that are here illegally. If they haven't committed a crime, they can have a path to legalization, but never to citizenship after having paid back taxes and a fine. I would begin to travel around the world to talk to world leaders about our position on defense, and would start both the reform and the funding of defense, which would be contained in my budget, $100 billion. And then I would collect the phone numbers of every mother and father who have kids in Congress. I would call mom on her birthday. She would call her kid and say, "Don't mess with the president, I like him." Okay? more? Okay. Well, see that man in the green shirt that just walked up here and he held up his finger? He tells me I have to go. What do you have to say to him? Yeah. I can take two more. So we'll go to the small businessman, and then we'll go to this lady right here.
From time to time, I hear on the news about foreign head of state visiting, and they say the president was behind closed doors with the foreign head of state for 45 minutes. We don't know what he talked about. When I think about our Republican frontrunner meeting behind closed doors with Vladimir Putin, it makes my head want to explode. So we know you can beat Hillary, but how are you going to get there? How are you going to win? We need you to win. How's that going to happen?
Well, I don't know if you know this, but I won Manhattan in New York the other night, so I may run for mayor of New York. I don't know. We're thinking about it. The way this is going to work, sir, is we're going to an open convention. Nobody's going to have enough votes. And when we get to the convention, delegates are going to consider two things. One, who can win in the fall? We've had 15 national polls. I'm the only one that consistently beats Hillary. And when they mapped out the Electoral College, same thing. In this state, it's delegates. You win a lot of delegates by congressional district. When people say, don't vote for him, it's a, look, any vote for me is a vote for me. It ain't a vote for somebody else. And I need the support here so I can have momentum going into the convention. And the second thing that delegates are going to talk about is who can actually be president. It's kind of like a secondary thing that probably ought to be really, really important. Now, some people say, well, if you go into the convention and you have more votes than anybody else, you should be picked. You know, one time in my life, I took a math test. I made an 83. Everybody else did worse than me, and I said to the teacher, why do I have a B? I did better than everybody else. I should have an A. And he looked at me, he said, well, an A is 90. If you could get to 90, I'll give you an A. So if you go to the convention, just having a plurality doesn't get it done. You have to hit the magic number. And if you haven't hit the magic number, you don't have half the delegates at the convention. You got to try to go and get them. And if you don't get them, you don't get picked. That's the way it works. Now, we've had 10 Republican conventions. 7 times the person going into the convention who didn't have the most amount of support was the one who won. I don't know if you know this, but Eisenhower's a perfect example. Taft had more votes. Eisenhower was picked. It was a pretty damn good pick. And, well, we know about Lincoln. I didn't want to go all the way back to Lincoln because, well, Lincoln was like way down. He even printed up some phony ballots for the delegates. They're really cool. But we're not going to do that, okay? So that's where we're headed. And in the fall, we don't worry too much about the fall because I can get the blue collar and the independent voters. And guess what? I just found out the Democratic National Committee is trying to get me out of the race too. And they want to get me out of the race because they don't want me to run against Hillary. I mean, it's pretty interesting. I got my competitors trying to get me out. I got the Democrats trying to get me out. And guess what? I ain't getting out, just so you all know, okay? So that's the answer. Yes, ma'am, right here. Thanks for your question, sir.
Thank you for taking my question. I'm a Gen Xer, and you touched on Social Security. I'm concerned about my financial security, not just today, but in the future. Could you provide a little bit more detail about your plan to make Social Security strong for future generations?
I just told you, it's not that complicated. If you've made money, and we're trying to come up with the income limits, and we will, because you want to work this thing out the right way. But if you've had, income that has been pretty generous, you're still going to get it. We're not going to turn it into a welfare program. You just won't get what you expect. Now, do you have any idea what your Social Security would be? Because I have no clue. And I'm a little bit older than you are. And I don't check my Social Security. I don't check, how much. Let me see if I can. Is there anybody, on the cusp of, who's on the cusp of retiring? How old are you, sir? Okay, do you have any idea how much your Social Security is going to be? You checked 3 days ago. Okay, you're a bad answer. Who else is here that's on the cusp? Now, have you made other income in your life? Are you going to really depend on it? Because if you have to really depend on it, you got to get it.
I have a 401k. Yeah.
Okay. But the point is that based on income, called, you know, it's all done on the basis of means testing, and you got to make the numbers work. If you are really dependent on it, you're going to get what you want, what you need, not what you want, but what you need and what's guaranteed. But if you've been up, you know, I don't know, I don't want to pick a number because we don't have the numbers yet. I got to keep working on the numbers. You'll still get it, it just won't be as much because you'll have other sources. You'll have a 401k, you will have made money, you will have saved money, you'll have stocks. I mean, those are the folks that I'd like them to get everything they want, but the numbers won't work. Why are we in trouble on Social Security? Some people think because we borrowed from it. Well, we borrowed from it and we put it, I mean, when I was budget chairman, we didn't borrow from it. But we have borrowed from it. But that's because when the money came in, you didn't pay as much out. So the money just sits there. It's not like some lockbox here or something. So the government used it to fund other things, and they put in an IOU. And now the IOUs are being drawn down, and the government's having to honor them. So the problem we have with Social Security is that the number of people who are retired is a lot bigger than the number of people who work. It's a numbers problem. So that's why you have to fix it. And when people say we shouldn't fix it, we don't have to fix it, I mean, that is like, it's absurd. Okay? It's so wrong. And so that would be basically what we would do. In the meantime, we've got to work on having a more robust economy, which we don't have. We have the weakest economy since World War II coming out of a recession. We got to give people skills. We have to have lifelong training, too. In my opinion, you're going to have to be trained and acquire skills throughout your entire lifetime, because these jobs are changing. They're becoming they're becoming jobs that are more connected to technology. Even if you work in a steel mill, you know, it's technology. We have to have people trained for this. And if we do all that, and if we can grow this economy faster, you know, this is not the promised land. The promised land's yet to come, but things can get amazingly better. Just like they are in my state and like they were in Washington when I was the Budget Committee Chairman. I can't take any more, sorry. So anyway, I just want to tell you that we don't want you to believe you got a better chance of seeing a UFO than a Social Security check. If I'm president, you'll see a Social Security check. Frankly, I want to tell you this. It doesn't matter who's president. We will fix Social Security. It's just that if you fix it soon, it's easier.
Again, this is a block party for Prince. I'm gonna find out where this is. Wait, is that? All right, so we are currently in Los Angeles, California, where they are having a block party for Prince. Let me make sure that this lower third is right. Yep. Actually, I don't know if that is First Avenue Club. Let me confirm. But we are looking at this block party, and then additionally, in regards to Prince, I'm gonna have a stand-up here pretty soon from